Thiruvon Saranai. We worship Paran Mahase as usual, pay our respect to our spiritual leader, our noble friend Aran Mahase, Thiruvon Saranai. And we also warmly welcome all of you who have joined the English Zoom discussion today. Thiruvon Saranai, everybody. So, as usual, we will start our discussion 2:45 to 4 p.m., our usual English Zoom discussion of Buddothpado Dhamma teaching. Other days, actually, we are generally reading some pages from the book, but today, I suppose we can straight away start the discussion. Any of you like to bring up any topics until Dr. Kokila joins us? Okay, Thiruvon Saranai. I think we will just, maybe we can continue a little bit more of the same topic that we were talking yesterday about the ego, that this question that was brought up by Joel.
Yes, Dr. Sakuntala, yesterday Dr. Kokila gave a very comprehensive, conducted a very comprehensive discussion regarding Joel's question of how to identify or how to handle if we meet up somebody who is so egoistic, and what is actually, how do we define ego in terms of this Dhamma. So what I felt was, Dr. Sakuntala, so we generally feel that people, when they try to show up, when they try to be recognized among a crowd, we obviously, it is obvious that they are egoistic generally, but still when somebody keeps quiet also, when there is a necessity to talk, so at that point also we feel, actually we know that they do not speak up due to their ego, because in Dhamma discussions now, actually the biggest challenge one has is to identify one's ego. So Aryan Hanse actually explains it in several ways, like it is the self perception, basically self view, or actually conceit also is used to refer to that, manaya. So identifying one's self kind of how much that person is trying to maintain, that self is also defined as the ego in these discussions. So for example, now actually what Aryan Hanse always mentions is, we cannot see how egoistic we are. That is actually in 7 o'clock discussions. That's why sometimes he makes each other to talk about us in order to help the other person only, not to intimidate or not to let down, just to help each other in this journey. So actually, if we try to, yesterday the discussion was basically about how a egoistic person would try to dominate over others and try to show up as if I know everything, because in schools actually this self-perception, we know, is obvious even in small children, because according to Dhamma, once somebody is born, of course this vibration occurs, and gradually when the five sensory faculties begin to work, of course with the existence feel and the alive feel, self perception also gets stronger and stronger. So even among school children I have experience now, especially when we assign group work. um, if we select the uh, most kind of talkative person, or who shows up leadership skills to be the group leader, sometimes he dominates over all the other children. Even the most silent one must be having certain things to contribute to that group activity. But that the small child, unknowingly, they dominate over the others and do not let others to uh, be a part of that simple thing. So despite the age, we can see this self perception, self view in everyone. It's very interesting the way that the small children show it up. So actually, unknowingly we appreciate that as leadership skills, and they try to show that to the teacher even, I am the best one and I have done everything. But in the new educational kind of principles also, now what we encourage is to let everyone contribute equally to a project or any sort of activity. So it was a very interesting question that Joel asked. We can discuss it from different perspectives. So that much I can contribute. Now Dr. Kokila, Miss Surangika and all have joined. Teruvan Saranai, worship Buddothpado Aryan Vanse's feet, and we can continue the discussion.
Sorry, I just joined. Devansan had an answer. Namaskarayo. What was the discussion point today? Today, didn't Shani read the book? Not yet, yeah? Maybe
She
she's...
informed Dr. Kokila that she is unable to join
it's
today.
okay.
She is on her
Yeah.
way to, yeah. So we were
It's
just
okay.
talking about the ego and some experiences we have.
What was the question?
No, it was just a continuation of the
Yesterday.
yesterday's discussion, and
Okay.
yeah,
Actually, we didn't have much time to take Surangika's... I don't know whether Surangika spoke, I can't remember, but even Sakuntala, Dr. Sakuntala couldn't participate in that because I think we ran out of time quickly yesterday. So we can talk about it today as well. Yes, Sakuntala.
Yeah, actually, as you said, the word ego has sort of in English language, it has a very superficial meaning where me, myself, and the things related to me, which comes up as thoughts. So that is what is interpreted in the English language when we are talking about things. But in Buddhist teaching, apart from the superficial, very obvious feeling of myself and the things related to that myself. And also, I think it has the Surangika suggested the pride, the word pride also, yes. I mean, the proudness or pride or whatever, proudness and trying to dominate and trying to show off, all those are the descriptive words used for ego when we are just in general talking. But in Buddhist teaching, actually, that is the sort of culprit behind all these defilements and this long samsaric journey, where the feeling of being alive and feeling of this self-perception. And the word self-weave is used for the thought that is built up on top of the self-perception. Self-perception is that just the feeling of existence, but on top of that the thoughts are built up, and then that's described as self-weave. Please correct me if I'm mentioning anything incorrect. So behind this main sort of large outer layer, there are many aspects that we have to discuss in this ego or this self-perception. Wherever now we know that the world, so-called outside world, is a creation of the sensor function. So we have uh, no knowledge or no way of finding out what is beyond this uh, sensor function level. We assume that what we are experiencing is existing outside, and different animals have their own sort of different feelings or the different ways of accepting what was experienced. So when we go think about that line, whatever is taken as a thing or whatever is given a value or whatever is accepted as existing, uh, then and there the self-perception is there on the other side. It's like the uh, other side of the coin, because feeling of existence and feeling of being alive are both sort of going hand in hand. So in very fine places, very fine nooks and corners, you can find the self-existence or self-perception. When you go deep and deeper, with every word you talk, with every activity and every thought, if they are taken as real or if they are not, uh, if they are given a value by the system, then and there this self-feeling or this self-perception is there. That is where the finest forms of ego is hiding. So what our noble friend always says, that try to identify your feel. What he meant by that was that uh, the burn or the burn in relation to that you are experiencing in relation to any stimulus or any thought. So that is the different names are given, the defilements or maybe self perception, different words can be given. So I think this is actually the theory part, but when you go to practical side, Surangika gave a nice example yesterday about being in the queue in the bank. If one person jumps and comes in front of you uh, uh, while you have been waiting in the queue for some time, the feel that you get, you can give different names to that feel. It's an uncomfortable feeling, and you might name it as anger or whatever the name you are giving. That is your self perception, or that is the feeling of existence. So, similarly, there will be so many household events, or when you go out, or when you are at the workplace, wherever you are, from morning to night until the time to bed, you will come across so many incidents where you feel that lighting up or where you feel that fire within you. So this training to understand, training to pick up or recognize this fire, that is uh, uh, what is needed in this Dhamma pathway. So maybe I will give the chance to somebody else to talk. Maybe Dr. Kokila or Surangika can add their Saranai.
Yeah, I think Surangika can add something too. It's good to have different perspectives, different examples, and I think it's kind of the power of the self-perception that props up. It's like a pop-up. It's it's a very funny pop-up actually. This ego. It's easy to detect if you're actually into that awareness. Yes, Rangika, is there anything you can add to that?
Yeah, Theron Sanai, Dr. Kopila, and all that, my friends.
And Joel can ask a new question if he
yeah,
has.
actually, that might be better because we did discuss ego yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can continue until Joel asks.
I was just going to add what Mara and Mahans explained yesterday, which is also the finer points of what we discussed on the ego aspect of it. The things that are, quite hidden and can only be discerned once there is a traversing of the path and understanding of the Dhamma for quite a few years. And that's not to say that people who awaken to the field faster don't feel it also. That is entirely possible. But for those who have, listened to the Dhamma for so long and for quite a few years and are practicing, there is an awakening to the feel as the more one realizes the falsity of the sense faculties from which the mind consciousness arises. And this being in the mind kind of starts to fade away. And with that arises that awakening, the inner transformation, as we call it, the awakening to the feel, or in Sinhala we call it avadiya. So the more that happens, only the more there is a awareness, shall we say, of those habits and traits in which the I or the self or the ego is hidden. And that was the point that was the subject of a lot of discussion yesterday. We heard Sonamali and Narayan Mahansa both explaining by drawing on examples given by certain mothers who post their experiences on the Zoom discussion. But if we turn and look, at our own experiences also, things that, those are things that one needs to be able to detect. And it's not like a person detecting, it's the jnana or the wisdom that comes into play at that point. And to a certain extent, our noble teacher did say when one or two mothers said, oh, I felt that, or I felt this, and I thought I had to say it on Zoom, kind of thing. He said, you don't need to say everything on Zoom. There are things, if it is discerned, if there is an awareness, then all that is needed at that point is the awareness. That little tinge, as Dr. Popila said, the pop-up. The pop-up is not a very big pop-up. Sometimes it's a little pop-up. You can't even say it's a pop-up. It's like a tinge, isn't it? A little slight tinge here and there. If, something is not kept in its place. If, other people's teacups have been washed and your teacup has been left. Somebody's forgotten to wash your teacup. Things like that, little bits and pieces. And then my mother always complains if somebody's dog has left poo in front of the curb at the gate. So, it's like our gate. So why have they left the poo here? Kind of thing. So it's that unknown, the thing that is not said out loud, isn't it? This is our gate. I suppose does that mean it's all right if it is somewhere else? So, things like that. And those are the habitual kind of things. And Dr. Kokila, this is the Gati Nimiti thing that I'm trying to explain. Perhaps you can elaborate on it, subject to Joel asking a question, of course.
Yeah, anyone having a question, we can actually discuss around that too. Yes, Sudha.
Yeah, no, Dr. Kokila, that ego, actually, it's the biggest challenge one has to kind of overcome, because although we cannot do it deliberately, it's interesting now when Miss Surangika said the way we choose clothes, way we speak even, because Aryan Vanse always talks about even we trying to maintain lifestyles. I mean, as Ms. Urangika said, in a very subtle way, the subtle need to maintain the self. I mean, maybe as a very good person. Now, most of Dhamma friends, including me, the problem they have faced is trying to be a good person in Dhamma path and in every way possible. So, on one side, now we discussed how we try to outshine and so on and so forth, and still trying to maintain a self that does not hurt anyone, very polite, and always worrying about other people being upset because of my actions, thoughts. So there is also again the self-perception. So it's so kind of complex, and I don't know, it's when it comes to feel, actually there is a subtle need to maintain a self. There is a subtle need. We of course understand that it is a system. So with that, this gradually dissolves, but still the noble teacher, of course, Aryan Mahanse at once notices and he pinpoints how this ego or the self perception is there in ourselves, though even though we can't detect. So it is sometimes, I don't know, from the way we talk, from the even we are well aware of this also, still it's there. So it will be there until we fully get rid of this kind of, although we say we have liberated from the outside world, there are instances where we still feel that outside world is real. So it is kind of a gradual process getting rid of this will automatically will go away anyway, and the system will continue to be there. Until then, we have to kind of try to understand, try to identify, as you all said, to catch it not as a person through awareness. When the awareness gradually develops, the awakening happens, we will better see the self-perception the moment it pops up. Okay, Teruvan Saranai. Yes.
Yeah, actually, something to add is the main thing which matters is self anger. So this has to be addressed, and then when the self view is broken completely or without any doubt, then everything comes into one non-self anger, and that's so much easy, and whatever the detection of the pop-up is it becomes a normal thing, because now the normal thing is no self anger, and this becomes a abnormal thing. So the detection rate is higher and higher. Yes, Joel.
Yeah, I was just thinking about this ego thing that we were talking about and how it fades away when we listen to this Dhamma. And one particular thing what came to my mind is, okay, the ego fades away. And as Sudharma said, we become polite, we become humble. Those things eventually happen when the ego fades away. But when you become humble also, certain things, certain people get over your head. So in what way does the ego fades away, and how does humbleness come that it will be good for us and for others as well?
Mm. Yeah, this is the thing. When there is no self-anger, then when there is no, when there is no self-anger, everything becomes different. So whatever you feel, you go by the feel, and if you feel that this person is actually doing something wrong, and you might just speak out. It doesn't necessarily matter. But the thing is, because the feel is so high, you can actually feel where they are coming from. That's the most important thing. Why they are doing that, what led them to act like this, so the definitely you will feel everything. It's not just one thing. You will feel everything. So that you will feel if someone is actually trying to do something through, higher power of self. It is very easy to detect. So I don't think the common sense is not gone. We already have our own common sense and how this world works, and but because you feel everything, so the feel aspect is much higher. You're not going to be guided by the mind, so you will do whatever you feel. That's it. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be benefited from that or not benefited from that. You can't judge by that. Actually, this judgment part is in our mind. Every judgment is in our mind. Whether this is going to harm me or not harm me is our judgment. This is an extreme example of the Arahanto. So we can't expect this to happen to everyone in the path. But what I'm trying to say is an extreme example of an Arahanto, someone who has lost this ego. Yes, there is a chance that something can happen. We can't really say no, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they feel it. They feel it. There are so many examples in Lord Buddha's time how they, even Mughal Thero, he felt that how they came 3 times to kill him. The whole lot of people. I can't remember the number even. It was a lot of people, and he actually left that place because he didn't want them to get into this problem of harming him, not because he is feeling him. It's because of the kindness, out of kindness. But then when he realized that he can't do anything about it, just gave in. So this question of whether it will be beneficial for us or beneficial for anyone else is actually in the mind. So all the problems in the mind, or the judgments in the mind, comparisons in the mind, stories in the mind, it's all in the mind. It's everything is in the mind. So mind gives you the story. Mind gives you the internal radio. This internal radio keeps on telling you so many things. If you actually pay attention, you will wonder how this internal radio works. It's just whatever you have heard, but how it works so beautifully. So beautifully, in the sense, it's not beautiful. What I'm trying to say is it's a kind of like a, beautiful organ. Sensory aspect of that is so interesting. It's this internal radio, how it works, and that radio keeps telling this and that. But that's not true. What you feel, you go by the feel. If you feel like helping someone, you just feel like helping them, you just do that. If you didn't, you didn't. It's just a thing, just one occasion. And you need to remember, it's all about no self-anger. All about no self-anger. Whether you are kind to someone, whether you are trying to save him, or whether you are doing something, it's all, it doesn't matter. When you have the no self-anger, because you have had a change in your, when you have the no self-anger, whatever happens is just an episode of this film. Doesn't necessarily mean anything. So these episodes, yeah, good or bad, better or worse, justice or injustice in that same way, it's really the outcome of the mind. And this internal radio will keep telling you, judging you, making you go haywire. Just, if you actually detect this, it's so beautiful to detect this, and you just go by the feel. Not necessarily mean anything. You go by the feel. If you feel like helping that person, you help. If you don't feel like helping like that person, you just didn't. It's just a moment. It's just a moment. Just another moment. But this has to be felt. That's the thing. Anything else, Suranka? Do you have anything to add on to that, Vaja's question?
Peron Saranai, can I just add something?
Yeah.
Actually, there is a sutra where maybe I can find it out by tomorrow. There is a sutra which has been disclosed by Lord Buddha. I think there are about 7 or 10 simple ways that those are kind of advices how to handle this sort of difficult situations, difficult people, etc. The only one thing I can remember is, if possible, avoid such situations. Now, if there is a place where sort of some form of unpleasant thing is going to happen, avoiding is one of the advices given. But rest of the things I can't remember, but I will be able to find out. And also, just I want to mention about 2 stories. These are actually merely two stories, but we can try to get the message underneath that. So one story is that about a devil called Alavaka. I think our Dhamma friends may have heard about that name. Alavaka, he was a devil, probably a human being who was having that devilish behavior. And Lord Buddha wanted, and the people were having lots of trouble because of him, his behavior. And Lord Buddha went to his mansion or whatever, his place one day, and he wasn't there. And then Lord Buddha was sitting on his chair. And when he came, he got very angry and he said, go out. So Lord Buddha obediently went out. Then he said, go in. He went in again. Like that, 3 or 4 times he commanded, go out, come in, go out, come in. And after third time, Lord Buddha said, no, I'm not doing it anymore. You do whatever you can do. So then this devilish person realized that I cannot shake this person, and then apparently he listened to them and he changed. So that was one thing. I mean, you can show your humble behavior up to a point, but maybe you will have to have a different way of handling when it's going to continue. There's another story actually where there was a snake who was very, I would say, the innocent and wouldn't harm anybody. And it says, the story says that the snake was observing Sil. So those are added things by the writer, I suppose. And because he was so harmless, one day a woman who went to the jungle, she picked up some firewood, and she was looking up for something to tie up the firewood, and she found this harmless snake, and she used it as a rope. So finally, the snake was really harassed, and he was in great pain after this episode. And the snake went and sort of went up to Lord Buddha. So Lord Buddha said that, at least for your survival, show your hood. So those are two stories, actually, just simply stories. But what is underneath is that, I mean, being humble 100% may not be sort of may not be the ideal thing, or may not be helpful for the survivor. So at some point, you will have to show your abilities. But remember, in all these situations, not having a fire within you, when you are showing your sort of strongness, or whatever the qualities that you want to show, going beyond this humbleness, when you are showing those qualities, or when you are showing your objection, depending on the situation, it's important that to realize that you are doing it without any fire within you. That is the important thing. So just I thought of adding that. Yes, I think
Yeah,
Dr.
I think
Sula. Yeah.
those examples, I think even Lord Buddha's examples, it's all guided by the feel. That is the thing.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
it's beyond the mental formation. That's the thing that we have to understand. So when we kind of think that now I have to be humble, I should do this, or then next time I should be now appear angry. That's not the thing. Now that's what I was trying to say. That is not the thing. Like that's not, how can I say that? Because whenever the mind gets involved, it's always there is a bias. So the mainly we understand so like super examples like Lord Buddha or anyone, any Arahant, it's mainly through the feel. So they do whatever they feel. So even the need to do something there, like say enough. You know, we can say enough. Saying enough is not specifically from, doesn't need to come from the mind. That's the thing. So flowing in the feel, that's the most important aspect of it, I would say, and the lack of self-view. If the self-view is there, whatever you do, whether you are so humble, it's useless. It's useless because the self-view is there. Whether you're humble, whether you're good, we can label him as 100% good person. Again, if there's no understanding of this, no self-dhamma, back to square one. Because your vibration is going to be born again. In the sense that your vibration is going to get telepathized into any other system. Yeah, whatever the birth, it doesn't matter. This cycle of birth is going to continue. That is the thing. We have to understand that. I think Sranka was trying to say the Gatinimiti, Ammanimiti, that's a kind of, the vibration here, which is the power, which is going to be there even after the stopping of the respiration and stopping of this system. That power has no place to telepathize. Yeah.
Dr. Kokila, I was just
Yes.
listening to Dr. Sakuntala's thing that something mentioned about sutra, that if something is happening, don't go to that place. I mean, prevent from going to that place. So my other question is,
Even that we can plan
yeah,
it as well as
yeah,
we can go by the feel. That's the thing, Joel. What I'm trying to say is, like you go by the flow,
yeah.
and you just understand. You just feel it. This is not suitable. So that's
Uh,
it.
yeah. Like for us, it's good. For others, my question is, like you said about that 14-year-old girl or a child going through that, but she can't say no or enough. Then it becomes a trauma. So how can a child uh, prevent from abuse and all those things according to Sutra, because she doesn't know what is good and bad? How can a child be protected from those things when she's
No, we
going
can't.
to school? Yeah, that's
We
my
can't.
question.
We can't. We can't because if someone has heard Dhamma, definitely we have heard so many stories in Lord Buddha's time where a 7-year-old has understood this Dhamma and has an internal change that they understand there is no self, but continue to live so and marry and have children and all that. But the self view is not there. But still, they have the defilement still, which hasn't gone down yet to become an arahant. Which is, if there's something going to happen, it is going to happen. It's just another episode. That's the thing. The mind only, we have this big story that this is good, this is bad, this is justifiable, this is unjustifiable, this is trauma, this is not trauma. So we are talking about actually awakening from that dream. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's the final outcome. At least we should know that, because if you are in this dream, everything in this dream is feeling like a truth. Even when you talk, you feel that it is happening. You feel true. It's actually happening. But it's this whole thing is actually the outcome of the sensory products. Yes, we can imagine that we two are seeing same. Just imagine twins are watching a same problem, but one of them would perceive it in a different way. The other one is going to perceive it in another way. So the way they perceive is different from system to system, the culture to culture. There are lots of changes, but whatever the dream that you see, this is the outcome of sensory organs. See, this is the thing. It is not easy for us to get hold of this quickly, even though we know now, yes, the mind is just a cumulative, effect of the other 5 sensory organs vibrating together. That is the mind. And whatever the mind, this dream, it's a dream kind of from, if you remember from 2-year-old time, whatever you remember until now, that's the kind of the dream. And when you die, where's the dream? The dream is gone. Where is it gone? Well, is it gone? I don't know. What do you think? So then this dream, we are just understanding. We are still in that, but we through wisdom we are understanding. It's actually truth. It's just part of the dream, yes. And when the dream changes when you die, if your vibration telepathized to somewhere else, complete different dream. So I have told before also, if the cat is in the same room as you two are seeing 2 different worlds. Cat is worried about the rat. You are worried about something else. So this mind has the ability to project a lot. Project a lot. And the value given to this one thought is you. This is not easy. It is not easy to come around, like understanding that what Joel said, Joel said that something happening to a girl. If you actually felt that it is happening, that is you, that is the power of that thought. That is what we feel as a life. That is the beauty of this, trying and understand how you feel as you are living, how we feel this duality, how this dream has become so true. Can you add something, Sranika, about that?
Yeah, that's, I think, it's the way of perceiving that, isn't it? And that will be understanding to come to the realization that that question is almost flawed, isn't it, Dr. Popila?
Yeah, the question itself has a problem of taking this world as true.
Yeah, because then what happens is we are concerned about the child, about the safety. So there is the child, there is the safety. The safety is also a concept in the mind, isn't it? Because where did we get the notion of safety? What is safe for one is not safe for another
But don't
person.
take it for wrong aspect, because we still do those things without that deep weight behind it. That's the
It's
thing.
like the mirror, isn't it?
Yeah, we still act on it. We still act in this dream. We still look after kids. We still hang around them because they should be looked after. They have that the safety measures. You do all that. That's the thing. This is very difficult to understand. Understanding this Dhamma only brings this weight down, and that is actually the ego, and that comes down slowly. So you act as before, whatever you know, up until now, whatever you know. I have indicated this before. If someone collapse, we do whatever we know. Someone will call the ambulance, someone will shout, someone will scream, someone will start giving CPR, someone will help to do that. This is all the data we have in this system. Is that a problem? No. But the burning is the problem. So when we understand this, we don't have the burning, but we still keep doing that. Because otherwise we will be like, well, how are you going to act then? No, we act. We act according to this society, according to this pattern, according to the feel we have. Because the feel we have is always, you feel the other. You feel the other person. You feel the child. You feel the mother. You feel the father. You feel the patient. You keep feeling your pet dog. You keep feeling everything. So when this ego is down, it's so easy to keep failing others, and you will keep helping others. That's not a big issue. That's according to the field, though, not in the mind. You're not planning to be, I should help this person. That's not the quite way. It just flows. Yes, Sudharma.
Dr. Kokila, that's what Taran Mahanse explains as when there is no self here, you become the other experience fully and you feel as if the same person. There is no duality there, isn't it? So you are so compassionate, you can feel the other person fully. And I remember one example he always mentions, if you see the cat has caught a squirrel, since you are a Dhamma person, are you going to let the cat eat it? If there's a possibility, you have to save that squirrel, uh, which is going to be eaten by the cat. So, although we realize Dhamma, all the safety issues, if somebody is going to rob your house, you have to, if you see that, you have to call the police and you have to do everything. But as you say, doing it without the self view and with the self view are the difference. And when Joel said that being humble, how can we survive and all, actually one can be so down to earth, humble, but with a strong self perception. So it's so beautiful the way Aryan Mahanse has that loud laugh. I mean, no self laugh. I don't know what is to be called. Even Joel said, I would like to laugh like that. So um, so if we are to, can we laugh like that? I mean, we feel, oh, it's bad. We try to kind of control that that laugh is free of everything, any stress, any self perception. And then sometimes Aryan Hanse shouts at us, he raises his voice. So can we call he is egoistic? So as you say, we cannot judge it from the way some system actually reacts to certain situations. It is within and it is to be felt. So actually I understand what Dr. Kokila was trying to explain and all of this. So yes, Teruvan Saranai, I wanted to add that. Yes, Dr. Kokila.
Then anyone can add anything here. It's very interesting to understand also that and a person who has no self-view will never harm anyone. It's very important. Very important to understand these things. They are not purposefully harming anyone. They are not in the mind anyway. And their field is not going to, because the ego is less, there's no way that anyone will harm. But what we have to understand is this pattern of things happening, in this inside this dream. It will go on. It just will go on. If you can help someone to understand this Dhamma through kindness, you will do that. And if not, yeah, that's it. We can't do anything. Did you get that, Joy?
Yes, doctor. Something else that I wanted to ask is that when the Dhamma friend said you feel but others feel, is it connected to empathy?
Yeah, you can call that, but empathy word is already taken. Empathy with self, without self. How can we explain that, Joel? It's so difficult, isn't it? Empathy without ego, empathy with ego. How can we explain that? That's what Aranwan said that day, said unbelievable love, because there's no word to say that. Love without ego. How can you say that? You can't really say that. So we don't have words to say these things. So I just can say empathy without ego. How would I know? How do I explain that any more than that? So because we have this empathy word used now with the self-view. I am here, I have empathy towards them. What do you think? Again comes to that egoistic thinking pattern, or the thinking pattern that we have, that I'm here, I'm the one who is doing all these things, I'm the one who is going to have empathy towards others. And that's different. So if there is a word in this world, Empathy without self. Yeah, that is what we are talking about. Is that okay? Do you think, Suranika? Do you have any other words to add to that?
No, Dr. Hawker, I think that's right, because sympathy, empathy, all these words have that automatically, it has the self angle. I think the word empathy has kind of come about from the traditional sympathy, because they're trying to show that we are aligned with that person, we feel for that person, you and me are alike, you and me are one, kind of, concept that is trying to be conveyed through that word. But whatever said and done, ultimately it all comes from that self angle, and which is why uh, the more the Dhamma realization is there, the need to put things into words
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aran Hansi at his feet. Tirvasanai Aran Hansa. We always remember you with the utmost gratefulness because of the pathway that you have cleared for us, the pathway that you have shown to us with uh, no self feeling. You are a selfless system. We know that you are trying in your best to help the people, humans who are suffering. So this is Buddothpado PeoTV is something that is being conducted for the last several months on your advice and guidance to convey this Dhamma message to the world population, world who are is in thirst of Dhamma in thirst of finding out what the truth is. So this may be a small contribution, but all of us Dhamma friends who are conducting these are trying our best to convey this message to the world. May our listeners be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So, as you know, this is the 9 name to 11 name sermon conducted daily basis in English medium. We have these sermons going on from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily. And there's a discussion session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time, so that you can join via the same Zoom link and discuss if you have any queries from the facts that you heard in this Zoom sermon. So that was a small introduction, and also I want to add something to this. For the Dhamma friends who can understand Sinhalese language, there is a vast, uh, uh, number of, huge number of opportunities. You know that there are about 8 Zoom discussions throughout the day, where you can join and ask the questions. If you have any queries about the Pali Sutras, the Pali Sutra, which is the original teaching of Lord Buddha, is being discussed every day from 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. Sri Lankan time. So from these Zoom discussions or the websites, you can find more and more details. The website for the English speaking people is www.wisdomofasia.com. Wisdom of Asia is written as one word, www.wisdomofasia.com. For the people who are speaking Sinhalese language, there is a very well organized website with all kinds of sermons, more than 12,000, I think nearing 13,000 now, done by R.N. Mahanse over time of 6 years. So they are under different topics, very well categorized so that it is easy to find out. The website is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com. www.buddothpado-dhamma.com. There's another website, www.buddothpado.lk. www.buddothpado.lk. So these websites will give you even the necessary contact numbers, and there's a QR code which you can scan and find out the details. So many opportunities for you to get all the informations that you need. There are books printed. You can get down the books also. There's a magazine which is published every month. So a huge, and also there are some recorders, small recorders, manufactured in the form of a small radio, where about 300 sermons done in Sinhalese medium is there. So there are many opportunities actually. So if you just get the taste of it, the Buddothpado Deshana. We are very sure that you will try to find more about it. You will try to be curious and inquisitive and listen to more and more sermons, because this is not the type of the routine sermons that you hear every day. They all go in one format. Lots of theories and many things that you have to assume and believe. Actually, what Lord Buddha said is that this is a Sandittika Dhamma, which means you have to understand yourself. And also, he invited any person to come and see this Dhamma. Ehipassiko, that is a Pali term. Eva Balava in Sinhalese, come and see in English. So he never said that believe because I am telling you. He said always, if you see it in a book even, try to see whether it tallies with your experiences, day-to-day experiences, and see whether your defilements, the burning, the current that you have is dissolving little by little. So in that way, you can test it yourself, isn't it? We know that we know how to get the uh, uh, correct thickness when we are preparing a particular type of a toffee. Uh, that is by your experience, isn't it? Because you have done it again and again, and you know when the mixture comes to this thickness that you will be able to cut it into cubes. So that is your experience. That is you yourself has understood. You yourself get the uh, feel, the correct feel about the correct level. So it's something like that. Even Dhamma, you are not taking it as a thought, and it's always by the practice you realize that this is the correct level, this is the correct field. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma, something that you yourself has to feel. And if you feel that without any doubts about that, that is the correct point. Uh, there are many stories in the Buddhism to prove this situation, where you yourself feels that uh, you have not come to that correct level. One such example is the Ananda Thero. Uh, just after the parinirvana or the passing away of Lord Buddha, uh, the one of the major uh, Buddhist conferences was planned, and only the Arhants were supposed to take part in that. But Ananda Thero's joining was so important because he's a person who had the closest association with Lord Buddha, and he was named as uh, Dhamma treasurer because he has listened to almost all the sermons done by Lord Buddha, even the sermons that was done earlier was again preached for him as one of the requests that he made to Lord Buddha. So he could remember, he had such a brilliant memory, and he could remember all those Dhamma facts. So therefore, his participation was an essential thing for this very first, very important Dhamma conference. The fact was, the rule was that only the Arhants can join that. But he wasn't an Arhat at that time. He has reached the Sohan status, but he wasn't an Arhat. So he was doing the meditation. He was focusing to himself, and he was trying throughout the night. Uh, but he knew that he has not reached that state. So the point I wanted to bring up here is that it is a system, the self itself or the system feels now the things are okay. Now there's no doubt. The system has reached that particular level, which Ananda Thero realized that still he hasn't. So he was meditating, doing the walking meditation, the early part of the night, middle part of the night, and even towards the early part of the uh, late part of the night or early morning. And still he felt that it hasn't happened to the system. And he was kind of disappointed, and he thought he may have had definitely physical tiredness also. He wanted to have some rest. And it says that just in that very brief moment when he was trying to lie down, uh, like the door which was closed up to now suddenly opened and the light could come in. It happened. He realized that Ananda Thero realized that he has come to the final step where the things, the system changed, and he realized that the system reached the Arhan state. So this is something very important, a very fine point actually, where the system itself understands the final point without any form of doubt, no vichikicha or the doubt about it. And it says that he was trying to achieve something until that time. He was trying to achieve nirvana. So as long as you try to look for something, those are all in your mind. As long as you want to reach a goal or reach a target, it will not happen because nirvana is not a target. It's not something that you can achieve. Something that you have been holding as nirvana should be allowed to go. Let go is something that is uh, the words that are very suitable for such a situation. As long as the nirvana became a thing to him, the nirvana became a target that he was trying hard to achieve, it didn't reach. What he was targeting should let go. So that is a lesson that we have to hear, that to understand at that point. And also there is another Dhamma story about the Hemakatero, and other monks told that he is an arhat. But this is actually a very deep point that Aranohanse is explaining. And when the monks were asking, "Are you an arhat?" he said, "No, I don't have defilements, but still I haven't reached that state. This system has not reached that state." So he knew that even though there weren't any kind of defilements, no kamaraga, patiga, uh, the, the attachments or cravings or aversion or simply the feeling of existence isn't there, but still I'm not an arhat. So again, with the description, with the explanation that Varanasi is giving, it was that the level of awakening, the ability to see the own systems still is not fully developed there. So it was Abadya wasn't complete there. That is what Aranhas is explaining. So which are actually very fine, very important points which we may never be able to understand. So a person, a system who has the internal transformation, inner transformation, will be able to explain these fine points. So As I said, uh, the very first thing that Narayan Mahansi always explaining is that to get rid of the thought called myself, because always it is related to the self, isn't it? Whether you tell it in a word or not, uh, always whatever is experienced is happening to myself. And this is not a thought that we had as a baby. This is unfortunate thing. Something which is never existing has been introduced possibly as a thought from the small age. But of course, for that thought to flourish, the underlying background is there already that we call as sasava. So that potential to develop the current is there from the level of the zygote. That means the single cell stage, where a combination of the sperm and uh, the ovum occurs. And uh, the current or the vibration, which is synchronized at that level, is the one which is uh, responsible. So the sasava nature which means the potential to develop defilements. So the thought called myself is simply a defilement. That's a wrong thought. That is a thought which is felt as real. Another sankhara, another construct. So it's no different from the worldly things. Myself is also part of this world. So this was something never there, but the potential to develop this was there from the small age, from the level of that single cell uh, state. So what happens is the thought which never existed is created because a suitable background is there. And this thought means myself. So it was gradually introduced. Well, it will be more correct to say that it was gradually formed. Uh, so something never existed, started forming as a little seedling. The simple thought called myself may have come up with the combination of the two uh, senses to start with. It may have been the ear and the eye vibration. So maybe you were shown yourself on the mirror and the name given. This is baby so and so. And that is where the very initial picture was painted. The self, the thought called self. And that has been built up little by little stronger. And the body parts are introduced. And the family members are introduced. This is baby's mother, this is baby's father. So now the small one's mind, the thoughts are going to a different direction now. Establishing myself becomes stronger and stronger, and more data is added because self is the concept which is the most significant or most important uh, misconception, because you get inputs so many times a day, uh, maybe every second that system information is added. So it becomes stronger and stronger. That is why always the self, the concept called self, as comes as the most important thing, the priority. So initially starting with the very basic information, this thought called myself becomes very strong by the time we reach our age. So, depending on the age, if you say that you are 50 years, this thought may be even 49 years old, isn't it? Because we didn't have thoughts as a baby, but 1 year, 1.5 years, gradually this concept called myself is being introduced. Even though the parents do not introduce as a part of the natural process, this can happen. But of course, by so-called teaching, we expedite this program. This program becomes faster and faster and becomes thicker and thicker with more and more data being added. So a child, we can, assume that a child who has been brought up in the middle of the jungle along with animals, like the story of the Tarzan, this process may not be as fast as a child who is living in the family setup, because animals will not be able to add the data in the way that the humans are doing. But still, as a part of this natural process, there will be sounds and pictures, and also the touch sensation, smell, taste, all those things can combine time to time, even in the jungle setup. But it's much more faster for a child who is being brought up by the parents and the other elders and elder siblings. The child is getting so many inputs, so many data is being introduced, so that this process is much faster, and their thought is very much stronger than the Tarzan boy who didn't have that much of inputs. And older the age, these these inputs become more and more. And for you and me, there's a strong myself now. But each time we have to look back and see, each time this is something introduced as a sensor function. This is something that happened at the sensor function, and more data being added to this so-called concept of myself. So when the potential is there, when the necessary background is there, with this natural process, spontaneously a self is created, isn't it? I repeat that. When the potential is there, which means a sasava, and as a part of the natural process, which is no one's job actually, and we call the natural process the chitta niyama. So, as a part of this natural process, when the potential is there, this thought called myself is created, and not only that, the thought called myself becomes stronger and stronger every day. So now, which looked like a picture at the beginning, now it becomes more like 3D. And later on, you can even go on and say that 4D, 5D, whatever the level, it can go up. Truly, what happens is that this particular thought called myself is a single vibration. It is something happening just at that moment. Each single vibration called myself has this flicker of feeling that the self is there. So whatever you are experiencing, if you see a mango tree, uh, it's a seeing only, because the eye has the capacity only to see it as a shape, or you can use the word seeing a light, creating a light. Uh, so, uh, but I cannot uh, give any further information about this light. that is experienced. Uh, it is the thought which has been built up all the time, which is reproduced here, which is synchronized here, uh, gives the thought called mango tree. So you have to actually uh, work out on this. Now we know that we always talk that the light is created if the eye is there. If the eye is functioning, light is created then and there. Now, uh, today morning in one of the single Zoom discussions, I heard a lady asking about the fact now she's seeing a particular type of a flower. Uh, we can call it Daspeti in Sinhala, which means it has 1,000 petals. So it is something like a daisy flower. It has lots of tiny petals. So what she said was that the Daspeti flower that she saw just now, and if she sees it in a little while, uh, isn't it the same flower or is it a different flower? Same thing she asked. If I feel the mm, fragrance of the Daspeti flower now, and if I feel the fragrance again in a little while, is it the same thing that I am feeling? Now, that was beautifully explained by Yaran Mahase. Now, these are the ways that you can purify your sensor functions, because you have to pick up each and every sensor and try to understand how it is happening, how this, what is this mechanism. Because we talk about the sensor creating something at that moment. So it's something like when there is a live wire, if you want to get light, you need a bulb. So if the bulb wasn't there, you can't talk about a light. If you want to get some cool wind, you need to fix a fan to that. So if the equipment called uh, fan is there, you can get some cool, some wind. Now it's something like that. Only with the sensor function, you can create something particular specific to that sensor organ. Now, if you have the eye, what is created is a light, provided that the necessary background is there. So, in other words, the live wire provides the current and it is manifested as a light. So, even the animals or humans or any living beings, the power or the current is there, which means they are vibrations. So many words are being used: the current, power, vibrations, waves. These are all used to explain the same thing. So, uh, and what is important that R.N. Mahase explains, this is from the true Dhamma explanations. It is a common vibration which is there, a common type of raw material which provides different products depending on the sensor which is involved. And one of the beautiful metaphors given by R.N. Mahase is that some flour, if you take a bag full of flour, you know that each and every molecule is a flour molecule. From the flour, you can make various things. You can make cakes, you can make buns, bread, uh, uh, roti, pittu. So those are the traditional foods prepared in Asian countries. So like that, string hoppers. So all these things can be prepared from one type of raw material. Uh, and so this is one way that Lord Buddha was trying to explain that uh, single vibration or current will be manifested in different ways with the five senses. So, what happens? Uh, Finally, Lord Buddha goes on to say that actually there's nothing called vibration, also. So, for the sake of explaining, for the convenience of explaining, he first took this explanation called single type of molecule, uh, which is labeled, which is called uh, so sorry, there's a disturbance, sorry. So he calls one single type of vibration is responsible for this manufacturing of different types. And he gave a name to this single type of vibration, Shuddhashtaka. It's something similar to that uh, flour molecule in the bag full of flour, like single molecule helping to produce different products. The Shuddha Ashtaka is the basic uh, thing that Lord Buddha explained that is responsible for creation of everything. So Shuddhashtaka means it has 8 qualities, which means the vibrations of the color, well, vibrations of light, vibrations of sound, vibrations of taste, vibration of smell, and the 4 types of vibrations recognized by the skin sensor, that is the solidity, liquidity, airiness, and the temperature. So altogether 8. And we have the 8 because we have 5 senses. And different animals who have different number of senses will have, you can't talk about Shuddhashtaka in them. It may be a different number there. So this was for the convenience of explaining that Lord Buddha talked about this Shuddhashtaka. So similarly, R.N. Mahanse now is explaining that a single vibration will give rise to, depending on the way it is manifested, depending on the type of the sensor which is functioning. It creates light, it creates sound, taste, smell, and the 4 types of touch sensation. And the deeper level is that finally, now, after explaining all these, Lord Buddha says that there's nothing called Shuddhashtaka also. So that means basically because of the fastness, something is created which is named as Shuddhashtaka. So there's nothing called Shuddhashtaka also at the end. It's a speed where everything is created due to a speed. Aranhasi gives so many examples about the speed, how the things which weren't there is created due to the speed. I'm sure if you can listen to the very older sermons done by Aranhasi some time back, these facts are very beautifully explained. How this earth is created, how some of the planets are created, and because of the speed, how the powers like magnetic power, gravity power, how those are created. So, in the similar way, this uh, mind power is something created in it, then and there. So, each and every thought, there is a mind power, and that power is the one which gives the feel that alive. Uh, this may be a bit complicated to hear, but and also this may be something different to what you used to hear from the other sermons. Even not knowing anything about Pali, a person can understand this principle. And often the Pali phrases are quoted because to show that this is originally said by Lord Buddha. So always that great respect should and must go to Lord Buddha as the very first person who disclosed this matter to the world. So we are going on his path. We are trying to follow his teachings, and our noble friend Aryan Mahansa is helping us by simplifying those facts. Because lots of things look very complicated when you read the Pali book or when you listen to an ordinary sermon done by different personnel, maybe a monk, nun, or a lay person. Uh, so they are preaching at the level that they have understood, which may not be complete. So the advices that you receive, you have to be careful actually, because it has to be uh, something that you yourself felt is correct. We know that there are many people who are doing this preaching. As I said, it could be a monk, nun, or an ordinary person. So sometimes those advices are very misleading. We heard recently from one of the ladies who joined the Zoom, and she was kind of has been misled completely and very badly. He has received a drushti saying that the Sotapanna Marga, or the path, starts with worshipping of the four important places which are relevant to Lord Buddha's life. And it's a kind of a pilgrimage that they have to do. And there's an assumption that Lord Buddha was born here among them. And she has been given the idea that visiting those four places is the turning point where after that only you will be able to reach this Sotapanna state, which is extremely damaging concept to what Lord Buddha was trying to teach. Lord Buddha never said that worship all these material things. We know that he was very grateful to the Bo tree that provided him with the shade for a long time during the last few days or weeks that he was coming to the Buddha state. So, as a matter of fact of gratefulness, he watched that tree, or he was looking at that tree. It says, according to the history, for 7 days. Take the lesson there. Whether he was watching that tree for 1 week or 1 day is not the fact here. The lesson that we have to understand is that the gratitude, if even a tree has helped a system uh, in a simple way, like in this case, providing shade. So it is a very good quality of a human being showing the gratefulness. So there's nothing to talk about to the other living beings. If you show your gratefulness to the tree, invariably it indicates that how grateful that system could be to the other living beings who are suffering in this samsaric cycle, samsaric journey. So that is one lesson that we have to learn. And whether it happened, these incidents happened in this country or India or wherever, it may be up to the archaeologists and the history specialists. What we have to do is we have to take the Dhamma, and the Dhamma means Lord Buddha said that if somebody sees the Dhamma, he will be seeing me, which is a very beautiful phrase actually. Uh, he said that if you want to see me, understand or realize this Dhamma. And also, he never appreciated people trying to take him as a physical person and worshipping his physical body. And we know that at the time that he was passing away at the Parinirvana, Anandadero asked, who will be the next leader of this Dhamma chapter? He said, it is a Dhamma which should be the leader, which should be your Guru, which again gives a very beautiful example or a beautiful uh, advice to us. Don't take the things as persons. I mean, not personal level, but take the Dhamma max. So he said that keep Dhamma as your guru or your teacher or your guide, not different peoples, not another arhat. We know that in all the other religions, this is not the case. Generally, a second in command is appointed. So also there's another example. Now these things I'm just mentioning to indicate how wrong to have that impression of worshipping the physical material, physical things as the beginning of the Dhamma path for any system. It's a kind of a very incorrect brainwashing, and the people tend to believe such things, hoping that to have some easy path in this Dhamma. Lord Buddha said that this Dhamma is for the wise people. This Dhamma is not for the people who are foolish. And also, foolishness does not mean that they are not educated. So, the level of education is entirely different from the jnana, which is explained by Lord Buddha. As I mentioned earlier, also the sex is immaterial, level of yours, a level is immaterial, age. Lord Buddha said that above the age of 7 years, this dharmatave or this system can be understood if it is explained appropriately, which our Enhance is doing these days. He's taking this Dhamma message from village to village, and he's using very simple words in such situations. So, going back to those 4 important places that has to be worshipped, what that mother said was the place of birth, place where the attainment to the Buddha state happened, and the place where the very first Dhamma sermon was done, and also the place of parinirvana or the passing away happened. Now these are all material world. These are all related to the outside world. And what Lord Buddha said was, outside world is simply a creation in the mind. He said, the chittena niyati loko, salayatana loko loko. So those were some golden phrases that are explained in Buddhism so often. Because those sentences actually turn the things upside down. So if you are talking about a world created in your mind, if you are talking about a world created with the capacity of the senses, then what is the point of looking for some physical material as places to worship before starting this Dhamma path. These are facts that have been never ever mentioned by Lord Buddha. We know that his all situations, all these important milestones happened with the nature. He was born under a tree on their way from the palace to the parental palace. So the delivery happened on the way under a tree. And we know that he reached the Buddha state under a tree. That was a bo tree, a sacred bo tree. And thirdly, we know that he did his very first sermon called Dhammacakkappavattana Sutra. That is the very first sutra that he mentioned, which has an essence of the whole inner transformation, the whole Dhamma, whole Buddhism is summed up into that sutra. So that happened in a beautiful park like area, open area, again under the shade of a tree. And lastly, his passing away also happened under a tree. So these facts shows that Lord Buddha was very close to the nature always. But he never said that worship these areas as a matter of fact to respect me. He never mentioned them. He always talked about the mind and the thought. Turn back and look at your own mind. Turn back and try to understand your mind. He never said that what is created as a thought should be analyzed and try to understand it. So the the fact that these people are trying to find these four places and worshipping and starting the Dhamma path is really something ridiculous. What during that explanation, what Aryan Mahanse explained was actually what is the meaning of the birth. Lord Buddha said that birth means the birth of the eye, birth means the birth of the ear, birth of the taste or tongue, birth of the nose, and birth of the skin, body. What is meant by this? Now, here we have to get the clear understanding that birth doesn't mean anything to do with the physical material. Birth means the seeing taking as real. What you see is felt as real. That is where the birth of the I is. So seeing the door as real that is where the birth of the I is. If the door is felt real, that is where the self is born. So that is what is meant by that. Birth of the I could be in the form of seeing a bird outside. It could be in the form of seeing your own son at the doorstep. And the birth of the I could be in the form of seeing your husband or your wife coming home or just sitting next to you. So that feeling of reality, if it is related to the eye, we call it birth of the eye. If it is related to a sound, we call it the birth of the ear. If it is something related to a taste that the system experienced just now, see the taste of some chocolate, that is where the birth of the tongue is, which means the birth of yourself. And if the system feels a smell and it is a smell of a particular perfume, You can think of any name that you know of. So if the smell becomes a particular perfume smell, that is where the birth of the nose is. That is where the self is also born. And if the system feels the coolness of the wind which is blowing, that is where the body or the skin sensor is born. And that is where you are born, because you are the one experiencing all these things. So, what Aryan Mahas explained was that actually the birth, we had to take it from that point. That is Lord Buddha's words. Lord Buddha said, birth means the birth of the eye, birth means the birth of the ear. So, like that, he related this to all uh, six senses. A, a real looking, a live thought, the birth of a real thought means again the self is born there. So, all six senses, you can apply this. The birth of that indicates that the birth of myself. So that is what is meant by birth by Lord Buddha. And the next thing was that the enlightening, the word enlightening again is misleading, because the word enlightening is used by the Hindus just to uh, indicate the state where they reach a very, mm, uh, very clearly felt state of a meditative state, where the calmness and stillness is very much prevailing. But they feel that this is energy is fused with the universal energy, and the self is living as an energy for a long time. So that is the word used for that energy being fused to the universal energy. But actually, Lord Buddha's teaching, he didn't talk about being fused to something and living for a long time. What these people are explaining is that Brahma level, where the Brahma state, there's no physical body, but that vibration can be kind of dormant, not vibrating. But after a very long period, uh, the vibration can occur if there is synchronization, and there will be a birth, maybe with a physical body, maybe without a physical body. So the word enlightenment is actually should not be used for the state of Buddha, because it's not what Lord Buddha was trying to explain. And there's no Shakti left, there's no energy left. The energy becomes zero with what Lord Buddha was trying to explain. So, uh, uh, the Buddha means uh, there's no self here. That instance, there is no self. There's no current, there's no power. So the reaching the state of Buddha means in that instance, understanding that with the deep realization that there is no self. So that is the second thing that Aryan Mahase replied. The become attainment of Buddha state means in that thought, the system realizes that this is simply a system, no self here. So, thirdly, these people, this lady was talking about the place where the very first uh, Dhamma sermon was done. Now, Buddhism is something which is not talking about the timing. It is an akalika Dhamma. That means everything is happening in this moment. and you can talk only about this moment right now. Whatever happens in the past is gone. Whatever is going to happen in the future has not yet come. If they are coming to this moment, that is as a thought in this moment. So, in other words, the very first Dhamma sermon, which is the essence of Lord Buddha's teaching, means understanding this at this moment. And when it happens with the deep realization, the automatically the current is switching off. That is the nirvana or the nivima, the current becoming zero. So Aran Vahasa explained those four very beautifully. You don't have to look for these things from the material world. You can't find them in the material world because they are all thoughts. If you try to go to a particular place with the belief that this is where Lord Buddha was, this is where the Prince Siddhartha was born, that's a thought, isn't it? The eye vibration will create something, a shape. The ear vibration, a sound, will create the sound saying, this is where the Prince Siddhartha was born. And the system might even touch that place, find something firm or soft, maybe touching the soil or touching a tree which is there. They are all touch sensations. If you didn't have these three senses, you can't experience the place so called where the Prince Siddhartha was born. And if you are blindfolded and taken to another place and just keep you there, open up and say, this is where the Prince Siddhartha was born. So that is another thought. So you are thinking that you have been to the place where the Prince Siddhartha was born. You are thinking that you have been to the place where Lord Buddha attained the Buddha state. So they are all creations of the mind that beautifully proves Lord Buddha's teaching. Chittena niyati loko. Everything is a thought. Everything is created with the sensor functions. Salayatana loko. Chittena niyati loko. I am just reminding those two phrases again. It is simply a thought. And the four things, the four sites that Mother wanted to visit are simply thoughts created in the mind. And those thoughts are creations of the five senses. So nothing beyond that. So this was a beautiful explanation done by Avaran Mahansi, which we will never be able to hear from any other teacher, any other Dhamma teacher, because all go by the things written in the book. And they don't use their wisdom to explore the things. What is heard is repeated and transferred to the next person. So it is something like photocopying your photocopy and giving a copy to another person. And this needs exploration. You have to sort of focus and see what is this? What is this explanation? How can I believe? So don't believe, do not have any faith on what you hear. You have to have your own uh, research. You have to have your own exploration to find out, is this true? Am I hearing the things which can be accepted as true? So that is all up to you. And then going back to uh, the other lady, other girl, who has actually listened to these Dhamma sermons very recently, but she had that inquisitiveness. We were talking about the Daspetya flower, the flower which has the 1,000 petals. So she was asking the smell that she got, the fragrance that she experienced a little while ago, and now she is experiencing it again. Is it the same thing? Because you have that impression. The fragrance was there throughout, but I'm experiencing it now. Flower was there throughout. I saw the flower a little while ago, and I'm seeing the same flower again. Now, this is a little deep story here, deep point to explain. Again, we have to remind ourselves that salayatana loko loko. That means the five senses will create your world right now. You can't talk about an existing world because you don't know. That is the correct word. That is why it is called anitya, impermanence. The impermanence means you have no idea what is the real truth. What you experience is something that was created at that moment. So simply you can't say that the Daspitya flower was there a little while ago. Because in between, from that point to now, this point, how can you definitely say that the Daspitya flower was existing? No way of proving. But simply as a thought, you think that it was existing, and I am experiencing it right now again. So that is a simple explanation. You don't know is the best word. The system does not know whether the Daspitya flower was there in between that time. Only thing you can say is that I experienced half an hour ago and I am experiencing it again now. Now, pardon me for we using this word I am experiencing. The system, it has to be corrected as the system is experiencing. System experienced it half an hour ago, and system is again experiencing now. You don't know whether it existed in between or not. You cannot definitely say that it was there, but I didn't feel it. Isn't that how you say always? We always say, yes, the sound was there, but I didn't hear it. Now, these are some very common things, common questions that some of our Dhamma friends who are joining these programs asking. Now, say you hear a sound of spirit chanting from a nearby temple, and in between you are engaged with other talking and other things, and again you hear the spirit chanting. And if somebody asks you, was the spirit throughout there? You will promptly say that, yes, spirit was there, but I didn't hear it. I heard it a while ago, but now I am hearing again. Spirit must have been there. Spirit was there, but I didn't hear. Now, just analyze this statement. Is it correct? Can you be so sure that it was there in between that time? Same thing about that flower. Same thing about the Daspitya flower. You can't say whether it existed in between or not because you have no experience. You can be sure only if it is something that can be confirmed, isn't it? You can't assume things. But we assume so many things, isn't it? Now talk about your child if your child is in the school. Now, is your child in the school? Yes, the child must be in the school. Yeah, child went to school in the morning and he will come back home in about an hour's time. Now, your experience, the last experience was seeing him when he was going to school. And your very next experience is seeing him coming back in the afternoon. In between time, your assumption was that he's at school. Can you definitely say that he's at school? No, because your sensor experience wasn't there in between. But you assume that he's at school in this time. So this is how the whole world is created for you. This is what is called bhava, or the existence. You assume that they are existing. So whatever is existing means you are also there. That is your self view. So what happens with the, now we'll take back that Daspetya flower, what that uh, lady was asking about. You experienced the Daspetya flower fragrance half an hour ago. What happened at that time? There was a vibration of the nose level. The vibration occurred because the nose was functioning. There was a nose to start with. That means a physical organ was there, and there was a vibration that occurred. Vibration created something, a smell. Because the nose was involved, you felt something called smell. So just remember about that explanation about the live wire and connecting a bulb and experiencing the light, connecting a fan and experiencing a cool air. So it's like that because the nose was involved, because a vibration occurred in the nose, something labeled as smell was created. So it was simply a smell. How did it become the Daspitya smell? Daspitya smell is a thought because the smell has no description and the nose is unable to give a description either. So the Daspitya was born as a thought instantly in this fraction of second. Daspitya was a data that was received over the time. The 1-year-old child had no idea what that is. If the flower was shown, he or she would have crushed it, plucked it and crushed it and thrown it away. And no talking about the name or the fragrance, she has no idea. But saw something, felt something, smelled something, that's it. But no thought formation. So the what would have been the mother's response? Oh baby, why did you pluck that flower? Beautiful Daspetya flower. Don't pluck it. You can use it to offer to Lord Buddha. And your garden is beautiful. The flower bed is beautiful when these flowers are there. Please don't pluck it. Don't crush it. So this may be the very first input. Subsequently, what happens when you see the flower? That sound comes, isn't it? It may not happen just at one instance. It may have happened so many times again and again and again. When the child sees it, that means the eye vibration. The sound comes from the mother or somebody, the Aspitya flower. And then later on, what happens? Just with one sensor function, the rest of the details about the Daspitya flower will come. So now there's a well-formed thought, which means a really existing Daspitya flower is there for you. So that is how it was created as a thought. Now the Daspitya flower is with a particular fragrance, which has to be protected, which should not be destroyed, which makes your flower bed beautiful and which can be used to make garlands, which can be used to
offered to Lord Buddha, and which can be mm, planted with its seeds when the flower dries up. Now, all kinds of data are there in that thought called uh, the Daspitya flower. So, right now, because her ears vibrated, the rest of the picture about the Daspitya flower was born in her mind right now. So, that is the present thought. That's all. And when the focus is away to something else, the thought called Daspitya fly is no more there. So you can't say that same thought came up. It's all or none. If the thought is there, thought is there. If it is gone, no thought about it. And what happens? The thought, the called Daspitya flower thought is not something that anybody created. So you can't say that I remembered it, because it's not something that the system did. It is a part of the chitta niyama, or the mind sensor, part of this process. So the Daspitya flower, the fragrance was felt at this moment with the vibration of the nose, and the thought called Daspitya flower was born just instantly, and it's gone. The beautiful example given by R.N. Hanse about the river which is flowing. River looks like something lasting or permanent, isn't it? But as he very clearly says, if you touch, it's some water. And you can't take, if you take a handful of water now from the river, the very next moment, if you try to take water again, that water is different. So the thoughts are also like that. You never can have the same thought again. It's a new thought always. So in half an hour's time, if you get the smell again because the nose was functioning and because there was vibration of the nose, that same thought is formed again. The fragrance of the Daspitya flower. So it is a fresh thought. It is something which was formed with the new uh, uh, perceptions. So they are not related to each other. They are not coming up. The second thought is not a result of the uh, previous thought. When the causes are there, the effect comes up. When the cause is not there, the effect is not there. When the cause arises, immediately the effect also arises. And when the cause ceases to be there, and the effect also ceases to be there. These are the four important phrases in Paticcasamuppada, or the dependent origination. So every component explained in dependent origination is due to this cause and effect phenomenon. Every Dhamma fact can be explained with this cause and effect phenomenon. So now it's very clear that the smell of the Aspitya flower was, you can't say it was there and I didn't feel. We don't know. That is the best answer. We don't know whether it was there or not. But right now, it is a new thought. It's a new feel, new Ghana Vinyane, or the smell consciousness which occurred right now. The previous smell consciousness is entirely different from or not related to this present Ghana Vinyane or the smell consciousness. Nothing to do with each other. But because of the ignorance, we tend to feel that what I experienced earlier was the same thing. And simply because I didn't feel it, but it was there, but I didn't feel it. So that is how we explain uh, about everything, isn't it? You can relate this to all five senses actually. Now, there are instances where uh, uh, you can apply this to all five senses actually. Now, what I explained was the eye and the ear uh, uh, constructions, constructs, but certainly all five senses occurs in this way. And more importantly, even the thoughts occur in the same way. So I suppose identifying the other five senses is uh, not that not that difficult, uh, but mind sensor is a bit more complicated. Now there are instances, no, that you say that I didn't realize this all this time. No, I didn't feel it all this time. Uh, but now I can feel it. Now I can feel that smell. Now I can feel that taste. I didn't feel it earlier. So, what could be the reason? What is the explanation? That is because that vibration did not occur at that moment. Only if that sensor function occurs, you will experience that. So, if there is no uh, vibration occurred, if there is no experience, then you can't talk about something which was there in between, isn't it? So apply this to all five senses and see how you experience and how your mind comes to an assumption. It was there, but I didn't feel. That is an instant ready-made answer that we are having related to all five senses. So talking about the mind, talking about the thoughts. Now thoughts also occur in the same way. Now a person, say, for example, uh, you lost your job uh, and now you are at home and you feel that this thought is coming up again and again and you feel very sad, you feel very angry. Now I'm using the mundane world type of explanations. You will say that I lost my job from yesterday. I'm very sad about it and I'm angry about the people who led to that, and also I'm angry about my boss also for listening to those people and uh, mm, throwing me out of the institution. So now at home, what happens? You feel that sad thought is always coming and bothering you. Now in between, see how many thousands or millions of thoughts that has come in between. Say you remembered about the whole film, the whole incident. You are reliving in that whole incident how he spoke to, how the boss spoke to you, and how those people who were responsible about telltale were kind of looking at you sarcastically, and the fire that you felt within your system, the way that you felt very ashamed uh, in front of others, and how you picked up your things and left the office. So this scenario or this film is running again and again in your mind, isn't it? You are reliving in that. Now you don't realize that it is simply a fresh thought which came up now,
But what you say is that I'm suffering with this thought and it's again and again coming up. It's deep seated and it is coming to the surface time to time. You give the example that, like a rubber ball, I'm trying to suppress that thought, but it is coming to the surface. So it gives the impression that you are having that thought underneath always, but it's coming to the surface time to time, bothering you. Is that the true thing that is happening? No. Always it is a fresh thought which is occurring. The whole film, that whole episode of that film is being replayed time to time. In between, you have a long list of thoughts that are coming. You may have walked to a room, you may have had a bath, you may have had some food with your family, you may have done some cooking at home, or you may have done some cleaning of the garden, doing washings. Now, those things, there were so many thoughts in between, which again formed as a result of the five senses. But you don't see those thoughts. What you feel is the thought which you felt really, really true. The live thought of being sacked from the job is the thought that you are clinging on to. That is a thought which has the most strongest power. That is the one which is felt as really true. And when you feel a particular thought being very true, it's very likely that thought will be formed again and again. But remember this fact, they are not interconnected. There's nothing going underneath between the two thoughts. Always it is a new thought that is formed, and you do not realize that it is a new thought. You always feel that it is there in the uh, deep mind and coming to the surface again and again. So the only way to uh, reduce this frequency of forming is to realize that each thought is a new one, and each thought is instantly a, a fresh product. So when you talk about the thought now, if there is a phone call inquiring about what happened yesterday, that is a sound, isn't it? One of your friends or a relative might call and say, I heard about a bad news. What happened yesterday? Now that is simply a sound because your ear vibrated accordingly, because the ear vibration occurs synchronizing to another sound. You you heard something, the system heard something, and instantly it is a mind sensor which gives the whole scenario, and you are reliving in that same incident now, and you will go on explaining that again your ear and the mind sensor which is continuously at work. You might see on a paper uh, that uh, may not be related to you. You might see a news on the paper saying that 10 people have been sacked from this particular department. They will say that uh, the department may not be related to your one either. Now, see how distantly these things are uh, getting connected, getting linked. So, nothing to do with your place of work, nothing to do with the people whom you are known, but you see a news, 10 people have been sacked from this particular ministry or department. Now, doesn't it, that itself, that is something, a vibration of your eye. Now, did you realize how fast the whole episode of your film was replayed in your theater. Nothing to do with your department, nothing to do with the people who are known to you, nothing to do with your own boss, but only thing common was being sacked. So that was something that was observed or the experienced by I as a vibration. And again, the film is being replayed because you did not realize or you did not have that understanding that this is another new thought which is related to the same incident, which is reproduced, which is synchronized again and again because of the power of that thought. And take another example, you are short of money for something. When you check your wardrobe, you realize that you do not have enough money for that particular job. Again, now it was something again you saw, again something uh, that your body sensor was involved, and two sensors. So no money is again connected to that previous thought, and that whole episode is coming up again. Because I lost the job, I don't have enough money for this. And all kinds of sadness, anger, the whole thing comes up again. Now this way you can see how these thoughts are reproduced, how these thoughts get power, how the thought is being synchronized with whole lot of information, and you are again and again acting in that field. The film is running, the system has no idea that this is a film and it is my film, and it happened to me. I'm the one who is suffering. These are all thoughts, isn't it? Solid self view, the strong thoughts of Mithya Drushti or Sakkaya Ditya. I am the one who is suffering. I am the one who underwent this situation. Now I have all these difficulties and I have to go on looking for some jobs. And I get a bad name from the people because I was sacked. And even my friends who are in the same office will not pay any attention to me anymore. They will ignore. Even if I meet them in the town, their response will be very lethargic response. They will not help me. All kinds of burning thoughts are formed in relation to the same thought that comes up again and again. So what I want to emphasize is that the how the thoughts are formed and how the five senses are functioning. So the most important thing which I did mention so far was that the sensor function means there is a fast vibration from something which wasn't there. Something is created. So that is how the light was created. That is how the sound was created. The smell, taste, and the touch. How those things were created from the zero level because of the speed. So seeing is also not true, hearing is also not true, and uh, feeling, smell, taste, and this touch, they are also not true. They are felt as if it is real because of the speed. So basically, we are in a magic world. We are living in a created world, and we feel that they are interconnected, but actually, they are not interconnected. Everything is happening as a fresh thing at this moment. We have no way of telling whether it existed there or not. Only thing you can talk about is the experience right now at this moment. And if the experience is not, uh, if the experience is not there, you can't talk about the self also. The experience which became real is yourself. So, first of all, you have to have a very clear knowledge, clear understanding, uh, deep realization about how the thoughts are formed. Then you realize that thoughts are independent from each other. But because of the tanha or the craving, these individual thoughts are connected to each other. So it looks like one solid block, which is not the case because we know Angulimala Thero also had the same thing because he felt that the thought he had as a label, a killer, a man who killed so many people, that label was there, and always he felt that it is the same thought, same uh, uh, miserable thought that he had about himself being a killer. Uh, and he felt that it is that thought is something continuing. I am sure these Dhamma facts he may have heard from Lord Buddha, but it didn't tick his mind. That is the word I can use there. Surely, uh, directly from Lord Buddha himself, this explanation may have come. And Lord Buddha very tactfully waited a suitable time to explain this to him. The fact that each thought is a fresh one. So in this thought, he was a killer. He was a serial killer. But in the very next thought, he was not a killer. He was a completely a pure and clean person. So if the systems, if the people can understand this fact, this truth, which is so beautiful, all kinds of sufferings that occur due to the guilt feeling will not occur. Now, many people have the guilty feelings, they have hatreds or jealousy, and they have cravings. So all these are because these thoughts are hooked to each other. The thoughts are considered to be hooked to each other. The not being able to recognize that they are independent of each. Of course, you can't see the thought being arising and disappearing, ceasing to be there. The ceasing part is not uh, experienced uh, by you and me. It's a very specific experience that Narayan Mahansi explains that only the Arahant can see it. For you and me, it looks like a continuous flow of thoughts. So at the beginning, what he has advised is that to uh, do it in the form of active thinking. You have to first have a very clear knowledge about the darshana or the true Dhamma. Very clear, crisp and clear, crystal clear type of uh, understanding has to be there. So it's something that needs some effort, courage, determination. All these things are needed because these are not the facts actually, though they are part of the true Dhamma teachings of Lord Buddha. We hardly heard these facts, except in very occasional situations. Some monks may have mentioned it, but again, the path wasn't clear. They understood bits and pieces from here and there, but they could not explain it as a steady flow. They could not give a proper practical pathway to understand this Dhamma. And because of that, we were lost actually. We didn't uh, understand these facts properly. And they were mostly the theory knowledge that we knew was mostly the theory. and which we try to by heart and then remember. But actually speaking, Lord Buddha's teaching is not a huge syllabus, and he had to use so many sermons, he had to do so many explanations to different people and different situations because it's not the thing that we were experiencing. It was like turning the river upside the upstream, completely uh, blocking the river and turning it to the upside, or trying to swim upstream. So therefore, lots of explanations and lots of examples had to be used to explain these Dhamma facts. That is why Lord Buddha, you can see in Dhamma teachings, so many metaphors have been given. So many examples have been given in these Dhamma explanations. It's not something that you can write either, because writing makes it worse. Because what you feel cannot be written, isn't it? The tanha, you can write the tanha word, but you can't explain the word tanha by writing it. So this is just one example that I took. There are so many things that you feel, but you can't explain it in words. So if you can't explain it in words, you can't talk about being able to write it. So this is the nature of the Buddhism, Lord Buddha's teachings, which is beautiful. And what he said was that this is for the wise people. Uh, the wisdom should be there for a person to understand this. So that separate out the proud who can understand this Dhamma. They should be able to uh, have the necessary wisdom to understand this Dhamma. And many of these facts which are explained by Aran Mahanse are very simple. He's using very simple uh, examples, and the way that he explains is very interesting, and also he uses the modern facts to explain this. Now, another example that he gives is a television set, which was not something there at Lord Buddha's time. And the television set, you can create something, you can create a picture, you can create a sound. And if you look around the television system, you can't see that picture or the sound around, isn't it? When you tune that to a particular channel, you can create the same picture and the same sound, which is transmitted by the center. If the television set is faulty and if the circuit is not functioning, then you can't have that picture or the sound. So it's something like if your eye is having problem, if the eye function is not there due to some physical problem, you can't talk about seeing a light. And if your ear is having troubles with the eardrum or any other tiny ossicles which are inside, you can't have that vibration of the ear. And then you can't experience any form of sound. So the physical function of the ear and availability of an ear is necessary. So if this television set has the normally functioning circuit, provided that you tune to a particular channel, you can instantly produce the picture and the sound there. So it was a creation of the television set, isn't it? Only thing was there was a vibration which became equal. There was synchronization. Sorry. there was a synchronization of the sound and the picture from the transmission center to this one. So the two places, the vibrations became equal. This television set and the transmission center, the two vibrations became equal, and that created the same picture and the same sound. These are actually beautiful examples given by Avar and Hasi, because we would have never been able to think of something like that of our own, taking these modern things as the examples. Same thing he's explaining using the phone. Now, when you ring a particular number, which equals to that, which means the vibration of that phone and the vibration of this phone. So the mechanism is that you are ringing that phone number, means you are making an effort to equalize or synchronize the vibrations of this one to that one. And what happens instead is the sound which is created here is created there also. If you are using a video call, the picture which is created here is created there at that end. So this is the technology of the synchronization. And all our Dhamma experiences, all our life experiences, they are all synchronizations. A series of synchronization is occurring one after the other, one after the other. So it's something really beautiful to understand this Dhamma, because it's full of science. And the Buddhism goes well beyond the scientist findings also. Whatever is now, present time, whatever is experienced now, can be proven as science functions, scientific things happening. And this purely what you have to understand is that this is simply a system functioning. The big illusion that you had as self, the self who is responsible for all these things, that illusion is the one which has to be broken. So first, see it from the level of the thought of myself, thought of mine, and thought of me. That is what you have to clearly understand. And for a system to come to the Sohan status, those are the three things that Lord Buddha said that should get rid of. One is the drushtiya, or the wrong thought that myself is existing. There shouldn't be any doubt about this. Sakkaya Ditthi, Vichikicha, the doubt about myself. Is myself existing? Is the world existing? Is it true what I feel? So all kinds of doubts are there. That is your Vichikicha. Paramarshane, Silabbata Vichikicha Paramarshane. Paramarshane means the self-bloating. The concept of myself is being made prominent always. Whether when you are talking, or when you are thinking, or when you are doing any activities, always that self process, or the self concept, self image is given priority. So the self becomes a larger and a stronger concept, and bypassing all kinds of other concepts. So the main concept, or the major concept, is the myself. Major misconception has to be corrected like that. Major misconception is myself. And uh, this as a thought, we have it as a thought always, uh, myself, me, and I, me, myself. So that thought is the one which has to be deleted first. You may still feel that you are there, but never mind, that level you can handle next, or the system will be able to get rid of that also with time. But at the moment, the priority should be to see that it is simply a thought. And simply one thought means all the other thoughts are also taken as real. So when you feel that the sun is real, the coconut tree near you is also felt in the same way. Even though you might say that I have no fire to this stimulus, but I have fire to that stimulus. Now, what does that mean? You might try to say that I have low current to this one, but high current to that one. But simply for all the focuses, what you feel is the same level. But you do not see that it is equally happening. You see it as something happening in separate levels, because the significance of certain stimuli are more, and certain stimuli do not have a significant impact on this. So uh, you do not have to come to such conclusion saying that I don't have fire at all to this, but I have fire only to my son and my husband, etc. So always, if you have a current of 10,000 volts, that current is there for each and every stimulus. That is something you have to remember. It doesn't happen less to one and more to another one. Whatever the stimuli which comes up, you may not be able to recognize that, but the system experiences same voltage to all the stimuli. So this is another lesson that we have to learn. Uh, so listening to this Dhamma, I'm sure, gives you some idea whether you are listening to the correct thing or not. That feel should come within your system. If you feel that this seems to be okay, or this seems to be something different, that I want to be more alert and more inquisitive to find out, then we would say that you have found the address and the path where to go. Understanding this Dhamma is not easy. You can't say it is very easy, because a lot of people try to find the easy pathways. That is why they are going more and more for the offerings, where they think that they can collect some merit, like you deposit some money in a bank account. People feel that uh, the merits can be collected, and it can be used as a future serving. And I have heard enough people saying that I would like to be born in heaven, and from there I would like to listen to Dhamma and then go to Nirvana. See the way that the people are planning the things. If a person can plan things like that about this samsaric journey, how beautiful it will be, because then all will try to do good things, all will try to do lots of meritorious work. Being born in heaven, have all that heavenly comfort. And then finally, maybe when the next Lord Buddha is born, listen to Dhamma from him, and that now you have experienced the fun and comfort of the heaven also. You can reach the Nirvana. Now these are like fairy tale stories. Unfortunately, These are the things that we hear in most of our Dhamma sermons also. That is very unfortunate actually from our monks or the other people who are explaining this Dhamma. This is the fairy tale stories that we hear from them often. So we had high hopes. Do good things, don't do bad things, maintain that level. And we assume that this whole good things will come to the mind, to the last thought also, to the Chutisita, which is the very last thought of this physical body. We assume that when we go on doing good things, that last thought also will be a very happy and relaxed kind of a thought, and then that will help to be born in that so-called heaven. So in that case, we are no different from any other religions, isn't it? The Buddhism also will fall into the same category like in other religions, because in other religions, what they believe is that they will be going to the heaven. So more or less we can say that we are sharing the same heaven then. These are all very sort of ridiculous type of things that we hear. It's an kind of an insult to that very supreme type of uh, true facts disclosed by Lord Buddha. Deviation from that very true path to all kinds of other sidetracks is something very unfortunate. And actually, Lord Buddha predicted it long ago. He said, these things will happen in future. The easy components of this Dhamma will be coming to the surface, and the deep components will go underneath, and no one will be ready to understand that and explain it to the people, because they are difficult things. And like the worm who is living in the tree trunk, destroying the tree trunk from within, the damage will occur to the Buddhist teachings in the same way from the people, from the category called Buddhists, rather than an outsider. So exactly this is what is happening as Lord Buddha predicted. And we have a new light which is being shed to our pathway. And Aran Vahase is giving a revive to what is being becoming low and what is becoming neutralized. So he's pumping more energy again to this Dhamma path so that more people will hear, more people will be able to understand these Dhamma facts, and more people will reach finally the Nirvana state. And you and me are very fortunate to hear to this Dhamma, and we will be able to, at least some of us will be able to understand these facts. So I can definitely say that you are in the correct path. You are, you know where to go. So you and me are very fortunate. So please, I invite you to listen to more and more sermons, and try to go to these websites and see what facts you have. You can gather more, and you are mostly welcome to join us in our discussion sessions from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. If you have any queries, you can always ask us. We will try in our best to explain. So I will conclude this session uh, and by to start with, I will worship again the triple gem, the uh, with greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet. I pay my respect to him. And I may all our friends, Dhamma friends, be blessed by triple gem. And may our friends who are helping with the technology Be blessed by Triple Gem. Teruvan Saranai.
Satyajya Pariyodakana. The stanza above means that you should always be aware that whatever thought that comes to your mind is a mental fetter, akusal sita. Thoughts come very fast, and thoughts also tend to create more thoughts by thinking of past events and by thinking of the future. Isn't it the best to stay away from thinking of the past and the future? More thoughts only to make you feel like you are on fire, and more thoughts make you feel uneasy. Because when you have more thoughts, they always make you feel jealous, angry, greedy, or revengeful. Thought is like a pendulum of a clock. It always oscillates between greed, raga, and anger, dvesha. The mind always oscillates towards thoughts of greed or towards thought of anger. Thoughts will always oscillate from greed to anger. When you become mindful, it is like coming back to your base or to your point of concentration. Coming to the point of concentration is like stopping the clock. You can use your Sati Kamatahana base of concentration that you are used to so that you can maintain your concentration on seeing the thoughts. The base of concentration can either be your breath or the posture you are in at that moment. We use this Sati Kamatahana only to prevent your thoughts from going astray from thought to thought. We use the pace of concentration only to make sure that we see the pure truth in every thought that arises. What we are explaining to you now is only the beginning of how to go on the path. The explanation for the last stages of going on the path is much different. This path to nirvana should not be considered as an easy path. The journey on the path depends on each person's capabilities. Some people are good at both samatha meditation and vipassana meditation. Some people are good at the concentration meditation, samatha, by birth itself. Terusan everybody.
Therwan Sarna Shami, thank you for reading the book for us. You read 2 pages from the book, The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. We worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet, Therwan Sarna Aryan Mahansa. And also, we warmly welcome all of you who have joined the Zoom right now, and also our Dhamma friends who may be listening via YouTube at this moment. So, Theruvan Saranai, everybody. So, as usual, we will just, because we are behind the schedule, maybe I'll shorten what I am going to say. Again, what was sort of reiterated was the nature of the mind and the nature of the thoughts. When the thoughts are given a value, or when the thoughts are given a weight, or in other words, when we do not know how these thoughts are formulated, what is this mechanism, automatically there is a value or a weight added to these thoughts. We take them as real. And when it happens like that, more thoughts can be generated. And then only you feel that thoughts are really troublesome. And it becomes heavier and heavier. The thoughts about the past is a fresh thought that comes up right at this moment as a present thought, and also the thoughts about the future, about your future planning, etc., are again thoughts that arise right now at this moment in the mind. So, in other words, there's nothing called past thoughts and present thoughts. All of them are uh, arising right at this moment, now and here. And also, it was mentioned that how the thoughts are oscillating between the two sides, the clinging and the aversion, or uh, greed and the anger. So this is the nature of the thoughts. Yesterday, I think we sort of tentatively talked about some discussion points today. So we can start it as we planned. There was a Dr. Kokila. We can start it.
Terusan. We worship Aryan say for his novel friendship. And also, I can remember Joel's question last time. But before that, I would like to ask him, what's your idea of ego, Joel?
Ego is something like kind of taking too much thought about this misconception of I.
How would you feel it?
It's kind of I, not I. Actually, it's like kind of pride. What I feel.
So it's something you feel, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, that was very important to understand. So, this is in the feel side. This is actually not in the thinking side. This is something you feel. So, like, we feel the, the, we feel the anger, we feel the, we, we feel so much things. At the same time, this is something we feel. How do we detect that? Or because, as I said, English meaning of ego can have the meaning kind of in pride, but actually it is much more deeper than that. It's kind of mental construct of me, as you said, but it's completely in the field side. So imagine you went to a discussion with someone. We can take an example. You went to a counseling session, and you kind of feel you coming up. I mean, I don't know whether this is a good way of telling that, but if we take another example, you hear so many sounds. Suddenly you hear a voice that struck you, and you are kind of born there. I don't know whether you have experiences like this. It's in English, I don't know whether we can say, because when we in English, when we say self-conscious, it's just like too much being, too much thing, because when we even use that word. But ego is something we all have in different ways, in one thought. That's very important, in one thought, because it's only one thought we have at one particular moment. And when that thought, or whatever the thought it is, it can be mother, it can be father, it can be brother, it can be family, it can be Sri Lanka, it can be politics, whatever, it doesn't matter. But it's a feel that it is felt here, or the moment that you feel that it is there. different ways. I'm trying to tell something. I don't know whether it will come out at all. But mental construct of me has no definition because it's in one thought, and the amount of that is directly related to the amount that the stimulus is a thing. If a stimulus is a thing or has so much value, the amount of mental construct of me is also as strong as it's equal, kind of equal. So if it is something like your closest person, it can be to a mother, it can be son, it can be partner, it can be anything, or even job, it doesn't matter. There's something something that brings up me. In layperson's word, we can really say that, you know, when we direct it to the outside, if the outside is true, we can really say I'm true, because then there is problem like, am I failing this? Am I a failure? Am I not smart enough? Am I good? Am I bad in that sense? Or am I a villain? There are thoughts associated with that, but that's actually kind of when someone is pushed to the extreme outside. So everything outside is true, and that's what we were before. Just imagine like that. Just imagine before listening to them, how you were. You believed everything is out there. Yes, 100%. And if they are there, I'm here, basically. And all your thoughts are directed in that way. So our thought process develops in such a way that it will give you like, I'm better or I'm worse, I can do or I can't do. Everything like revolving around me. But that's actually the extreme outside version of it, the basic version of it. But this keep going backwards and backwards. You know, someone understand this Dhamma, you won't really feel it that much. You know, you're not shaken by the outside that much, but still this dream will be still true. That you will feel the dream, you will be in the dream, but still you're not that bothered. But still, in a lesser amount than before, you still feel you. You still feel you. It's a feel. It's a feel. Even when someone understands that actually all these perceptions are not true, they are just perceptions. They are just like electricity or gravity. It's just another vibration. All these things, and even getting that to the feel. You know, you get to the feel because your mind, the world, this dream, you feel like awakened from that, but still you feel it. Even in that level, you still have a subtle way of you. So that's the thing. So even the ego, it's actually very, very big usually. So just imagine we haven't understood the Dhamma, even though we hear it, if we haven't really felt it, our egoistic attitude will continue. It will continue. It's a kind of a attitude that brings us all these thoughts about me, what is happening to me, am I going to fail, am I going to survive, am I going to win this, am I going to be happy, am I going to go to next birth, will I be in a better world, I'm going to live with God, whatever, it doesn't matter. So the egoistic pattern, the thinking pattern can extend to that level because you feel something here. It's a feel. Ego is a feel, even though we talk about it so wide, vivid. So that feel extends into that story. I am. You know, it's funny that to think about our own experiences, how we had this drive to make I to be identified, to be what can I say? The good English words are there, like to be noted, to be identified. So kind of sometimes the whole life you're fighting for that, you know, to be loved, to be identified, to be you know, like it's weird this how this feel will make you to think, how it will mold your attitude, how you will feel intimidated easily. But you have to understand, every person is different. Every person is different. So some people, this egoistic power that feel is less. Some people it's very high. You might feel it very quick. It's easy to feel when you master on this Dhamma as well. How we can feel the other person's vibration. It's kind of a vibration. It's a vibration. You can feel your own vibration. Also, you can feel the other person's vibration. So this is the vibration that gets less and less. So the restlessness, the everything in this so-called world is revolving around one center. What is the center? You have to get this. What is the center? It's a field. You have to detect this, then only you can actually understand your power, which was even in your as a baby in the cot. Also, you had this power. You were never able to identify that at that time, but now, with the thinking process, when you take one thought, you can actually identify. If you go deeper, if you pierce this one thought with Dhamma, you can't do it without Dhamma, with this wisdom, you will find this, how did this feel come? And the absence of that feel as well. So that's the most important aspect of this Dhamma. It's kind of deep, but piercing one thought actually can pierce this as well. So even though we discuss it with kind of attitude towards like pride and stuff, that's actually when we put ego to the outside. When we put ego into outside, in the sense gross, I would say gross, I think, because this become finer and finer, then that's the important thing. But grossly, it can be interpreted as pride, it can be interpreted as, trying to be noted, or trying to be, to be loved, to be like just me here and there. It comes and goes, but no one can actually understand that. Now with Dhamma, we can understand that. Whenever it comes up, you will feel it. But there are deeper layers too. So the ego in a normal layperson who has never heard this Dhamma can be very thick. It's a feel though. It's a feel. So it can be very thick. It can actually prevent you from understanding this Dhamma, because you have so many views and you kind of hide in them, and you try to prevent you getting exposed. You don't like getting exposed. You don't like, some people do it without much effort. Actually, some people's this vibration level is low. Originally it was low, but with the time, originally in the sense in the baby level, it was low. But with time, there can be some augmentation of that. With the story, you tend to have a story. After about 1 or 2 years, you start remembering stuff, and then only you have this dream. I have talked about this before. This dream, the dream starts to work, so that you are actually isolated, or actually you don't think it's isolation. You are actually acting in the dream. You feel that the dream is true, and in that you can kill them, you can kill anyone, you can steal, you can shout at someone, you can try to enjoy the senses by taking something. You can do anything. How do you do that? Because this self vibration has gone into that far, this field has gone that far, that it has a whole kind of outcome. If you go to a argument, you can see, definitely if you see an argument between two people, you can really see how they argue. They would be arguing, I feel that you are doing something wrong. And the other one is saying, no, I'm not doing anything wrong. You are doing the wrong thing. So it's kind of two self vibrations, having a conversation. But that's how it was. It was a feel, but the feel is augmented in the way that you are brought up, in the way you have had achievements or whatever, that the way you looked at the life, basically. So I don't know whether the basic message was on, because it's not coming in one way. But what I'm trying to say is, ego has so many layers. So the pride is also one of them. Pride is when this self vibration is a feel. You feel it. It's a feel. 100% is a feel. But then when it goes into that dream, or in this world, so-called world we are, if you are like 38, you have at least 37 years of memories, 30 or 35, whatever that, but from whenever you can remember, you have a so-called world, so-called dream. In that dream, you have the idea of me, mine, and that has gone into that level that you feel bit upper hand, like bit uppish, bit self-conscious, basically. But that is the extreme level. That level is extreme level. Even that you can feel, but it can get finer and finer and finer, where even someone who is in this path can feel it in the tranquility that you have. Even in that subtle level, you can have this, but that's completely in someone who has understood this Dhamma properly and felt this Dhamma properly, and has felt the non-vibration, at least in one thought, so that they know what is self-perception and they know what is non-self-perception, because it's a fail again. Self-perception is also a fail, and non-self-perception is also a fail in that level, because you have to know it. Then only it becomes a perception. You have to feel it, then only perception comes. So if we hear Dhamma and we get some kind of extra me in that also, then we can understand this ego is everywhere, so it can hide anywhere. It's just a self-vibration, basically. Did I tell something properly? What do you think, Joel? Did you even get something?
Yes, doctor. Like another question was like, how do we cope or manage egoistic people according to Dhamma?
Well, I can only tell you about that, Joel. You are going to manage your problems, not others. You are going to be awakened from this dream, and you will feel everyone's ego, and you will try to help them. That's all. Did that answer? Did that answer suit you?
Yeah, I felt that vibration from you. Thank you, Doc.
All good. Yeah, it's a bit difficult topic actually, because ego has so many variations in that. We can talk about ego in gross way as well, where the pride comes, where the whatever. But when it comes to the deeper levels of Dhamma, it is a feel, and it is because this spark or the stimuli, or just that one particular thought has become a thing that is felt as you. That is how that has come. So it's all fully understanding Dhamma is what we can do. Understanding how this ego was created. The second question here is that which actually Joel didn't ask, how does ego come then? Yeah, we feel it. Yes, how does it come? It comes from a view. It comes from self-view. That's the terrible view we have. The most wrong view we ever have. But how does this self-view come? Self-view, again going back to because this is a vicious cycle, you feel something, and because you feel something, you have a perception, and because you have a perception now, you have a self-view. So you feel, you have a self-perception, and you have a self-view now. And this goes on. Because you have the self-view, whatever you feel is augmented. It's doubled, it's tripled, it's tenfold, it can be thousandfold. You might even attack another country.
Sorry, Doctor, to interrupt you.
Yeah.
I just need an example for self-view.
Well, that is the view that Joel is existing. I'm here. You are in Candy. You did so many things in the past. You got a little bit upset about those things, and you wanted to be happy. So where this view is hidden there. There is I there. So self-view is also hidden everywhere. We talked about, the hearing birds singing. Before knowing this Dhamma also we heard birds singing. But even in that, this self-view is hidden. It's kind of a hidden agenda, hidden view, hidden idea, hidden assumption or misunderstanding. It's not out there, I'm not telling, do you know that I'm the one who heard the bird singing? I mean, sometimes you might say that for an argument, but what I'm trying to say is, we never keep saying that I'm the one who heard, I'm the one who saw the thing, I'm the one who felt the warmth, I'm the one who felt the happiness, I'm the one who is thinking, my thinking is the right thinking. We keep telling these things. It's all hidden. This self-view is all hidden underneath. Even in Dhamma, if you start listening to Dhamma and if you feel like you can understand that and haven't felt this yet, you can actually get this self-view even in that. Because you can say, I'm not directing to you, just telling you here as a broad idea, so that you might even enjoy learning Dhamma. So this whole thing, even listening to a bird, before learning this Dhamma, before actually feeling this Dhamma, self-view is already hidden there. It's in sideways. It's there. How? Because you heard the noise. You saw the beauty of the morning. You felt the morning breeze. You felt the sun's warmth. So the self-view is already there, but it's not spoken out. It is spoken out in an argument, yes. You can argue and say, you didn't see that, I saw it with my own eyes. How come is that? Like when we argue, when we try to say something to a colleague, we are saying, Well, you didn't understand that, but this is how you do that. And this self-view is hidden there. Self-perception is hidden there. And this power of ego is hidden there. But it's very evident to a person who is going in this path. Hereafter, when we try and understand this, Joel might even start feeling this. Wow, this is how you feel. Yeah, because we were not aware about these things before. You were not aware that every thought you arise. When the thought is real, you arise. All the morning you were not having a problem. You just was hanging around, but then suddenly, just one thought made you so agitated. How come that happened? It's extreme, but what I'm trying to say is even the self-view is still there because that thought, particular that one thought, made you to bring that up, that vibration so hard that you feel it. But even the other times, self-view is always there. Unless you hear this Dhamma and you feel the non-vibration, until you feel the non-vibration, we can't be so sure that we know non-self Dhamma or non-self vibration or non-self perception or non-self view in that case, because you have to feel this. Because we always felt existent, kind of, we always felt alive. We've always felt as I'm here. We always felt the duality. So it's the normal for us. Dream was true. We walked through the dream. But when an awakened one, we say awaken, fully awakened, then he's still, I'll take an example as like Karan say, he still walks inside the forest. Layperson also can walk inside the forest. One is fully awakened. One is inside the dream. How beautiful is that? If you can feel this, even in one fraction of a second, this is so beautiful to feel. And feel that this ego is just brought in one stimulus. When the one stimulus is not a thing, it's not felt as a thing, this, whatever the feel we have, that continuous feel we have that we are here, is broken. It is actually not there. But immediately you might go back to the normal again, that normal pattern. But that particular moment is enough for you to understand, okay, when the stimulus is not a thing, you are not there. The feel of self is not there. But before that, we hear this Dhamma, we understand this Dhamma, we enter into a path kind of trying and understand this Dhamma until we feel it at least once, but we keep feeling that afterwards. So self-view is hidden everywhere before we listen to Dhamma. Even that's what I said. We can walk through the forest, we feel everything, but it's we feeling everything. If you don't know Dhamma, if he actually hasn't fully awakened. The fully awakened word itself has that meaning. You are awakened from the dream. But you're still inside the forest. As with the layperson, imagine Narayanans is walking alongside with someone else. Same thing. One is fully awakened, one is not. But both are talking as normal. Can someone predict? No. Once Lord Buddha was in a ambalama, like a small hut where people meet in long journeys for shelter. And a king also stopped by. King was actually trying to find Lord Buddha to ask for Dhamma. He didn't recognize Lord Buddha. He didn't know. He just was talking with him. And after the discussion only he realized, this is who am I searching for? Who I am searching for. So we can't really predict by outside. We can't really predict by the way they talk. We can't really predict by the way they act, but we can feel the difference. We can feel the difference if we actually tune it into it. We can feel the genuineness. We can feel the, the directness. We can feel the truthfulness. We can feel the non-egoistic way, and we can feel if we have practice this Dhamma, you can actually tune into non-vibration. That's what it is. This Dhamma is actually tuning into non-vibration, because we have never done that before. In whole samsaric journey, or this thought journey, we can say it's thought journey, because it's a journey of thoughts. Even in this, whatever the 40 years of your life, or 30 years of your life, or 100 years of your life, it's a journey of thoughts. Each thought felt true, and we felt alive. That's all. That's what happened. And we haven't felt non-existent. But if we feel it, it will be it, because it's a massive field, that different field, that because we felt all the time that we are there, kind of alive feel. The absence of that alive feel is felt, and that will change your perception to self-perception to non-self-perception. And self will be shattered without doubt, because we have doubts now. When we learn Dhamma, we have doubts. Why is she saying there's no self? I can feel it, I can touch something. But we know now it's just a function of the sensory organs. But then we still have this egoistic attitude. How come that happened? That happened because of the self-will. It is so engrossed in us, we didn't even think about it. It's everywhere. Before we understand this Dhamma and before we feel this Dhamma, it's everywhere. Even while listening to Dhamma, even if you don't know, that's how we begin. But then when we understand that this view comes from taking the stimulus for granted, we learn how did this, if there is no self, okay, you tell me that there is no self, then what are we feeling? Because we feel existent, we feel like alive, we feel angry, we feel upset, we feel agitated, we feel intimidated, we feel angry, jealous, we feel sad, we feel happy. If there is no we, who is actually, because the question you asked, it's a beautiful question. We can discuss it in future too, actually, again, because you asked whether these experiences are personal, and that's a massive question, even though it was discussed in a smaller way, because that's what it is. You feel as every experience happening here. But that came from self-view. Why did that self-view happen? Is because that you feel it's happening here. But in one particular moment, if you feel otherwise, this view is shattered. No one can do anything about that view anymore. It's so beautiful if you can understand how this self is going to get shattered completely. It can get shattered, it can get affected when we talk Dhamma, because as sensible people, we all understand Dhamma. We all understand. Yes, actually, who am I? You know, you keep arguing with yourself. You can contemplate. Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? But that's in thinking level. But you have to actually feel this non-self perception, or you without you. If you feel that, you definitely know now that you is a thing that is there with the stimulus when the stimulus is a thing. That's what it's a beautiful part of Dhamma we have learned. It's actually the practical aspect. So, when the self-ego is broken, you have no self-reflections again. You don't put anything into that bucket again. The bucket of self. You don't put anything in your life. You feel sad, like it's a mind sensor. You feel happy, it's mind sensor. Until you have this sensory function, you will continue to feel things. You don't attribute that to self anymore. That's the value of completely shattered self-view. Completely yeah, that's not there anymore. But you know how the power has come. Power will be felt, but you know that it is the past vibratory effect, and it will slowly go down. Did you understand, Joel? Or how did you feel about that?
Yeah, I got it, doctor, when you said when you feel that you is not you, you come into that mode, uh, and after that, everything like sad or happiness or anything, any feeling that you get, is that it comes through the sensory organs, and you just don't take it inside. You don't take it personal. Yeah, I got
Yeah,
it. I got that point. Yeah. Thanks, doc.
all good. And I think we have gone into, but I think Aranansi said we can have a few minutes extra. But is there anything else to add, Surangika or Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, I think you did a detailed sort of explanation. As you said, it's not easy to explain this because in English, the meaning that is given to the word ego is slightly different, isn't it? And in Buddhist teaching, what we learn is there is a
No, yeah,
vast
the
area.
different in the sense it is superficial.
Superficial, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
There's a vast area that covers, and then it is understood at different levels. As you said, the very superficial level is there, that sort of having the ownership to everything, and then going deeper and deeper, it becomes finer and finer, and then the slightest burning sensation that a system feels again is considered as the way of reflecting ego. I don't know, I may not be able to sort of give a detailed thing like you did, because it's at different levels, as I said. Maybe Joel will be able to understand this better when we go on with these discussions and the
We have to put it to the
yeah,
normal
yes,
life issues. Then only we can actually practice this. So from today onwards, Joel will, feel this, and he will talk to us. Doctor, this happened today.
experiences, isn't it? I
Experience,
mean,
yeah, it's the
yeah,
experiences that matters, because
yes, that's right.
randomly talking something theoretically doesn't really do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
So if
experiences
Joel
are
can
the
tell
very
us the experiences day to day, the things that you sort of faced, we can sort of find and explain this more in a more practical way.
Oh, any one of us can do that.
Yeah, yeah, that's
It's
right.
really, really beautiful. And
Certainly, yeah.
Suranka, do you have anything to add?
Dr. Pofida, I think yes, in both ways it is quite challenging, because in the English language, I think when you say ego, it's mostly pride, isn't it? It's commonly associated with the word pride, as if it's something just attached to pride, and that's it type of thing. And they in that sense, it feels as if you existing is fine as long as you are not a proud person. So it was so in that sense, the way the Western society, and I mean, when if we use that word, you kind of get that impression, whereas that is not what it is here. I mean, as Dr. Kokila explained quite extensively, the ego is just a facet of this I sense, isn't it? The self vibration, the self view, and all these things. But what both Dr. Sakuntala and Dr. Kokila said, Joel, is the easiest way to, now that you've got a good understanding of it, the easiest way of detecting it is in your day-to-day activities. And these are things that we have all encountered from our childhood days, but we quickly dismiss that notion, that burning feeling, the sense of when we get affronted, offended by something, it is the I that gets upset. It is that self-vibration that comes to the fore. Even a simple thing like, you're in the queue at the bank, waiting to get to the counter to, get some cash or something, and somebody comes and stands in front of you, and you've been there for like half an hour, 45 minutes. Now, won't you get agitated? You do, right? So, things like that. And and then you're going on the road and someone calls you a day tause or something and goes off, just completely out of the blues. It might be for a joke, but now suddenly aren't you extremely hot and bothered? So even those aspects, these are little things, but there are lots of ways in which the I comes to the fore. This vibration gets agitated. And all that is this whole I, me, myself concept, identity, persona that has been fattening from the time these thoughts started becoming a thing. Arden Vansi gave a wonderful explanation last night in the groundbreaking Zoom discussion. I'm not sure whether you listened to the Sinhala Zooms, but maybe we're running out of time today, but maybe there's some of those aspects Dr. Kokila can touch on tomorrow when we discuss, because it just shows how this whole fabricated world starts with the thought process, and that starts necessarily from a point in time in our childhood days. It doesn't mean that the vibration, the self vibration, was not present before that, but it becomes absolutely magnified. So when the thought world comes into being. So maybe we can talk about it again on another day.
Yeah, Theruvan Sarnai, we worship Aryan Vansi for his noble friendship guidance. Can't say how much gratitude we have, and Thank you so much for Dharma friends for coming for the participating in this Zoom, and thank you, Joel, for so beautiful questions, because it inspires the listeners, it inspires the Zoom discussion, and we actually try to bring up the non-vibration basically, and it is the most beautiful thing to know in the whole life. So thank you very much. May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll hand over the Zoom to the other Zoom. Thank you so much.
Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Pokilagan.
Therwan Sarnai, all
Dharma
Dharma
friends.
friends.
Good afternoon, everybody. Everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 64, second paragraph. We are trying to teach you how we practice following the path to Nirvana. Whenever our mind strayed from being mindful of our thoughts, we would bring back our mindfulness to our breath. It is like bringing our mind back to our home, which is our point of concentration. Satya tamai ape ගෙදර. Satya means emptiness. Emptiness is our home. Supposing you are doing something like walking, working, or you are in any other posture, and your mind strays away behind other thoughts, then you can quickly bring your attention back to your breathing, or bring your attention to your posture you are in at that moment. It is like coming back to your home. Thoughts means unskillful mental fetters, which consist of raga, dvesha, and moha. When you say that you have arrived home, it means that your journey is over, and that home is where we end our journey. Similarly, our home is our mindfulness. Mindfulness means emptiness or nothing. It means shunyatava. Nothing exists in that mindfulness. When you say that you maintain mindfulness, it means that there are no thoughts. Nothingness means that there are no thoughts. Thoughts mean they are unskillful mental fetters of lobha, greed, dvesha, ill will, moha, delusion. These mental fetters prevents you from following the path to Nirvana. Being mindful is what will help us to go on the path. Therefore, You have to practice and realize the pure truth in order to reduce the generation of akusal sit or unskillful mental patterns. Saticca pariyodapana. තෙරුවන් සරණයි everybody.
Therwan Sarnai Shani, thank you for reading the book for us and starting the session. Book is The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. As usual, we all worship Aryan Mahanse at his feet, Therwan Sarnai Aryan Mahanse, and we all welcome, we welcome all of you who have joined this Zoom discussion via different ways. Therwan Saranai, and also we are very grateful to our Dhamma friends who are helping with technology. Therwan Saranai to all of you. So this is our English Zoom discussion. As usual, we are starting it daily basis from 2:45 to 4 p.m. And we have been gradually discussing and going from the simple level to little by little to the deeper levels and trying to understand how the thoughts are formed, what is the nature of this mind, what sort of behavior has it got, and what is meant by self-perception. So these are the questions, or these are the problems that we have to little by little disentangle and then get clarified. So just briefly, if I summarize what we read from the book, it mentions about this mindfulness. The word mindfulness is very broadly used to describe many new concepts that are being practiced in the Western world, but actually what is described in Buddhism is slightly different. In other words, mindfulness means actually kind of nothingness. In Pali, it is called shunyatave. Really speaking, there is no thing called mind. It's just a fast flowing thoughts. And thoughts are the collective function of the sense activity. So basically, when you go deep and analyze, you end up having nothingness. There's nothingness at the end. So that is what is meant by the mindfulness in Buddhist teaching. Well, the thoughts, it gives some description about the thoughts. Here I want to clarify something. The thoughts are actually products of the mind sensor, like the picture, like the light and sound and taste, smell, and the skin feel. They are all creations of the sensor. So in other words, actually the sensor means the creation of this. It's more or less same. There's no sensor separately and created feel, but they are both are same. Creation of the light means the creation of the sensor, arising of the sensor, or arising of the eye. Creation of the sound means arising of the ear sensor. So like that, when you take thoughts as a simple thing, thoughts are creations of the mind sensor. But when you describe the things, the mental fetters like lobha, dvesha, and moha, which means the lobha means the greed, dvesha means the ill will, and moha means the delusion. These are actually mental fetters, and then they are actually the ones, the thoughts, which are taken as true existing ones. So when the thought is taken as real, it has a value. There's a weight to that. And those are the thoughts which we try to identify. They are the ones which initiate some form of current in the mind, which gets carried away from birth to birth. So they are actually called unskillful mental fetters, or in other words, akusal sit in Sinhala. And also another word is defilements. So that is a summary of what we read actually. I think yesterday we sort of ended up the discussion planning to talk about the sensor function today. So maybe we can start that discussion. I would like to invite Dr. Kokila to start the discussion. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Saranai, everybody.
Thiruvan Saranai, will worship and answer. Yeah, I think it's a good one because Joel also he's here. So it's just basics we try to cover because all the time we get confused about this sensor function. That we can understand that the mind sensor is actually is a product. It is also difficult to feel it, but at least we understand properly that chair is just a mind formation. But the actual, touch of water or touch of the wood or warmth or coldness, these things we feel as real. So there is a bit of a trick in every sensory organ. So that's where we have to try and understand whether they are actually real or what's happening there. So when we try to talk that, I think it's better to go back to the baby again, because baby also felt everything. Baby felt everything. So baby can see, baby can hear, baby can feel, baby can smell. Also baby can taste. But you will know that the whatever the outcome of the mind sensor is not yet there. But there are feelings. So, but we don't attribute any burning, like a massive burning in that baby's level. But there is a misunderstanding of the sensory organ is there because it hasn't been addressed. Misunderstanding in the sense that the feel is happening here and happening here basically is a feel that the baby has, and baby can't address that because baby is not aware about anything like that. So any animal like a worm will feel the same, that everything is happening here in this place, kind of your bodily functions. So but beauty of human life is humans have a sensory organ which developed a bit later with the co-vibration of the same at the same time, like kind of simultaneous vibration of the sensory organs. So the mind is formed. When the mind is formed, we have the kind of the ability to think. It's a massive, beautiful sensory organ. We know the different organisms have different sensory functions. They are beautiful. If you watch Animal Kingdom, some sensory functions, they are really unbelievable. The way they can change the color according to the sensory organs, They can do various and so many stuff. So, but the problem is here. What is the problem? Every organism, every animal, every human in that case, they feel that it is happening here, kind of in this system. And the idea of self is originated naturally. It's not originated by just because someone tells you. It's not originated by yourself. It just originates because of the way the sensory functions act, the way they work. So after the sensory function of the mind occurs, we learn through this sensory function of the mind, we kind of understand, we hear this Dhamma, we have to hear it. And we hear this Dhamma, we hear that actually this, whatever the sensory functions are, they're actually there because of the very fast vibration of the sensory organs. So how can we understand this? Just try and understand. You can do the research yourself. Actually, the I, this is not the capital I. I'm talking about the vision. So I'm talking about the vision. So when we talk about the vision, actually we are not talking about this eye ball. We are not talking about the eyeball. Actually, we kind of when we talk about the eye function or the vision, it's mainly the feel of the light that we talk about, and it's a feel. Even though we talk about the light, that's in the mind. When you come to the mind, it's all described. It's a red color, it's black, it's white, it's it's bright. So we have several understandings about the visual effects, but actual visual function is called eye, EYE. So the eye function works beautifully. Yes, the function itself is the perception. So it's very difficult to separate them. Perception is again the vision, the feel of light. Because of the fast vibration, if you research about the light, you will understand why light has a frequency. It's the fastest kind of. So when you understand, the light comes first, the sound comes later, like that we have understood. So the light works very fast. But the main problem we had was, we thought that light is coming from outside, falling onto my eye, and then I get a visual image. That's how we are taught. But actually speaking, what we are trying to understand here is how the perception of the light has happened. Because the description doesn't matter. Description doesn't matter, but trying and understanding how this occurs, how the visual effect happens, is to understand, trying and understanding and stretching or slowing down the process. If you slow down, you will understand. You will never be able to appreciate a light. Why? Because it's fast vibration that we see as light. So if you look at a bulb which is dying, good olden day, we had bulbs like that. When they are dying, they kind of start to flicker. Then we can't see a light. Can we see a light there when they are flickering? It's flickering, and there's no light. But then similarly, if we actually slow down this process, we will never be able to see anything. So the fast vibration of the eye is the light. This we have to understand, and we can feel this. If you try to feel this, you will be able to understand what is happening, because this is kind of something like a sparking. So the spark happening so fast is bringing up a perception of light. But how it happens is, when there is a vibration here, why we focus on like this way is to understand how we synchronize to anything in this world. So how do we synchronize to light? Is we just, when there is a vibration here, we can synchronize to any vibration, similar vibration out there. That's why humans have a narrow level of vision. So whatever the function of the eye, only that level only you will be able to see. Just imagine you have a hawks. I think it is a hawk or the Rajalia. I'm not sure whether I use the proper English word for Rajalia, but you know,
Eagle?
like eagle, yeah, eagle, yeah, eagle. Yeah. So the eagle has a different eye. So the eagle's eye is different. The function of the vibration of the eagle's eye is different, so that the outcome is different. If you can understand, the vibration of the cow is different, and the outcome is different. If you Google and if you can find out what because their perceptions are different. Eagle can see so far away, so small stuff, and they will see us as ants, because we feel very big in front of an ant, but we will become like an ant to the eagle. I think it's even much more smaller than that, maybe, because everything is different. And also some animals, the vibrations are so different, they see only at night. So then we can understand. So at the same time, if you are blind, whatever the if there is no vibration in the eye here, you can't synchronize to any vibration out there. So the main thing here to understand is, if there is vibration in this system, there's always the ability to synchronize anywhere. Mind you, this is the same mechanism that you are going to be born anywhere as well. If you have that self vibration, it's the same thing. If you have the self vibration, there's always a chance that will synchronize to any other form of birth, any other zygote or anything. It can be animal, it can be anything. That's how it happens. It's not like anyone is going from here to here. It's just the similarity of the vibrations that it will be just the similarity. So if it's happening here, it is happening there as well. This has been proven by the new theories of scientific theories too, that like the quantum theory and stuff. And it's now actually, even they are surpassing that theory, and they are bringing so many theories. But they have found that if the vibrations are similar, it can be similar in like completely different place. And when they are similar, they act similar. They become similar. And they can switch. So understanding this co-vibration is very important to try and understand the light perception. So the light perception occurs when there is a vibration in this system. So the eye system. Eye anyway has types of cells. We don't really need to know them. because that's useless. But if you just understand there are specific cells which vibrate in the with different way, and the other cells are vibrating in a different way. So when one cell is vibrating, you kind of get the can synchronize to the white light, and when the other one is vibrating, you just slightly can vibrate into different form of light. But that's what I'm trying to say. So if there is a vibration here in the eye, there is the ability to synchronize to anything. But the world we perceive, some animals, they don't have this 7 color variation. We know that some animals have only red color, some animals have only green color, some animals can see only hexagonal outcome. We know that the dog has kind of, I can't remember exactly, but like there is kind of like
black and white. Black and white.
Black and white, yeah. So even though we try to give them a red toy, I mean, we try to give them a red toy because it appealed to us, but it's different. It's different. So the outcome of the eye is depending on the eye itself. But to even feel that it is there, how do we feel that light is there is because of the fast occurrence. So the vibration is so fast, we feel it as light. So the same thing with the ear. We know we can hear only one frequency level. There are some animals, especially dogs, they can hear much deeper levels, further levels of frequency. But that also depends on the specific cells in the inner ear which vibrate, and these vibrations, if there is vibration here, it will just have the ability to vibrate, synchronized to the vibrations. That's how the sound is originated. So this happening very fast is actually there's a sound outcome. When you say the piano, even though the word piano is not aware by the baby still hear something different, isn't it? They hear something. That's something, even that formulation is there because of mixing, not mixing actually, very fast occurrence of different sounds. If you actually separate the sounds, then it is just notes, it's just notes. But then when they come coalesce together with the speed, you can hear something, whatever the long sound that we may hear as a music background of the song. So these keep happening. So, but the main problem with the baby is baby feels all these things. They feel it. They don't have a understanding about anything there. They feel the light. They feel it very, very. They get startled in the beginning because they can't really. They feel it very strong, but then they get used to that, and even the sounds, they slowly develop the ability to differentiate them because there's similarities of the sounds. So when there is similarities, like mother's voice, the baby, the mother's voice is not in the baby's mind in the beginning because it's just a sound. But the similarity of these things make them feel safe. If you even in the womb, if you have this frequency. It's all about the vibrations and the frequency levels. So this main problem here is existent field. So the existent field is the feel that we get. We get, when you touch something, you feel it is there. But the misunderstanding is that existent field is actually there. Existent field is actually not there. It is due to the speed. But we feel it because it's happening anyway now. If I'm touching now, at this moment, I'm touching my two palms together, making it as a ayubong thing, like the way we worship. And I can feel the touch of the two palms together. But then what actually happens here, other than the mental formation part of it, mental formation part of it is the two hands coming together is the mental formation. But actually what happens there is, you feel there's existent feel. With the wisdom only we understand it is due to the fast vibration of the touch receptors. There's so many receptors in the skin, so many sensory organs in the skin that you can kind of feel. And that is also due to different vibrations. If you research about this, you will find out that the solidity is actually a different level. Fluidity is a different level. It's just different vibrations of the receptors. You will understand this if you're really into science. You don't have to. You just understand how these things work. So even the pain, if you know that it is due to the stretching. It's due to the stretching of the sensory organs. So the stretching gives you kind of a sensation. That's how it happens. So when we keep understanding this is existent field. Existent field has no problem. The problem is the misunderstanding around that the existent field is actually there. Existent field is there due to the speed. If the existent field, if this world actually slow down and actually there is no anything like speed, there's no way that this perception will be there. It is due to the speed that we feel this, that as the speed, the existent field is there. But the problem is not the existent field. Existent fields gives us a different idea. Existent field gives us a different vibration, like a life field, which is kind of the one that Aaron once was trying to tell that day. Because the life field is the one which gives us it's a kind of a perception. It's a perception because of the existent field. Because we feel the touch as existent, we get the life field. That's different. So even though it is kind of similar, it is different. Because we take existent field as real, then we get the life field. But it's not actually real. It is happening due to the fast vibration. And there's another problem too, because there's due to the fast vibration, when you feel the existent field as real, then comes the life field, and then comes the perception of being alive, like perception of being being, in the sense self-perception. So this is the thing. This is how this magic is formulated. How did you feel alive? How did you feel that you are existent? How did you feel this duality, that I am here, you are there? How did we get this magic? How are we seeing things like that? How are we hearing things like that? How are we touching something and feeling there is two different things, that I'm touching the daughter, something like that. So how do we get these things? So if you do this research, you'll keep understanding. Touching my daughter's head. So that is kind of the mind sensor. That is okay. It's a mind sensor. It's not true. We know that. But then the next hurdle is when you touch something, you feel alive, kind of, don't you? You feel that it's happening here, but actually we keep understanding through Dhamma that it is actually the fast, speedy occurrence of the sensory organ only. This is the trick. Sensory organ only. There is a sensory organ function, yes. So there would be existent feeling until you die, because until the respiration is gone, sensory functions are going to happen. So there would be sensory functions, but the alive feel is due to the misconception that we have, that because we took it as actually real. So this mind formation actually happened due to that, because we felt the the touch as real, we felt the sound as real, we felt the vision as real, and then on top of that, when they co-vibrate, the mind is formed. No one does this. It's not a function of anyone. It just happens. That's the dharmata. What is dharmata? It's just a phenomenon, natural phenomenon, or natural way of life. That's how the life is. The life, or Jivi Sabhavya, I think it's the life field, happens due to these things. So the most trusted field we have is the life field. Most valued field we have is the alive field. Most dreaded thought is to lose this alive field. Basically, we're afraid to die. But when we try and keep understanding this, if you keep doing this research, you will understand. Actually, it is just a misunderstanding here. Just a misunderstanding here. But you need to feel this. So sensory functions will continue to function. There is no problem there. They will continue to function. So the existence feel will be there. You will touch something, you feel it. Just you eat some sweet thing, you will feel the sweet. Because if the tongue is working, if your tongue doesn't have a cancer, or you haven't got any infection that has stopped the sensory function of the tongue, you will feel. It's just a feel. But if someone is aware about all these things, that you know, basically you know. First, this is a knowledge first, so you will know that it's actually a sensory function of the tongue. It's fine. It doesn't go away, as I said, until something happened to the tongue. So, but this is complicated when the mind sensor is involved, because then it comes, this is cake, and it's so tasty. And we know that the eye is the same thing. You see something, and then the mind sensor is already there. Then you directly see the relative that used to tell things to me, something like that, So this is the interpretation always comes. You can't really separate them now, because you're not a baby anymore. You have had these data. The input of the data is also natural. Even if you are Tarzan in a jungle, you will have the same duality. You will feel that you are feeling the touch of the tree, you are feeling the sounds of the animals, you will see things and you will feel this thing. It's okay, but you will definitely feel as there is a separate self because of this duality. So, and even though there is no human being to tell that you are Tarzan, I am Jack, even the mummies who are monkeys or monkey friends, they will, that Tarzan will actually have a perception of who will be saving him, who will be looking after him, who will be close to him, who will be eating him if given the chance. Or I am here, you are there. So the self notion is always there. This existent feel can be there in any form, any being, even a unicellular thing will feel the existent feel, but they can't solve this problem. They can't, because they don't know. They can't solve their existent feel. But once we, because we are humans, we can actually understand. So because we are that, that kind of species where the ability to comprehend things about what you see, what you hear, what you feel, and what you think, and understand the mechanism of life, mechanism of self, mechanism of self, feeling of self-existent, mechanism of self-perception, mechanism of suffering, whatever the word you use, doesn't matter. So the being a human is so privileged because we can actually understand this, because any other being is not able to understand this problem, that there is a problem, at least there is a misunderstanding, or there's this mechanism, how this magic is formed. And when you hear this, you will understand, okay, yes, we see, but is it actually true? Even the light is not true, because light is there because of the fast occurrence of the vibrations in the eye. That's all. So can we take it as actually existing? No, it's arising at that particular moment. One thought arises only at one particular moment. It's only one thought. It can be starting from the eye, it can be starting from the ear, it can be starting from the touch, it can be starting from nose, it can be starting from the tongue, it can be starting from the mind itself. We were just thinking. So just be mindful about this system, and when you keep understanding that the fast vibration of these sensory organs have given us the feel of existence, you don't really get deceived by that. You continue to feel, that's fine, but you don't get deceived by that. So then the alive field has no power. So that urge to maintain the alive field is gone. That's the absence of the power. When the power is not there, self-vibration is not there. When the self-vibration is not there, power is not there. So the power to vibrate, even after the cessation of your respiration, why there is additional power left, so that is vibrating to anywhere, synchronizing to anywhere in the world. How that happens is because this is nothing to do with the actual sensory function. Nothing to do with the actual sensory function. Because if you existed, if only the sensory function existed, there's no problem, there's no suffering, there's nothing. But because this is happening because we have taken it for granted, taken it as real, taken it as a thing. So that's how it works. Not sure whether I have covered. I just kept. I just let it flow. So, Joel, if you can ask a question, that would be great, so that we can find out whether there's any pitfalls in the explanation.
I'm thinking what to ask.
That's okay. Yeah, you can ask later. Anything else, Surangika? Do you want to add something, or Dr. Sakuntala? Do you want to add something?
Surangika, if you are free, you can talk. Dr.
Pokila and Dr. Sakuntala. I think that was a very comprehensive explanation, Dr. Pokila, which is probably why Joel is scratching his head to us and wondering what to ask. But I think because Joel has read the book, True Dhamma is Awakened, Volume 2, there will be invariably references to the practical aspect of how one can understand the senses, isn't it, Joel? And with Dr. Pokila's explanation now, you will be able to, I'm sure you'd have got a deep understanding, and I think we've talked about this in the last couple of days. The best way of getting further understanding and reflection is through that insight meditation, which is nothing other than just putting it into your daily routine. Everything that is discerned or experienced is coming from the sensory perceptions, and what is getting manifested here is also, as Dr. Kogila said, due to just the speed of the vibration. If the vibration doesn't occur in the eye, then there won't be light. If the vibration doesn't occur in the sound, in the ear, there won't be sound. And in that similar manner, the taste gets manifested, the smell is manifested, and the touch, the solidity, temperature, and so on is also a manifestation in the body or skin sensor. So from that you can see that all that is being experienced are these perceptions arising out of the senses. And then apart from the five senses, the eye, the ear, the body sensor, the nose, and the taste, the tongue sensor, the mind also acts as an additional sensor. That's the sixth sensor. But the thoughts that arise in the mind sensor is a culmination or a combination of the other five, which is why when I think about a week or two ago, we talked about the apple. And the first time the notion of apple or an apple was shown to you when you go back to your childhood days, or you think about a child in a classroom, the teacher might show an apple and say, this is an apple. So there is a shape that is being shown, and then there is the word apple, the sound apple being said. So the shape is just the light sensor or the eye sensor activating and taking in shape in the form of an apple. But what happens is the light is manifested at that point, and then it's the light that then is recognized by the mind as an apple or the shape of an apple. Similarly, the ear sensors the sound. Vibration will then be taken by the mind and acknowledged and interpreted as apple. So in that similar way, if there is a tasting of the apple, then the chewiness of the apple, the sweet and sour nature of the apple, the fact that it gives a little fragrance of an apple, distinct smell, we call that the fragrance of an apple or the sweet fragrance of an apple, and so on and so forth. So these are separate sensory perceptions arising out of the different sense faculties. And yet, now, fast forward 30, 40 years to today, the moment, your mother says, next time you go to the supermarket, Joel, get some apples. In a flash, the apple comes to the mind, isn't it? And in that flash, the apple, the fact that it is round, the fact that it can be red or green, the different types of apples you bought in the past, how an apple tastes, how it feels to the touch, to the tongue, all those sensory perceptions come alive, isn't it? But the illusion here is that those are all perceptions arising out of the senses, but don't you see it's a grand illusion, an absolutely grand illusion, isn't it? It's so difficult to see unless there is the truth being shown, which is why these discussions are so wonderful, isn't it? And you can imagine, we just gave the example of an apple, but imagine all the things that surround you today, all the experiences that have been gained in this lifetime. If one thinks and believes that those are external and that the world and the objects and everything in it are real, what a big facade of a world it is, isn't it? No wonder people get tricked into believing that this is so real because it feels so real. That feeling that Dr. Kokila explains so beautifully is coming from that whole undercurrent. The power, the vibration gives rise to that existent feel that all these things are there. There are apples, there are orchards, there are people playing, there are fields, there are supermarkets, there's how many things that we can say. And that whole feel, the existential feel, then gives rise, further extends, and the alive feel, as R.N. Mansa said yesterday also, the alive feel is an offshoot of the existent feel. It's not the same, but one cannot have the alive feel if there was no existential feel. So the beauty of this truth as you are opening your eyes more and more every day, Joel, and the book I'm sure would have really given you a good understanding, and with all this putting it into practice will make it more, you'll see through the illusion further. So yes, keep understanding, you don't have to make too much of an effort, as our friend said. Just seeing that these are sensory perceptions, how they arise, itself is enough of an insight meditation for you.
Yeah, actually, when we say I live in Australia, if someone is actually taking it for granted or actually feels that is true, then definitely we are in trouble. If Joel says, I live in Kandy, and if Joel actually seriously feel that is actually true, that we just have to understand how tricky this mind is. Like, if I say I'm from Sri Lanka and you're really into that, this is tricky when it comes to children, parents, and all this, If I say I have a daughter, I have a son, and it's difficult to dig into one's feel, so no one else will actually know how seriously you feel this. And it's funny to say that now, but it's really serious thing, you know, like when you feel them as real. So, as Joel said one day, if the relative or even that counselor, if you actually meet them, how real you feel that there is a person standing in front of you, and you know that this is happening. That's how this. It's a beautiful illusion, I would say. The most beautiful film we have ever noted, even though we don't know about that. Now we know, kind of. We can admire that as well as not get involved in that. So if you can actually feel the weight of these things, the weight, it's so much weight, you know, like if you feel, just imagine if it's a mother, how heavy the feel of children would be, how heavy the feel of partner would be, how heavy the feel of parents would be. But does that mean that they are not there? That's not what it means. Just we understand how this illusion works, that's all. But Joel, I have to tell you, the most important illusory feel here is the duality feel that we get, like the feel that we have, like there is a self here. And even that's a perception, like the perception of the child, perception of the chair, perception of the neighbor, perception of the relative, perception of the counselor, whatever the perception, this perception is the ever perception we have, because you know your mother, but all the other people you have met maybe for last 6 months, who knows? But whatever said and done, these perceptions are felt with a real heaviness. Imagine about the self-perception, how much weight we have. You will not imagine this. You have to feel this. You have to understand this. How much powerful is this self-perception? How powerful is that? Is the reality we get, how strongly we believe in that there is self. That is a self-view. So there is a vibration here because of the power that we feel, because of that additional power I was talking about. But then it gives a self-perception that we feel that there is a self, there's a perception. It's like perception of light. It's like perception of touch. It's like perception of sound. There's a perception of self as well. And that leads to perception of like the self-view. I said, like it happens to us and it happens to anyone. It happens even though someone is not teaching you that there is self and your name is Joel. Even if it has no name, still the perception is there. I'm here, you are there. That perception is there. If you can feel this duality, it's really beautiful to understand how this film has been a film to us. So you can actually, you are kind of in the film now and suffering inside the film. But if you get to know this, you will be out and you will be kind of directing the film. Yes, Joel, I saw you. Yes.
No, well, like I was thinking to ask a question, now it came up. First of all, like you told about a baby, right? So I was just thinking, when the baby is inside the womb, sometimes the baby reacts when the mother is happy. So does the baby has some sensory feeling to the mother's happiness?
I'm not sure about the mother's happiness, but definitely there is a feel. Definitely there is a feel. It's even been told in the science as well. They feel the vibrations. It's just vibrations they feel. So when the vibration is, you know, if someone gets angry, the inner vibration is so high, the child will feel that too. But you know, when the vibration is low and calm, that child will feel that vibration as well. But if I have to prove it in scientific way, I am not. I can't remember anything about that. But then that's a thing. Because vibration is felt. So this synchronizing to a vibration is always happening. Don't forget. So if the baby's vibration, if there is a vibration in the baby, because there is a vibration in the baby as well, it can synchronize to any vibration. And if the vibration outside is difficult, then that will be felt too. And there are so many things that they develop the sensory organs in different fetal times. So you don't necessarily need all these things, because what we understand is, yes, there are sensory functions. Some may work, some may not work. Some people are blind, some people can't hear. Some people have defects in some sensory functions. But given all that, they all have this self-perception. That is the thing. Even the worm has only kind of the skin kind of thing. But the skin, even with that, even the live feel is there. That's why the worm would be seeking the mud. You go inside the mud as soon as they are exposed to the light, because they feel uncomfortable. They would seek the thing. But there's no big mind. It's just the existent field. But they can't solve that problem. Only humans with this great mind, even though we know that it's a great illusion, we use this mind to actually understand this phenomena. What happens here? Anything else?
Yeah, I just thought of adding something small, because both of you gave a very detailed, simple but very detailed account on these things. What I will suggest, Joel, is to listen to this discussion once more, maybe, because more things will be clarified when you listen, because most of the things that we discussed today are new, perhaps. One thing to remember is this. Physical part is necessary for this function. So we need an eye to have the function of seeing. That means a physical part. So similarly, the ear, all 5 organs should function, and it as physical part, it should be there. So for a person who has no eyes or no ears, you can't talk about the function of seeing and hearing. And also, second thing is, there should be a vibration of that sensor faculty. So those 2 components should be fulfilled to have the function. That means the physical part should be there, and there should be a vibration of that physical component. Then only the function of seeing, function of hearing is completed. And the name faculty or the sensor is used for the function, actually. I think Dr. Kokila mentioned about it. It's not the physical component, but it is the function. So the functions, the 5 functions will combine to form a different type of a function, which is the thought. So just I thought of adding those little bits of things. I don't know whether Joel has
And
any
also,
question.
I think
Yeah.
we can add, I don't know whether this will be too much, but we can add that as well. If you understand, Joel, when I say, if I say mountain now, didn't you get the idea of a mountain as soon as I mentioned the mountain? Did you?
Yes, I got it.
Yeah, so just see, I just said a word. So your ear function worked. Your ear worked. So ear, it's a vibration of the ear. But then, how come you get the whole picture of a mountain? And when you get the whole picture of the mountain, not only that, you know it is solid. You know it is kind of big one. You know, you don't, when I say mountain, you don't think about like a small hill done by ants. You don't think like that. It's something big, something solid, something even the shape, triangular shape, it might come to you, like even triangular or whatever the shape, whatever the way you know that. So all the perceptions come at the same time. That's the that's the feature of the thought. So that's the beauty of the thought, actually. But how does this happen is the thing. So the thought has all the sensor functions in that. That's why we call that it has every feature of 5 sensory organs. But it doesn't work like that in other animals. It's just the humans that we have these types of the sensory organ types, and the thought has every aspect of that. Because when I say okay, if I say a pool, if someone is aware about the thought pool, no one is thinking in that first way I told about the mountain. Everyone, the mental picture is different. Mental picture has that, fluidity. The pool is not solid. If the pool is solid, that's possibly in the ice. But usually when we say pool, it's something you can jump to. It's, the fluidity is there. Usually the color, it might come up with the blue color, or, the visual picture is there. You know what you can do with the pool. This is the same thing when if I say the word job that you first came up with when you came to the discussion in the beginning, how it sparked you so much bad stuff, See how this works? Imagine, I don't know whether you remember, I told you a real experience of a child who lost, I don't know whether I told you or someone else, I can't remember now, the real experience of a child who lost a father in the pool. So imagine if that child was here and listening to my discussion. If I say pool, definitely she's going to shiver. How is that? Because the visual, even sight of a pool is traumatic to her. How? So you have to understand, even the mind part is also in that. Just one thought has everything there. So if I say mother, it differs to 8 billion people, because 8 billion people, their perception of mother is different. But that particular person's mother, it can be, as we have heard a beautiful story about a mother in the other one, from that great lady from Canada. Just imagine what kind of output would be if she hears the word mother, but a different one, someone different. If I say mother, that the perception of mother might bring up very different emotions. Just need to understand this. Just need to understand how you synchronize to the everything around that. Everything. This mind works so fast, you will even not know how this beauty happens. It works so fast. Just imagine you walk on the road and you suddenly see your favorite teacher. Just go into that episode now. you can have some imagination. Would you not jump up like, wow, teacher? And would you not be like having everything in that? Imagine you see the teacher who has ridiculed you or intimidated you or you didn't like. Just imagine you seeing him or her in that case. Just imagine how this synchronizing happens. It's very beautiful to understand how this synchronicity works. It's just a normal phenomena though. It's a normal phenomena. It's very important to understand this, how these sensory functions has made us to believe that there is a self, actually have a view that there is self, and also underlying that there is a self-perception, underlying that there's a burning too. How did that happen? Because we felt everything as real. Because we didn't know this truth. But once you know the truth, you just go on with your life. As Ayan once said, just go on with your life. And slowly, your burning will go down. And this one day, even the life will be gone. That's an arahant. Yes. Anything?
Thank you, Dr. Sakuntala, Sarangikant, and Dr. K. Kokila for wonderfully explaining this. Thank you so much. I could now understand what are the effects of the sensory faculties that make so much that it's not real. It's just vibration, and it happens normally, and we just have to identify that and just, go on with life till this breath is going to stop.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, once we understand this burning will go down, and we can definitely feel that. It's so beautiful. And the main important factor here is the ego part, because the ego is a byproduct of this self-view. So that's a kind of the deeper aspect of this self-view, because there had been the self-view for 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years or 100 years of life. Because of this self-view, we have developed such a bad ego that, we kind of try to protect ourselves, kind of protect me, mine, myself. So this whole thing, when understood, you will feel as a feather, but still you will be sad. You may be sad, you may be happy, you may be burning with the heavy, hot day. You might be seeing a very bad scene. You may be hearing a very difficult sound. Yeah, whatever.
So, Dr. Kokila, just a suggestion. So tomorrow, can you just explain about this ego?
Yes,
Like
yes,
you
yes,
spoke about the senses, so
yes.
that we can understand it more, how it erupts everything, and
Yeah,
how does it work in different ways.
yes.
If it's possible, please explain it to us, Doctor. Thank you.
All good. Anything else to add, Sakuntala or Sarangika?
Yes, Joel, I think you can do a little bit of homework, like what Dr. Gokila explained. Now, when I say the word mom, right now, your ear vibrated, and then see how quickly the picture of her kind voice, her gestures, how you felt when she's touching you, her tender sort of loving affection that she's showering on you, and every data that you had right from the beginning, from the time you remember her, will come right now into your mind. On the other hand, when I say either that counselor that you didn't like or the relative who was trying to sort of making comments about, when I say the word again in the similar way, your ear vibrated, but see all the sort of black thoughts that come right now, the black data which comes right now to your thought, whereas the about the mom, what you get was very beautiful, and these ones are really annoying, isn't it? Because that is the way, I mean, that is the function of the mind. That is how the thoughts are formed. I mean, it's very annoying sometimes, you know, certain thoughts are very annoying. Some thoughts are very enjoyable, delightful, but both you can't help, you can't change. That is the natural phenomenon. So maybe you can try on different topics and see how it works, how you feel, and how fast it's formed in your mind right now. So I mean, you were talking about the thoughts, some annoying thoughts that are coming and troubling you. So you can see that this is not something that you can change, but only when you understand how it is happening, then when you know the magic, the tricks of the magician, the little by little, the heaviness that you felt with those will disappear. So maybe we can have a very exciting discussion again tomorrow. Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah,
Thanks,
actually,
Doctor. Thank you.
Joel would come out of that, that kind of thinking pattern, and definitely he will change. I think he already has no problems for him anyway. So thank you so much. We have run out of time today. We worship Paran Hanse. We have so much gratitude for him for sharing his wisdom with us, and thank you, Dharma friends, for coming for the discussion. And I thank you, Joel, for making so much interesting questions, so that we actually the most the unless question we also can't really come out of this truth. So when it's actually helping someone, it really does a good thing, because when we discuss, just discuss, it doesn't happen that way. But when we get the need to help someone, it comes so naturally. It's so easy. It's so good. So thank you so much. We'll do the discussion tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Teruvan Saranai, all Dharma friend.
What is only a fleeting moment or a kshanika sita. The moment a thought is formed, it ceases, or it comes to an end. All the thoughts come from the mind consciousness, mano vijnana. All what we think are all mental formations, or sankhara. They are all illusions, lies. Once you understand this, you begin to realize that this whole world is a lie. When the Buddha said, Vinaya loke abhijna domanassa, the Buddha meant that this world is a lie, an illusion. The Buddha also said, Rupam anittito, meaning all the aramana or stimuli we receive from the six senses are not true. The Buddha said that the six senses is the world. Vinaya loke abhijna domanassa kayanupassi viharati. It means if you want to attain nirvana by being mindful of the Satara Satipatthana, you have to know that all our senses and this world is alive. If you believe that our body, our senses, or our mind and our thoughts are all real and true, that means that you are ignorant of the pure truth. Where there is ignorance, there is no nirvana. When the world does not exist, how can you develop wisdom, believing that this body, these feelings, this mind, and these thoughts are real? If the Buddha says that the world does not exist, then the heavens, the hills, and everything else becomes alive. They exist only in your mind consciousness, and they are only perceptions, sanya, from the six senses. These perceptions become mental formations or sankhara, which also becomes the mind consciousness. In order to practice seeing the thoughts, it will be helpful to have some understanding of the samatha meditation or the concentration meditation. Whenever you realize that your mind is straying away from being mindful of your thoughts, bring your mind back to what you consider as the point of concentration. Your point of concentration could be the breath. Teranasan, everybody.
Therwan Sarnai Shani. Thank you for reading the 2 pages from the book The True Dharma Has Awakened, Volume 2. We have been discussing about the thoughts and the mind, and it was briefly mentioned how the thoughts are formed. It is a system coming into action. The 5 senses, that means the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin, the 5 senses will create something, and the mechanism we call it vibration. There's very speedy vibration, and then there is some creation, means a light, sound, smell, taste, or cold and hard feelings to the skin. So these are the 5 senses actually, and the end result or the collective function of these 5 we call a thought. So it's important how the thoughts are formed. It's important to know with very good clarity how these thoughts are formed. Then only you can have a deep understanding about this system, how it comes to work. And they are all the thoughts are actually mental constructs and mental formations or constructs, and this mechanism, this speedy mechanism is called sankhara, where some of these perceptions are collected together, and the result is this what's called the mind consciousness or the vijnana. So mind consciousness means basically all thoughts. So we have been mentioning this earlier also. Everything is a thought basically. Whatever the action, the words you talk are also thoughts. So also it was mentioned that right at the beginning, for a beginner, it's advisable to do a little bit of concentration meditation to calm down yourself. And it means that the attention is focused on one point, one event or one action. Commonest thing is a breathing meditation where the focusing is done to the place where the airflow touches in the nose. Sorry. So it can slightly vary from person to person. For a person, it might be the nostril. So for another person, it may be the root of the nose. Or for another person, he might feel better to the upper lip. So wherever, I'm giving a little more description about this breathing meditation. So whatever the place where prominently the flow of the air is felt, can be focused, and this is a very simple meditation, what's called the breathing meditation. In Pali it's called Anapanasati Bhavanava. So it's useful for a short while to calm down yourself, and then you can research on these topics, how these thoughts are formed, and you sort of penetrate deep and deep into these matters and try to understand what is this process, how it happens. So from there onwards, I think we can start our discussion. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends.
Therwan Sannai. We'll start the discussion. We'll worship our Advanced. And actually, it's so beautiful to understand this. What we so-called real dream, that's so-called world we live in, how it has formed. It's so beautiful to research about this. So I invite everyone to do that research. This dream or this world, it's just the 6 sensory organs, that's all. That's all and nothing else. So if you can understand this, that is a production of the sensory organs. We can understand how this world is different from each other. Why it is different is one reason is sensory organs can be different. The other reason is the power underneath. That's in power in that system can be different too. So we have to understand, we can't just keep saying that there is no self. Actually, we have to understand, if there is no self, what are we feeling here as self? That's what we keep understanding. Yes, there is a manifestation. There is output of 6 sensory organs. Yes, dream is there. We can't say it is not there. Dream is there. But is it actually there? No, it's not actually there. It's just production. So if you keep understanding that, you will feel lighter every day. Whatever the output of the dream. So output of the dream may be that you are very short of breath. You can't breathe. You may be struggling to survive. Even that, it's just part of that dream. Then we understand why we are then struggling there, why we are suffering, what is the actual burning here. Burning here is due to the ignorance that we keep believing that there is this continuity of this dream is the important thing. That is not the important thing. Actually, there's nothing like that. So anyone can ask questions. If someone has dwelled on anything Yesterday, we had our great teacher come into the Zoom discussion yesterday. It was so beautiful. Something he highlighted was there's so many things that he highlighted actually. How the sadness and the happiness is in the mind, but at the same time, whether you are sad, whether you are happy, how this tranquility can be underlying thing. So that is the thing that is a beautiful thing that we try to say. And so if you understand the Dhamma, what is Dhamma? Dhamma is this understanding of the mind, how this mind works, in the sense how these sensory organs work. Not only the mind, all the sensory, 6 sensory organs, how do they work? How do they bring up this illusory world? It's so beautiful, yes. Or sometimes it's ugly, yes. But how? How is it formed? And why do we feel alive in that terrain? So anyone can unmute and join the discussion. I think Dr. Sakuntala went for the programs Monday. Sunday
Yes.
or Saturday, I'm not sure. I think both days,
No,
didn't
Sunday.
Sunday.
Sunday to Sunday, yes.
How was it? How did you feel?
It was actually good. It was the first program in that center. Actually, it's not easy access to that place because the road is not motorable. About 1.5 kilometers out of that, about 1 kilometer stretch is not motorable. Actually, the three-wheelers also find it very difficult to go up there. So we had to do the walking. But when you go to the top, actually, it's a very calm and quiet with lush greenery around with the mountain tops. And we were on top of one mountain and there were peaks around, all covered in green. So there were about 37 people altogether. First 2.5 hours we discussed the darshana, that means how these thoughts are formed, because there were several.
My question was, how did you feel?
Yeah, I could now, especially when I was doing the walking part. That I will say, because other times actually when I was doing the talking.
Are you the person who is holding the?
Yes, mostly yes.
Oh, okay.
So that time actually I was engrossed in the explanations and answering the questions, etc. But during that walking session, we walked down that whole stretch, 1.5 kilometers back. Because I have done the steps several times. I mean, more or less that practice was there, and automatically that I felt that there was no person walking. I could feel the sensors which were sort of alternatively taking role, and the sensors were alternatively felt. But there was no tiredness or no concern about the sunny weather also. And didn't realize that a long stretch walk down, it was sort of kind of tireless and effortless walking at the end. So even though we were explaining the steps one by one, probably because I have done it several times earlier. I automatically felt that I was going to the third and fourth steps of this practical procedure, so that there was uh, no thinking part, and felt that automatically the action is taking. So it was like the sensor functions were taken all alternatively, one after the other. So it was very relaxed and uh, very relaxed type of walking meditation with very little thoughts, I would say. Time to time there were disturbances, time to time sort of thoughts came up, and then I got dragged away. But more or less, most of the walk was like that.
Thoughts can come.
Sorry?
Thoughts can come. It doesn't matter. Then you
Yeah.
have to know that thought has come.
Yeah, thoughts can come. I mean, I was carried away by some of the thoughts.
Yeah, okay.
Occasionally, because there was one place where there was a strange sound of a bird, and several people who were walking sort of got distracted to that, and they even went up to that place to see what was the bird. So that time I felt that my thoughts also sort of got along that one without realizing that it is only a sound. So there were a couple of occasions like that. Apart
That's
from
really
that,
interesting. That part is really interesting. Just imagine someone is doing this insight meditation, stops that and run away to see a bird. That's a beautiful example of how this mind works. Oh my goodness.
yes.
It's really good. It's like smelling like a cake, and the meditation is over. You run to run to eat that.
It was a very unusual, very strange sort of sound. I mean, we knew that it was a sound, the bird sound. And then at the end of the meditation, we had a little discussion about that stretch also, how we walked and how the people experienced it. And then the comments came. Some people said it was we saw the bird. Yes, we saw it. It was a valikukula. Valikukula is that our natural bird. So they went up to that. So it was complete distraction from the point of this walking meditation.
Yeah.
So they went and peeped up. I got distracted, but
actually, can you see that the exact point is missed, isn't it? Yeah, that's how it is. That's how it is.
Yeah.
So this mind sensor is so thick that no penetration is done, or no liberation is done, and not only that, and you get carried away. So actually, that means you have slipped to the complete outside.
Yes.
Yeah.
In between, there were thoughts, as you said. I mean, sort of flash of a second, some thoughts will come about some topic, and then I realized that it's a thought, and then sort of it became one of the sensors that I was observing. But this particular one, I felt that I got carried away by that sound, and because the others sort of wanted to go to the edge of the road and peep and find out. So that was one of the points that I could remember. Yes.
Interesting. Any questions that came up with the question and answer thing?
Now what we did was we explained them each step, and then we because the latter part of the program was done in a different temple at the base of the mountain, base of the hill. So that place actually didn't have much space for this walking meditation. So we more or less walked around the bo tree, and some were asking. Some were asking, especially when they had most of them had a difficulty between differentiating the sensor from the thought. Now, for example, felt something, felt sand. So straight away it was like that. Now, not something like felt something hard, and the interpretation of the mind was sand. And so things like that, there are a lot of confusions.
we'll elaborate on that because Joel is also here.
So
So we need to understand that this bodily sensations, mainly bodily sensations, the skin and the mainly skin I'm talking about. There can be sensory output without the mind getting involved. So the solidity, you don't necessarily need the mind sensor to understand the solidity, the feel.
That means
So
feeling of hardness, isn't it? If Joel has a difficulty, because feeling
yeah,
of
feeling of
hardness is what is,
hardness. Yeah, solid kind of thing. And if you have like a description in that, like this is so soft or this is very hard, or even though it is kind of can be told by the sensor, still if you have like a description coming up, that is the mind sensor, that is all right. So this is the tile, because immediately that is what it comes, when you keep even if you are, imagine you are blindfolded, like kind of your eyes are covered by a cloth, then definitely you are asked to walk somewhere, you can feel something, and it is kind of the carpet, or it is some kind of the tile, and sometimes it is watery, kind of it is slippery because of its watery. So even when we don't have other sensory organs, still just the bodily sensations, the skin, you have different outputs. So that's the thing. So mind sensor is already involved in that, but actual sensor function doesn't need the mind sensor. But yeah, it's very important to understand that, especially if you are doing the walking meditation. And also, it's a tricky part because you don't directly feel the, it is, yeah, I mean, we just have to keep understanding how this mind works. Anyway, if the walking has become true, it is difficult to feel the mechanism, because the mechanism actually didn't have anyone. But if you are in the mind, and if you are in the mind and you are walking, then you can't feel that it is happening, just a happening thing. Walking is just a mechanism, just a what do you say that? Kriyavali, or what do you call that? Like
action. Can you say action? Or?
Action, yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's interesting. Interesting to keep doing this and try and understand this touch. It's actually touch has no definitions, but we do have definitions. It's okay, but if you understand that the definition itself is not true, then only the piercing is, piercing will happen, or the dissolving of the mind can happen. Whatever the word you say, it doesn't matter. The liberation from mind can happen. Because unless until you are deceived by this mind sensor, you still have the problem. You just have to know that. That's okay. Anything else? Do you have any questions, Charles? Or you are just listening today probably?
Mm, just being selfless these days makes life easy. And
Yeah, that's good.
and what I noted down yesterday was what Aryan once was saying, that that was real. He said, "Love is not benefit or business, and love is everywhere. Be selfless, and love is a feeling." I was just pondering these things, and I think yesterday, Auntie Sudharma said, when you're doing something, you won't feel that you're doing it. You just go on doing it. So yeah, you don't feel tired. You don't feel anything, and that's nice. That's awesome. And
Yeah,
also,
that's
when
awesome.
I'm doing this concentration meditation, suddenly I see I'm sleeping. I don't know how I go to sleep when I do that meditation, but I go to sleep. Yeah, this feels good, really good. Thank you.
All good. So, anything else? Yes, Sudharma.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. First of all, I worship Bhagyanan's spirit, spiritual teacher. And Dr. Kokila, I was listening to Dr. Sakuntala's experience, and I was wondering whether at that point, when she heard the call of the bird, I mean, with some sort of awareness that it is the mind sensor, that thought occurs, I mean, that awareness without contemplation, with that awareness, if she walks to that place and see the truth, I mean, see the bird, but without contemplation, without any attachment or aversion, get that experience, and then continuing to walk. What is
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, Sudharma. It
No, you're
shouldn't
like,
have done.
no.
Yeah,
If Aran
definitely it should have
Vanse
happened
was
like
there,
that.
if
Yes.
Aran Vanse was there, I would say so. I would say so. But the problem is, it is us who go there, and our inquisitive mind trying to find
Yeah,
the bird. It's
yeah,
definitely different from the talk. I can understand. So we
yeah.
can't really justify that in that way. But
Of course, no.
maybe when Narayan is there, I mean, this is the thing. We can't really, if we are in the path, we can't really talk about the fruit, in the sense the outcome. So the outcome we can't compare with the now we can't put RN1C in that position and think that this may be the way that RN1C must be doing. That is not how it works, actually. You can't really compare like that, because he doesn't feel alive, so it doesn't necessarily mean, the burning is not there. I mean, I should say in that way, the burning is not there. It doesn't matter whether he actually even see it or not, or recognize it or not. It doesn't really matter. That is the thing. But this practice is different. Practice is for practitioners, like the people who try to see this truth in one at least one particular moment, to get to the non-vibration. That's completely different to the person who is already achieved that. So you can't really compare. So we can't really say that. So that what Sudharma said was, it's kind of the Lord Buddha doing that, or Arahant, someone Arahant doing that. Then you can say like that. But the problem is, as practitioners, we are in the path, so we go there to practice and see whether we can feel the non-vibration, the sensory function without that power that we talk about. So to feel that, you can't really miss the practice when we are doing it, because then only it will train you into that exact moment that where we feel the non-vibration. So just imagine you keep hearing multiple birds. If they are just hearing only, that's it. But that's the Arahant's state. If it is hearing only, that's an Arahant state. But in the path, when we are trying to do this, because we are in the path, we try to try and bring it up. When we do that, first step is first step would be we hear the sound. In the sense, not we, there is a sound, and you identify it as a bird sound. And then whether the bird sound is true? No, bird sound is not true. That it is a bird sound itself is just a a thought. Then the hearing part is just a mechanism. It's just hearing. And then if you feel it only, the non-vibration will be felt. So this is very tricky. This is just a explanation. This is not the experience. If you actually experience it, it would be direct, very direct liberation from mind, exactly to feel that whole first bit is not there. That thinking part is also not there. And that dream part is also not there. The bird sound part is also not there. It's just a sound only. If it's just a sound only, there's no self there. That's how you can say that. So it's a very unique experience. So if we understand,
Interestingly, Dr. Kokila, with all that effort, Dr. Sakuntala saw the peasant or the jungle fowl in her mind. No, there wasn't a jungle fowl outside.
yeah,
That happened actually at the time of the discussion, because I didn't see it. I just heard the sound. And then at the end of the discussion, we just asked the participants, what were your experiences during this walk? Then only they came up. Until that time, I had no about this jungle fowl. What was a bird? I had no idea.
It's very beautiful.
yeah, but the thing is, we miss these very interesting moments. We miss them. We miss the chance. Basically, feel without the mind power. We miss it. We miss the chance to feel without the mind power. Do you get it, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yes, true, yes.
Yeah, we miss it.
Now, yeah.
Yeah. But it's very interesting, actually. Even the missing part is very interesting, because Once you see something and you understand that it's a popcorn and it is completely missed because you feel like eating it. Likewise, you hear a sound and you understand it's a bird sound and you're completely lost because you want to know who that is now. So that's the thing. The liberation of mind doesn't come that easy because our mind is a pattern. It just seeks next one, next one, next one, next one. So, yeah, it's very, very regular pattern that we are addicted to. Thinking and thinking and thinking. So the thinking is actually not true. Thinking can happen, but the feel, it's difficult. It's covered by all the thoughts. What do you think, Sarangika?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Pokira. Interesting example. And it just shows, isn't it? It's obviously a common experience for people. And that goes to show that, there must be complete embedment, isn't it, through the practice in order for the instinct or the impulse not to kind of jump to the mind and go in search of the jungle fowl, isn't it? The stimulus suddenly becomes real, no matter how, even if one is quite entrenched in the walking meditation, the moments, in a moment's notice, something out of the ordinary, something unusual. If it was just another, a cricket chirping or something, it would have been fine and everybody would have gone on with the meditation. But something out of the ordinary, the mind is always ready to jump, isn't it? Ready to latch on to a stimuli. And it just goes to show, there's nothing wrong with it, as we always say. This is the tendency of the mind. And through ignorance, isn't it?
Yeah.
The aspect that I wanted to, two things. One was, so you said Aryan Mahan's, of course you can't, kind of compare what he experiences, and sometimes he recounts these experiences on the Sinhala Zoom sessions about, how he observes certain animals and the traits of certain animals, particularly squirrels. He has told us so many times about squirrels, how he observes them and so on. And then he says how beautiful it is and various things like that. But so my question there was, so obviously Aryan Mahan sir does not have the alive feel, but to a certain extent, those on the path also can experience that, whilst it may not happen with every stimuli, which is what we discussed a little while earlier about not being the 100%. But in some cases, this goes to that Kemakatero's probably the supra-awareness is not 100% permanent, but there are instances that it is there. So in those instances, even if there is an encounter in a park of something, it can still be noted without it being a thing, isn't it? Because there is still the recognition, there is still the existent feel, there is the stimuli is still a stimuli. It is all that is not there is that it doesn't become a thing.
I'll try to answer that.
Right,
I'll try to answer that, Sarangika. So what I was trying to say is someone who has become the non-vibration is completely different to the who to the any person who is in the path. So who is in the path may have different levels. Yes, it is not a thing. I mean, we don't know. It depends, because one may not feel any interest in the stimuli, may not even go and try to find the animal who is shouting, or may not even think about eating the popcorn, but still it can be still inside the dream. So this part is really tricky, and it's very difficult to even explain. So it still can be inside the dream, in the sense it may leave a imprint. So there's a perception of something happening, but if the mind component is not strong at all, then it would be the feel. So the feel is also is you can have the life feel. So the existent feel with a life feel, or existent feel without a life feel, is the difference. So this is all something that we can't really explain. So whether someone is seeing something with a life feel or without a life feel is a very, very, very specific issue, specific to that system. So in one stimulus, if you have felt this in one stimulus, if someone has felt this sensory function without the power, or feel of existence without the life feel, yes, for that instance, definitely it has happened. So, in that instance, it has happened. And at that instance, you clearly get the idea that all we have studied, all we have listened, all we have taught, that feel of existence and the life feel, if the feel of existence is not a thing, a life feel is not there. So this is very, very, very specific thing. Very sensitive issue also. So that's the thing. So that is the beginning of the path. To just in one moment to feel the difference between the sensory faculty function without that power. So whether it is going to happen in every stimuli, then the story is over. There's no story, then there's no path. There's no path complete. But if someone is in the path, this may come and go, yes, but it's not there all the time. But when it comes and goes, each time the kind of it gives the more strength to Dhamma, you keep feeling more and more. That's it. Did you get it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Doctor,
Yes.
just a question regarding Dr. Saguntala's experience of walking meditation or any meditation, I mean concentration meditation.
We don't
And when
we don't really emphasize on concentration meditation, Joel,
uh-huh.
because that can actually trick you.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't really emphasize on that. We actually invite all the people to do insight meditation. And insight meditation is the practice that we incorporate into the walking.
Okay, right. So in walking meditation, she said that she got distracted by a sound, right?
No, actually that is also not true. What Sakuntala was going to say was the sound, so our steps are a bit different. So the steps are, sound is coming, then the mind sensor tells it's a bird sound. That's the first step. We don't deny the sounds. We don't try to stop the sounds or anything. We are completely free, Joel. Completely effortless. This process is completely effortless. Because in concentration meditation, you have to put an effort. This completely effortless, very free mind, very beautiful state. So you just go naturally, you walk naturally, and there's a sound, then you understand it's a bird sound. And the reflection is, if you are reflecting state, so this doesn't, everyone's states are different. So in the beginner, you have to reflect. Reflection is the actual, it's a bird sound. That is just the mind output. The mind says it's a bird sound, but bird sounds is a perception. Actual sound didn't say it's a bird sound, but we say it's a bird sound. So that is a perception. That perception is not true. It's just like a, just another thought. So it's a mind sensor. And then the third step is, so the first step is whatever you hear or see or smell or the skin or the taste or any thoughts, whenever they happen, you identify them as they are. There's no any change, or we are not going to spoil the experience. We are just experiencing the experience. And yes, sound is there, but then when we understand that actually it's not a bird sound, it's a sound, then I don't think we have come to that point, Joel, the third part, that how we understand whether the sound is real. This is very tricky, actually. We have to, actually, in one session, we have to discuss that, Joel, so that you understand that sound is actually is a production of the ear. I think we discussed it slightly, but not a lot. Sound is just a production of the ear, human ear, because we are talking about the humans when we talk about this one, this six sensory organs. So six sensory organ means 5 sensory organs, and they vibrate at the same time. This mind is formed, so we understand that it's a valikokula, the sound of a valikokula. So that's the mind sensor. It's a thought, basically. But there's a sound too, like this sound is the sensory function. Sensory function is actually the fast vibration of the ear. And fast vibration of the ear, if there's no fast vibration of the ear, you can't actually hear anything. You are deaf. But because there is vibration in the ear, we can actually telepathize to any sound. So when we say we hear something, what actually happens is the two vibrations synchronize. They synchronize. They become one. That's how we hear. So it's actually, we can't really say the sound is outside. It's actually that if there is a vibration here in the ear, if in the meaning, if you are not deaf, there's a vibration in the ear. If that is synchronizing to anything, That's what we call as we heard something. Anyway, that hearing is just a function of the ear. It's not a, but when we hear something, it is because of the fast vibration that we hear something. Otherwise, if this whole thing, if the fast component is not there, you can't actually hear anything. Even if you understand the light, the function of the eye, there's specific cells in the eye that vibrate so fast. That is how we see light. If there is no fast vibration of the cells in the eye, you can't really you can see, you're blind. So that's how the light is formed also. So it's very important to understand that the function. So we don't really emphasize on concentration meditation. If someone's mind is so flustered that they can't even come to senses, then you can do 5 minutes concentration meditation, yes, but it's not the highlight of this insight meditation. Insight meditation means reflection of how these sensory organs work. Knowing the magic is the trick here. Not trying to solve the magic. Actually, we try to see through the magic. If we know the magic, you just penetrate it anyway. It doesn't become a thing. Did you get it, Joel? I think Aryan would say also Joel. Yes,
Sorry.
Joel.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Just did you get the point? I think we need to discuss it one day about this ear function, the eye function, the nose, the basic sensory organs. We need to understand that it's nothing coming from outside. It's actually production of here, which synchronized to the anything outside. But the Valikupula is definitely in the mind sensor.
Yes. Doctor, another thing that I just wanted to ask you is that sometimes, like yesterday, Aryan once said, don't even think about tomorrow. But sometimes it comes to my mind and I start to worry. How can I stop worrying about the next minute? And I get disturbed and I worry about my future and all those things. I know it's a perception, but sometimes when that worry comes, it's very scary. How can I practice this and come out of this worry?
Yeah, don't even worry about trying to come out of it. Just try to understand how this works. Then you will definitely understand. You are not the person who started talking on the first day, Joel. So you have changed even now. So you even can, your the way you talk has changed, the way you express yourself has changed. You're feeling so free. So the same thing will continue to happen. Nothing is going to hamper you. Even if you now just imagine you get a thought, okay, what am I going to do tomorrow? Yeah, just another thought. And if you don't burn that much, so just imagine you get just an example, 1,000 watt burning now when you think about the future. When you go on understanding how this mind sensor works, one day a thought will come to you, oh my God, what am I going to do about my future? And you'll be wondering where the burning is. So the thought, it can be there, Joel. Thought is not going to run away. Thought can be there, or thought might not come also, because if it doesn't really, when it doesn't bother you, the thought may not come. But even if the thought comes, it doesn't necessarily mean anything if the burning is not there. So imagine we are planning something for tomorrow. We have a program like Dr. Sakuntala went to a program like that. So just imagine like that. There's a program tomorrow. So there's a thought, there's a program tomorrow. Yes, it's just another thought. So, but then when you keep understanding Dhamma, what happens is this underlying burning will slowly go away. It takes time. It takes time. Well, what can you do? You can only do try and understand these 6 sensory organs. How this has created such a world that we were engrossed in. We were like can't say even the how much engrossed we were in. Like we thought we are inside that, and we were crying. We were happy one time. We are sad sometimes. Everything. But when you keep understanding this world of you, world of someone else, world of an animal, world of a a dog or whatever, how these worlds are formed and how they feel that it is actually true. How does it become a thing? That's what we keep understanding. So the underlying mechanism, understanding how this works, is the key. How we understand that this notion of self has come because the importantly in the stimulus. What is you is actually the stimulus. So what we keep understanding is if the stimulus is a thing to you. So I can imagine now, because you on the first day your question was, I get agitated by the thought of the job or some stuff like that. But now today you are telling the word, even thinking about tomorrow can make me feel a bit jittery, or upset or worried. So that's what I'm thinking. So that's your thinking. So what thinking or this mind sensor brings up the thought tomorrow. Just someone might talk about tomorrow and you might be thinking, oh my God, is there a tomorrow or something like that? I don't want tomorrow to come, or what am I going to do tomorrow, or what I'm going to do in future. It's okay. The question is okay, but the burning will be gone. So you will tell it one day. Don't worry, you will tell it one day that even if a thought about the future comes, it doesn't really bother you. So the understanding what is future is a thought now. Future is a thought now. If I'm thinking about anything about the past, now past experiences that you have told us, like neighbors coming and telling, or relative coming and telling about you, how that's the past. But we ponder about it at this moment. So this moment you are born, in that particular moment when it is a thing. So when you think about the future, if the future word has terrified you, because sometimes it can happen, even you were a counselor, so definitely that the future brings us anxiety, past brings us depression, because you can't depress about the future. It's actually, future is the anxiety, so the past is the depression. But we are not actually trying to suppress any of this. Is what we are trying to understand is how this works, how this miraculous world is brought about, how one thought now here is projecting to the past or to the future. That's all. It's a projection. It's a mind projection. So the mind can project anything. Mind projected the Valikukula there. Mind can project anything. So mind can project about the future too. What is going to happen to me in future? So anything about future can be blur. So because you don't have a clear idea. It's okay. Who has a clear idea of future? Do you think the clear idea is actually true? It's not the point. But if you actually understand this Dhamma and you become so light, and you even the future thought has come, you will not burn. And actually, you might be able to do something now without worrying about anything. That's the beauty of Dhamma. Are we running out of time or?
4 more minutes are there.
Oh, okay. Did you understand, Joel?
Yes, doctor. I think tomorrow, if you can just elaborate on the sensor faculties
Yeah, we'll
about this
elaborate, and I
sound
think
and
we should
this,
start.
it will be
Yeah.
clear.
Yes,
Thanks, doctor.
100%.
Thank you.
Okay.
Share at what time is now? Right? At what
Time.
time?
Time is 9. My time
Yeah,
is
it's okay.
9:30.
So, but I want to tell you something.
Yes, Saranaz.
Everybody, our eye creation, world is our eye sensor creation. Yeah, sensory world is a sensor given us. This world, nobody is here. No one is here. System is working only. That is the Dhamma. Nothing else. Who is sad? Who is suffering? No suffering or sadness here. We understand, we won't understand what happened here. What is the system? What is the Dhamma we are talking is dependent origination? What is this dependent origination Dhamma? Is our senses, sensor creations, nothing, anything. What is the Buddha's inside meditation? Dependent origination. What is this dependent origination? Dhamma. Buddha not told the concentration meditation Dhamma. Because first Buddha's Dhamma discourse is the 5 teachers Dhamma Chakrapavatana Sutra. What is Buddha's word? Never heard before them. Buddha no.
There are some errors.
Oh, yes. Never heard before Dhamma. The meaning is Buddha's word is never heard before Dhamma. Ubbe answer Dhammesu. Is the Tripitaka is there. Pali words. Ubbe Anusutesu Dhammesu. Never heard before Dhamma. So, first time Buddha explained this Dhamma. We know concentration meditation. So Hindus are doing. Today also doing. So at the Buddha's time, 5 teachers also did that. Concentration meditation. Buddha also did that. But it's not the way. It's not the way to liberation. It's not way to freedom of mind. It's not way to ending the suffering and sadness. So it's not the way ending the cycle of birth. So that is why concentration meditation is not the Buddha's way. Today, whole world, many guys doing concentration meditation, they are thinking it's a Buddha's path. But it's not a Buddha's path, it's a Hindu's path. So Buddha's path is inside meditation. It's dependent origination. What is this dependent origination? These are our sensor creations. 6 senses. How creating these sensors? They ask the dependent origination. It must mean sati idang hoti, it must mean asati idang nahoti, it must upajja idang upa, it must nirodha idang nirodha. Is the dependent origination. It's the Buddha's word, it's the Pali. But what is the meaning is this? Cause and effect Dhamma. It's not the concentration. Otherwise, it's not the action and effect Dhamma. It's a cause and effect Dhamma. What is the cause? What is the effect? Cause is vibration. Effect is a something. So, what is I? Buddha's word is I is the word. What's the I is the word? I is the birth. Your I given you to everything. The example is the I. But you know I given the sound, right? But otherwise, your ear given the sound. This like a factories. It's a product. Yeah. We are talking outside their sound. We are talking outside their light. But it's not true. It's a deep meaning is inside. Why colorblind guys can't see red color, can't see green color? Because it's not outside. It's their own mind. It's their own eye creating. That is the world. It's your eye is the world. It's okay. I won't tell this. Dhamma is our senses creations. Dhamma is nothingness, final effect is a nothingness. You know, cause and effect Dhamma is a huge story we were talking. How is light? Light is an effect. Cause is vibration. Is very important. It's a speedily sparking happening. That's a vibration. It's very important. That's the meaning. How is creating our senses? How is coming this light, sounds, smells, taste, and hot and cool, smooth and rough? How is coming the alive feel? How is coming existent feel? How is coming alive feel? How is coming soul? So nobody is here. How is telling that? We have feel. No? We have alive feel. How is talking about nobody is here? That's very important. I think Devuji explained we won't do. Today, tomorrow, and couple of days. It's okay. Tomorrow we can do this. Today time is over. As everybody, I like everybody explain this. Suranka and Sudharma and the Chandani. Dr. Chandani know this. Dr. Chandani can explain very well. I think we won't get we'll get the chance. Dr. Chandani and the Sudharma and the Suranka also everybody. Yes, Kokila. We
Yes,
won't
sir.
explain. Everybody won't explain this.
Yes,
Not
yes.
only the our Dhamma friend. Everybody won't. I think this very special point. How is light is coming? How is sound is coming? How is this sensation? How is alive feel is coming? I know. How is this happening? Death or birth? What is this death and birth? How Buddha's guys win the death and birth? You know, Buddha's guy win the death and birth. They have a death and birth. What's this meaning? It's okay. We can talk about coming soon. Next time. It's okay. It's okay, everybody. It's okay, our chair friend. SU, very important. I think everybody given the questions. I think it's very important. Yes, chair. Thank you so much that questions because our guys are like sleeping. No questions. It's very important. It's okay, Kokila. Terosa, right? Terosa, everybody. Tomorrow we can discuss again.
Namaskar,
Thank you, Aryan.
There are certain processes of reality, and to these processes we seem to assign different names. These processes could be natural processes or man-made processes. All what we seem to do is that we assign different names to them. Some examples of assigning names to natural processes are given below. For example, look at a newborn baby. Doesn't the baby move his limbs as he pleases? Doesn't he not breathe on his own? Does he not eat when he is fed? But he did not realize or know anything that he does. But the newborn baby does have a process, and he does perform some actions. Isn't your breathing process and the breathing process of a newborn baby who has pure and an untainted mind the same? Isn't this process of breathing common to you and the newborn baby? Now let us also look at the process of walking. You think that you are walking. It is you who assigned a name as walking to that process. There is nothing as walking. In Sinhala, we call it avidinawa, and in English, we call it walking. It is a sound. What we have to realize is that it is only an action. Therefore, if you remove the sound from the action and only observe the action, then you would be able to erase the name sound that was assigned to it by the Sammuti. When you are on the path, this process of erasing of the name or sound happens little by little. When you practice to observe only the process without the sound, you begin to see and feel that there is nothing. You realize that all what you see was made in the mind. Once you realize the pure truth and become so one, your mind cannot trick you anymore. Therwan Sana, everybody.
Therwan Sarana Shani. Thank you for reading the book for us. We worship Aran Wahanse at his feet, Therwan Sarana Aran Wahanse. And we also warmly welcome all of you who have joined this Zoom discussion, and also the other friends who are listening to us via other means. So this is our English Zoom discussion as usual. Yeah, going to discuss the facts that was described in the book that Shani read. We are still talking about the mind and the thought, and how this process of thoughts are formed, and how with the growth of the baby, how these thoughts are formed and how they are developed up to the level that we are experiencing right now. So as she mentioned in the book, it's always a thought. Everything is a thought, and thought means it is the collective action of the other five sensor faculties. If you experience simply a thought, which means in simple words we say that I was thinking, and this thought came to my mind. So when you mention something like that, it always indicates that it is something happened in the past. It is a mental picture which occurs right now, but it's always the collective function of the five senses which happened at some point earlier. And also it was mentioned these thoughts are composed of the rupa or the observation of the sensor and some form of naming behind that. So this naming can vary. It varies depending on depending on the language, depending on the environment, culture, etc. So some simple things given as examples. For walking, the English term is walking, and then in Sinhala we call it avidinawa. So it's the name part, but actually it's just the function of the sensors. So what happens there now? For example, if you take walking, it's a series of sensor functions. The skin will feel hard or soft things, and there will be a feeling of lifting and keeping a little away from the previous foot, and then there will be a feeling of the joint. So like that, it is a continuous series of sensor functions of the body. For these series of sensor functions, we call walking. So when it comes to the mundane world, it's a thought, and a name has been given to a series of functions. So it was also mentioned in what we read that erasing of the naming part, actually it doesn't mean that removing that name part. Actually what it means is that the value which was given as a part of the thought, the value gets erased. Because the thought will appear as if it is happened earlier. So the thought will be there, and the identification of the rupa part will occur, but the value which was given to that total thought is the one which gets dissolved. So those were the basic things that we got from the book. So I think we can start the discussion. Dr. Kokila, Theruwan Saranai.
We worship Parananse. Yes, we can start the discussion. Anyone can bring up a question so we can discuss around it. Or we can talk about how these perceptions are actually giving us, the false or illusory nature of the existing world. So actually, in the last bit, Joel asked a question yesterday. I don't think we had enough time to cover it. So I just thought about going back to it as well, just to highlight few things. When we try to understand this truth is just how this phenomena works, how this alive field has brought up all these questions of suffering. or the burning or this problem. But when we keep understanding this, the main step we understand is actually the whatever we feel as out there, because we have a projection. Like we have a projection, as we said, that's my neighbor. And if you're looking at him now, you can really say, yes, I'm looking at my neighbor now. He's cleaning the garden. So if someone say, did you really see him? Yes, I saw him with my own eyes. That's what we say. So you know, it is something that happened. If someone asks you, did you actually see? That means they are questioning what you saw, and you say, no, I saw, definitely I saw his face. It wasn't someone else, it was the neighbor. So, in a way, we are trying to tell something that we saw. That's right, isn't it? But the truth, what we try to understand is, did we see a neighbor? Or what we see is that the neighbor? Or the neighbor, how did the neighbor come to that picture, what you see? So you saw something, yes, 100%, you feel like that. Because the actual seeing or vision is something you feel, feeling of light, or the visual effect. But how this mind works is, mind is a tricky thing. How this mind works is, mind gives you, mind is actually the slow. If you try to slow it down, you can understand it's just flowing of thoughts, one thought. That very fast flowing of thoughts, we call it mind. There's no actual organ called mind. So then, how this mind is formulating is due to that whatever you see, you have a notion that it is the neighbor, like an idea from what you have learned very far back in your small childhood. You know that one who lives near you is called neighbor, or you might call it uncle, because that's how you knew how to call them, or auntie in that case. In our country, usually that is, we don't call neighbor. I don't think we ever call them neighbor. So this auntie, that auntie, this uncle, that uncle, that's how we used to say. And we know that if you say, I saw that uncle, the problem is not actually what you saw or what you actually believe to see. The problem is believing that it's actually a real, this dream that this world we live in. Imagine your twin brother standing there with you and looking at the same neighbor. Whatever that twin brother's mind, how that mind works is different. Because whatever that thought that comes up would be completely different. He may be looking at the same scenario, and whatever that comes up in that mind would be completely different. How come is that? And if you imagine your puppy dog with you, and dog is looking at the same direction, what do you think that dog's world would be? So, which world is correct? Is it your brother's world? Is it your world? Or is it dog's world, or in that case, if you imagine a fly nearby, what is the outcome of that world? So which world is correct? Every being, unicellular world, multicellular, every being has a kind of a outcome of whatever the sensory organ they have. Some sensory organs, it's just the kind of the skin, specifically in a worm. That is what you can understand this. It's just the feel. Imagine you're blind, you can't hear anything, you just feel. Are you not going to have a better feel than now? You're going to feel extremely very well, in the sense you are going to be very sensitive and specific in the feel, because you can't see, you can't hear. Even with that, you will have some kind of understanding. So even with one sensory organ, any being will survive, yes, if possible. So whatever the world, whether it is a world of a cat or world of a dog or world of a human, world of a fly, world of a bee, if you actually research about this, you will understand that according to the scientific relations, that what they see, even the type of the light is different. I can't remember everything, but if you research, what bee sees is different. They see all in rectangular form. And the dogs see in different shades. They don't see some colors. The cow would be seeing another different shades of colors. We, as humans, we know we have some people who can't see red, but they will be interpreting something as red because they hear people saying red, 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 red. Whatever they see, they call it as red. So they don't even know that they can't see red until it is properly checked. So we understand that whatever we have as sensory organs, they function. Yes, 100% they function. And they have produced a world which is not true. In the sense, it is kind of there, yes, there is a manifestation, but it's actually not there. If it is actually there, you should be able to feel the same way as all the human beings. 8 billion people are completely different. There's another reason for that too, because their vibrations are different too. Anyway, what I was trying to come to is the question of the neighbor or the relative or someone. You feel that they are giving you a hard time. Definitely, yes, you felt it before because you didn't know that this is how this so-called life works. So you felt as you are being pressured. You felt as judged. You felt as intimidated. And those feelings made you angry, made you to hide, made you to run away from the situations that you would actually see them. So, Thiran Sarnai, Aranans.
Thiran Sarnai.
Yes, Aranans.
Thiran Sarnai, Chan is there?
Yes, Chani is here.
Thiran Sarnai.
We can hear. We can see also Aranans.
Yes, Thiran Sarnai. What's your name? Who's the yes?
Please speak.
Yes, I liked yeah. I like know who the yes our friend Dhamma friend yeah. What's your name?
My name is Theo. Theo.
Theo.
He's
Yes.
Theo.
Which Leo?
Theo. Ariana.
Theo. It's okay. Theo is where's the country?
Germany.
Yes. Germany.
Yes.
Yes. How old are you?
32. 32.
Pardon?
32.
32. It's okay. Yes, it's very interesting, the truth. What is the truth? No, it's very interesting. What's happened here? What is the truth? Who we are, where we are from. That's very important. What's happened here? No. Well, we don't know the truth. We know what happened to us. We are thinking after death we are going somewhere. What's happened to us? We don't know. Someone telling something. We are going to heaven. It's okay. We don't know it's happened. No. We are believing. Yeah, we are going heaven, or we are going hell. It's okay. It's a believing. We don't know. We haven't experienced. That's why we are thinking. Yes, Hindus are talking about the other believing. Muslims are talking about the other believing. The Christian also other believing, and the Buddhist guys also thinking about like that. The heavens and hell. So, what is the really happening? No, we don't know the really. No. Really, we don't know what's happened here. That's why, it's very important. Yeah. I like. I like this discussion. I like this. Understand everybody the truth. It's okay. Give me 1 minute, please. Yes, Kopila is there. Yes, Kopila is okay.
Yes, Aranans. It's very beautiful to see that. I think this must be from Dombagoda Meditation Center, and we welcome you to the Zoom discussion. We are holding this every day at this time, and we discuss Dhamma in English medium. It's very interesting. We have actually,
See that?
We can't. They don't turn their cameras on usually. Okay. Yeah, there are several Dhamma friends, including our husband.
Okay.
You can hear them, right?
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
Is that like religious reason I was trying to do them?
No.
That's fine. I don't mind.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, actually, I'm from Australia. There's another friend from Australia here, and some are from Sri Lanka. Yeah, there's sometimes some people from UK. There's people joining some from Singapore, like that. There's Dharma friends from all over. Just by listening to Dharma, we haven't even personally met each other. Just through actually these discussions, we have come together just by understanding the truth that Buddothpado Varanwanse has disclosed to us. He started to disclose it through YouTube as well. We just randomly heard that, and we are actually trying to understand the truth that he was trying to say. What made you to actually come to Dhammagoda? Is it for the kind of to find some tranquility, or what was the idea of that? Would you mind telling us?
I guess the main idea was to calm down.
What is it?
The main idea was to calm down, I guess. It was the start of the travel. We're traveling for 2 weeks. So
you're just traveling.
Yes. Excuse me. I think it's finding the relax. No, finding the relax. No, that's right. That's is main. Yes.
Need to calm down.
Yeah, it's a calm down place. Yes, that place is very nice for that.
This is what you already. So this is...
Yes, it's a relaxing place. No, it's a relaxing there. It's nice.
Very nice.
I think it's the best. I think it's the what to be happen here, because our mind always struggling. Our mind always busy. Our mind very tired. No, our mind very rush. No, our mind is like a it's not mind is not relaxed. Mind always is generating the power like that. Attach and disattach. No, attachments. It's like that. Mind always like that. It's a crave. No, it's going the attachments. It's sometimes attachment becoming disattached because the mind is tired. I think relaxing. Everybody want relax. Yeah, life is very busy. No, that is why people want relax. It's very interesting. Yeah, it's the main.
My name is Angie.
Angie, Angie. Yeah.
My name is Angie. Nice to meet you.
Angie. Yes, Angie. Have you any questions? Ask me.
I want to ask you how long you've been practicing or discovering Dharma. Is this what you discovered by yourself, or is this actually a practice for 1,000 years already? What is the history of Dharma? Can you introduce that to us?
I think you're asking me how long your meditation is doing. That's the question, no?
No, how long you've been practicing Dharma, which we're listening to? How many years, and what is your personal story? Can you?
Personally, yeah. My personally is when I'm a baby, it's automatically I am doing this because my grandpa doing the meditation. My grandpa also still today alive. Grandpa not dead. Grandpa 90. I think is 96 now age. My grandpa 75 years I think is meditation doing. I'm becoming the meditation when I was 5 years or 6 years. It's automatically happening because my uncle, my mom's brother, my uncle, also a monk. So I have this type of family background. That's why when I was a baby, I'm doing the meditation. So they
Mhm.
30 years doing the concentration meditation. So my grandpa teach me and my monks friends teach me, and otherwise I'm always in the meditation path because
Mhm.
my mind always go in the forest. I like forest. When I was a baby, I'm always in the forest. My mom sometimes
Mhm.
told me, "Why you are going to the forest? You want to study, you want to go doing the job, you want to do something. Why you are going always forest?" But my mind is always going to forest because I want alone. When I was a
Mhm.
baby, I don't like studies. I don't like anything. I want only the forest. I like the birds. I like the trees. I like the sky. I like everything. So today also I'm in the like that. I'm in the forest always. I'm in the forest. So I like
Mhm.
alone. I like alone. My feel always going to alone. So that is my feel. Is alone. Always
Mhm.
is alone. So it's nice. I'm not inside. I'm in very happy. So
Mhm.
I like it. Yeah. Because silence is good. That is why I choose this place. It's nice. It's a silence. It's
Very good
nice.
place. I like
Yeah.
the calm,
Silence is very
the
important.
stillness and quietness.
Yeah. Yeah.
If the we've been to
Yeah.
take a past 2 days about to the ultimate goal of Dharma is to let yourself go, right? That is ultimate truth to end the suffering and end the rebirth. So I want to ask you if the 1 to 10 is you have reached the ultimate truth and you let yourself completely go. If that was the goal, how much you would rate yourself? 1 to 10. Where are you now after 30, 40 years practicing?
Yes. Thus Dhamma is going the way is awareness, super awareness. What is the super awareness? Is samadhi.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ડોක්ටර්. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ડોක්ටර්. Will you be able to start and do it until Dr. Kokila joins?
Yes, yes, I will start.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahansi at his feet. Therwan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. And I was so grateful for your contribution to improve our knowledge and our understanding in this Dhamma path, and being a tower of strength behind us always and correcting us whenever it is necessary. May all our Dhamma friends be blessed by Triple Gem. May all our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. Until our Dhamma friends join, I will just give a small introduction about Buddothpado sermons. Our noble friend Aryan Mahansi started these discussions in a very basic manner. Initially, as telephone conversations. Actually, they were phone conversations initially, and that was in 2020. And Aryan Hase tried to give this message to various monks what he understood actually, but because this is something different to the routine Dhamma facts that we are listening, and also this is different from what we read in the books, the traditional Dhamma books, the textbooks, and the way that the monks were educated. It was not successful according to Aryan Mahanse. He tried several times approaching various monks, and also he has done a trial with some of the Sunday school students by explaining the Dhamma facts to them in a very simple manner. But again, there were some red tapes because generally in our Sunday schools, students are prepared for the exams. So again, going for the knowledge only. So they were sending the children, parents were sending the children mostly to get the knowledge and also to get through the exams which are conducted. The Sri Lankan people must be aware because these are exams conducted by the government. So passing these exams and getting a certificate is something that might help them in the future. So they were actually narrow-minded, and also that is what they knew. The use of the Sunday school is mainly to add another certificate to the child's qualifications. So it wasn't successful because the parents, they themselves were not cooperative, and parents did not agree with that way of teaching and the trial that Aryan Mahansi was trying to do. And parents felt that they want to get back to the usual way of teaching in the Sunday school. It was a kind of a quantity, but not the quality of the children that they wanted to change, which is very sad actually in a country, Sri Lanka, in a country like Sri Lanka, where the Buddhism is the majority are Buddhist, like 75% are Buddhist in this country. So it wasn't successful. And according to Aryan Mahanse, he fell sick afterwards with COVID, because that was the era that the COVID viral infection was spreading throughout the world, and Sri Lanka, including Sri Lanka. So there were so many, the hospitals were filled up with the patients. So many deaths were there. The rich or powerful or elderly or young, pregnant mothers, no one could escape actually if the death was destined for them. So the death rate was high, and lots and lots of patients, the hospitals could not cope with that. So during that time, Aryan Mahanse also got COVID. And at that time, he decided he's going to give this Dhamma message via social media. That was the point that he started doing this Deshana and uploading them to the YouTube. So those are the ones that you and me are listening these days. Well, now most of us have been following this for several years, and initially started as one or two Zoom discussions, and our noble friend Aryan Hanse, he himself was uh, managing everything by himself, and the network grew up. More and more people were joining, more and more people worldwide, not only Sri Lanka, worldwide people were joining. So there were lots and lots of listeners and many challenges were there. And challenges came from the Buddhist parties themselves, because this is something different to the routine storytelling type of sermons. Many people weren't happy, particularly the people who had a clientele or a crowd around them felt that they are threatened. So they had many tactics trying to cut down the crowd coming around this RN Mahanse's Deshana. So that was actually not successful. And subsequently, under RN Mahanse's guidance, many people got together, and some people were picked up, and RN Mahase is still doing that. He's picking up the people that he feels can uh, conduct these sermons or can conduct these Zoom programs, of course, under his vigilance and under his supervision, because we know at any point he can join and then do the corrections then and there, which is actually great, because then we feel confident about doing this, because we know that we may not go wrong, because under the vigilant eyes and supervision of RN Mahase, these things are happening. So right now, there are three YouTube channels going on. One is mainly the Zoom discussions to discuss the problems, and at least two or three of them are Mahase is definitely joining, at least for some time. May not be for the whole thing, but at least part of it. So always we can keep the problems collected and ask Aryan Mahanse when he joins. And also, there are some sessions. There are three YouTube channels, as I said. One is mainly for the Zoom discussions, which means starting at 5 o'clock in the morning, Sri Lankan time, 5 a.m. Then the next one is at 9:30 a.m. And then there's Sutra Deshana at 1 o'clock. There's another Zoom at 4 o'clock, mainly to discuss about the practical programs. 5 o'clock, there is a Zoom for young children, and 9:30 p.m. 7 o'clock, there is groundbreaking revelations, a special one, which is meant for people who have been listening to these Dhamma sermons for more than 2 years, which is something very special. I don't think any other person who is doing these preachings or any other monk do have such arrangement. And then the last one is at 9:30 p.m. in the night. Then there's a separate one called BTV for Sinhalese sermons, and this English one from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., where sermons are being continued. And this is the time reserved for questions or kind of discussion. So a few of us join here, and then we discuss the queries or important facts that we heard in the sermons. So any of new Dhamma friends, most warmly you all are welcome to join us. If you have any queries from what you heard in these sermons, either in Sinhalese ones or even English ones, whichever, you can discuss with us. If we have any doubts, we can always discuss with Aryan Mahase and get back to you. So this is a very great opportunity. It's really a great opportunity for you, because you can have one-to-one talking, and then you can get the answers to whatever is whatever you need to clarify. So the websites, if I briefly mentioned, my friend also has joined. I will briefly finish it. There are two websites actually for Sinhalese speaking people: www.buddothpado-dhamma.com, www.buddothpado-dhamma.com, and the other one is www.buddothpado.lk, www.buddothpado.lk. And if you are speaking only English language, the separate one is www.wisdomofasia.com, www.wisdomofasia.com. Wisdom of Asia is written as one word. So these are the ways and means that you can find more about the Buddhottpada sermons. And there are lots of books written. All the details you can get from these websites. English as well as Sinhalese books are there. And of course, there are recorders, small recorders, where about 300 sermons are being recorded. So those are battery operated, very uh, cute small recorders which you can carry even in your handbag. So this Dhamma is spreading throughout the world, and many people are joining these Zoom discussions around the world. So you have found your pathway, that I can assure you. You have found your path and the address uh, right correctly, very correctly, what Lord Buddha disclosed about nearly 2,600 years ago. So I think we can start the discussion. I just gave that outline about Buddhottpada uh, series and Buddhottpada Deshana. My friend Sudharma has joined. Sudharma Tiruvasa.
Everyone, Saranai, doctor, that's very important actually when you were explaining about wisdom of Asia, especially if people are into science and if they would like to understand or realize the philosophy from a scientific perspective. Such websites will be very useful resources for them. And doctor, yeah, I felt every day this reminder should be done about the various forums and various resources available for everyone, isn't it, Doctor?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. And yes, last evening in the 7 o'clock Zoom, actually, fact-wise, I can't remember anything, Doctor. It was such a sermon. No, we kind of we can't get things just by listening to it once. I felt that he was going into details about the things and the other thing, Doctor. Now he basically, as always, focuses on non-self nature of the system. Actually, he reminds everyone, whatever happens, whatever, even if you explain, if you do some action, if you simply do day-to-day stuff, there is no person without the wrong belief of an existing self, or without the wrong belief that there is me in that we should be intelligent or actually wise. And in other words, that wise attention should be there, yoniso manasikara, as he reminds always, our Nancy always reminds that should be there. That's the key to this uh, path to Nibbana, isn't it, Doctor?
Yeah, yeah. Actually, last night's one, as you said, I was trying to remember what were the things, anything that we have can discuss today. Today morning, and of course, I could not finish because last 45 minutes, I know that you and Asanti were discussing quite a few things, and last 45 minutes, like I couldn't finish.
Yeah, we were there till the end. Doctor Aryan Hansi tried to show us the
Mm.
surroundings, but it didn't work due to the connection failure. But when we actually participate in these Sinhala Zoom discussions, uh, then only we see the practical issues faced by the followers of actually uh, they although they think they have realized this philosophy, there are a lot of gaps in that. And
Yeah.
now if you listen to that question raised by one person there, how that now if a sense faculty experiences a particular uh, stimulus, kind of, let's say the smell of say palika flower or jasmine, we say, so how do we feel that first it occurs, it arises, then another sense faculty arises, maybe the ear, the
Mm.
pirit kind of thing is at when the pirit chanting is heard. Now I use concept. They are the thought kind of as we never listen to pirit, but the sound becomes pirit because of preperceptions. But still, at that point, the smell is not arising.
Mm.
But again, the nose, focus is there and the smell is felt. So we believe that existing, say, Parika flower smell is coming, but because I was not paying attention to that, that's why I didn't feel it. But it comes from the same flower, same bush. The bush existed up to now. Oh, one level of ignorance is the bush existed, but I was not paying attention.
Mm. Yeah.
Both existed, but I didn't hear. Even what we say, Pirit chanting now starts at 5 o'clock. Now 5:15, the focus came. You heard Pirit, but it was maybe the half uh, of Karaniyamita Sutra has gone. But we listened to that with the belief that it was there from the first thing, Namo Tassa, and I missed that part. So, but actually, it is, that doesn't mean the world, we have to demolish the world to understand them. But what we should know is that is, if all our vibrations, all were rising and ceasing, we can't think of existing smell or existing uh, sound or existing period. That is what Aryan was actually I had the time. One girl, actually university student who was assigned to conduct the Zoom, was asking me that question. How can we say that it is not the same marigold flower?
Yeah.
Daspetyamal. Yeah.
Yeah. We heard
So
that.
then it is kind of basics, know that it is instantaneous arising. Uh, only next time we can. So Aryan simply gave, can you take water from the same river
Mm.
twice? It may not happen because that is where this the rising and ceasing nature of Piyoktan Shuddhastaka also comes, because everything is in vibratory nature and everything is arising and ceasing. The body, the marigold, whatever. If the sense faculty arises at that moment, that is the only experience. It doesn't come from an existing thing, entity. So that was one point, doctor. And
Mm.
next, another mother, that Gunaratnam asked question, and
Yes.
then the other somebody. And the other thing, doctor, it's a good kind of experience, good training that RNRC gives. You have this experience because when you were conducting 9:30 Zoom discussion, you might have faced. Now, if we put a word, somebody came and asked, "Ekama වෙනවා, ඒකම නේද මේක කියන්නේ?" Or that thing. I can't remember the word she used. Aryan always says no.
Quite
ඒකම
Hmm.
ඒකම බවට පත් වෙනවා කියන්නේ ඒක. So that, and she was telling I was me and I are the same, very wrong interpretation. Then somebody else jumps in and makes the situation worse, telling her interpretation. So it's really, really, I mean, sometimes these Pali wordings and also Aryan Hanse's experiences, how people try to form misconceptions out of his experiences is evident. So we have to be very careful, no, doctor, however much. Actually, we have to talk about the basics in those Zoom discussions. That's what I feel. Even though they believe that they have understood the concept, the mechanism, it is not so. And sometimes now I know some people, if we say for some people, no, you are wrong, that is the last day of that person being there. So that much of egoism is also there. So we have to handle that egoism also, no, when we address those issues. So it's a very good training in a way, actually. Now I know that lady from Gaul, she never attends practical sessions also. She never wants to admit the fact that she has gaps in Satyajnana. She always says, from the very beginning I was listening, she just put a Pali term, and so, I mean, Dhamma, uh, somebody getting the proper message of Aryanvasi, this beautiful gem is very rare, and it's a real kind of, I don't know. It's up to the system, isn't it, doctor?
Yeah, actually, as you said, the 9:30 or night 9:30, whatever the time, those two Zooms actually helps quite a lot to improve both parties. The person who is coordinating is also learning quite a lot. It's like kind of betting from whichever the direction that the ball is coming. So
Exactly.
there's some thought-provoking thing. I mean, we also have to think, and we have to first recognize the feel. What is the instinct
Exactly.
that we get the moment that we listen to the story? And
Mm,
then without falling to the track of thinking, just we have to act according to what we feel and reply. So
exactly.
that is very, very useful, as we said now, because now here we do not have that chance of talking to people.
Yeah.
But that was actually very useful, particularly if you have done it for some time, that experience remains. That is, and also about that, the flower and that girl's explanation.
Yeah.
You very correctly, you explained it quite well. And then, I mean, when Naryanvase comes, he will throw out some very simple wordings.
Exactly. No, doctor, I was just groping in the darkness. I know, I don't know where to start, and I was trying to give a very lengthy, as teachers, we have that, no, doctor, giving. We feel that bit is important. This bit is important. Without this bit, she won't be able to. So that way, I was not skilled enough to address it directly and to the point. So beating around the bush and Naryanwase, fortunately, actually, he is monitoring everything, no, doctor. That is why we never become helpless. He says, he,
Yeah.
yeah, he felt that it was going to be, and that beautiful example of river solved
Mm.
all the problems, isn't it, doctor? Please excuse me, doctor, for a while.
All right. Okay. So the same thing actually happens. I will just talk on the same thing that Sudharma was talking. Same thing exactly happened to me so many times, because when somebody asks something like that, we feel that we have to go from the root level, start from the grade 1 level, and very methodically we try to explain lots of words, lots of sentences, sometimes even the unnecessary things are also put into that explanation. Maybe they are getting also bored because what is this woman saying? But the way that Anand Mahasi is explaining is so beautiful and simple, and he will use some examples also in between metaphors, and then very easily the message is conveyed to the person. So that is the skill actually. That is the skill of the Anand Mahasi, because we haven't reached anywhere near to that. So I was thinking about that marigold flower story, the Aspitya flower story of that university student asked. Now, what she asked was the she feels the fragrance of the flower now, and then in about another half an hour's time, she feels the fragrance again. So, isn't it the same thing that she's felt? So, I remember we had similar discussions in our one-day programs. Now in Kandy we could hear the drum beating of the tooth temple, the heavy we could hear from the far away. I mean, from the tooth temple, because our temple is also in a hill on top of a hill. So from there we could hear very clearly. And then when I focused about it, they said, yes, we hear the sound. And then we explained about the how the ear vibration is leading to some form of hearing function. And then afterwards, we were talking of something else. And then again, focus to the heavy C again, the drum beating sound. And when I asked them, was it there in between? The answer was yes, it must have been there. I didn't hear. So that is a very common answer that all of us give. We feel that the sound was there, but we didn't hear. Or maybe we didn't focus, whatever the answer that they are giving. The sound was there, but we didn't hear. So that is a very straightforward answer that all of us give. But the question here is that how can you be so sure that the sound was there in between? The simplest answer that we can give is we don't know whether the sound was there or not. That is a very clear-cut answer. We can't say whether it was there. We can't say we can't say it was there. We can't say it wasn't there. Simply because didn't experience, or the sensor function did not create a sound in between. So we are assuming. We assume that the sound was there, but we didn't hear. So what Lord Buddha tried to explain, what Aranvas is trying to explain is that only the ear sensor is created, then only you can talk about a sound. In between, when the ear sensor is not formed, in other words, if the sound, the hearing function did not occur, you don't know whether that sound was there or not. Now, if you didn't experience, how can you be so sure about something which was there but we didn't hear? So that fact is something that we have to research ourselves. We assume so many things. In between, even though we didn't experience it, we assume that they were there like that. So that is where the permanently existing world, the Bhavaya, the permanently existing world concept is coming. We assume the things as if they are there even when we are not experiencing. So what Lord Buddha said was, you can say if you are experiencing. Experiencing means the sense of function should occur.
Peruan Saranai, doctor, it's a very beautiful explanation that tom beating of Maligawa, that puja, isn't it? The sound put, and they are doctor. That is the illusion of the mind consciousness, isn't it? It
Yeah.
was that existed, that feeling in the sense that uh, that is an illusion, but it makes us believe that existed. That's why this existence perception is the biggest challenge for anyone to handle, isn't it, doctor?
I mean, even about the child now we assume that the child is in the school at this moment, but
Exactly. And
it was created only when that thought came up. So similarly, now even the thoughts, uh, we are reliving in the thoughts. The same thought is coming up again and again. We are reliving in that thought. That means that part of the drama is being replayed. But
yeah,
we do.
doctor,
Hmm.
beautiful. Yeah, beautiful. Now, yesterday, there was a
Hmm.
get together of the school, I mean,
Mhm.
advanced level batch of Sangamita College. So, batch get together. Uh, Actually, now, after some people met after 38 years.
Mhm.
So
Mm.
they are also that existence feel. It is not that as Aryanwaza says, we are not telling that everything vanished completely and now appeared then and there. But what we should see is the real philosophy, and we have to use it, use the wisdom actually. Through wisdom only we see that rising and ceasing nature of phenomena, isn't it, doctor?
Mm.
So otherwise now they are also, I mean, we talked with each other, sang, danced, recalled the past. I mean, ultimately all were thoughts. I mean, that now we didn't contemplate there, no, now this is a thought.
Mm.
Now if that person is Ganga, she was Ganga, like, so there are a lot of people, Shamali, I mean, so the talking about what happened in the uh, 38 years probably. Some
Mm.
people, we started that a couple of years ago, but some annually we met, but some people joined for the first time. It was from 1988 to 2026, almost 38 years.
Yeah.
So that time, actually, all 38 years is that particular moment only, no, doctor?
Yeah. Yeah.
Whatever we recall, we were talking about teachers, how teachers punished, and comparing nowadays teachers and those teachers. So we were like having a time entertaining all the thoughts. I mean, so people who are unaware of Dhamma, actually they are excitation. They are when they recall things, how the drama comes to life, how the thoughts, as you said, give life to thoughts, and the power that arises with them, happiness or nostalgia or whatever. So it was I mean, I didn't observe them then and there. I didn't contemplate Dhamma there, but I shared Dhamma with, she really got it. I was traveling with one of my classmates who is a pediatrician now, Ganga
Mhm.
Jayawardena.
Mhm.
So she actually, she's already into that. She's an avid reader also. Still, she reads books and all. So she was talking to me. We were traveling in the same seat, and I talked to her about, introduced Buddothpado sermons to her, and she was really impressed. And she will get it. I told her about this radiant mind, since she is also a pediatrician. Uh, it would be easy for her to get the basics, and also since she's a science person. And then again, I said, after listening to a few sermons, come to the Zooms and talk to Aryan Masi. He will be very happy. And I told about you, and even Dr. Vajira. Dr. Vajira also works in Karapiti Hospital, no? That cardiologist.
Yeah.
So others were not in a position to talk about them. Kind of, I mean, they were anyway not ready at that moment. We have to, I mean, share it at the right moment with the people. Otherwise, it's a disgrace. So gradually, I can talk to them about others. I mean, others also. So it was a very beautiful, relaxing experience. Something I felt was, doctor, now I was in F class, because we had 5 classes from one right throughout. I was in F6, F7, F8, F9, like that. And then advanced level bio. So normally, when we attend events, we have a like immediate circle. So when others were singing, we were not enjoying that, or we were not kind of paying attention. We had such a lot to talk. I mean, there is a small, I mean, group, because our class, but yesterday, uh, I mean, when I reflect on that only, I feel every performance of every group, it was real fun. I mean, without enjoying things, without strong self view is a beautiful. I mean, anything is beautiful. Not earlier. I mean, we have more weight on our group that has disappeared actually. So
That
that,
you at
yeah,
school, you had that. While you was at school, you had that.
and not at school. Even last year when we met,
Okay.
we went in another hotel. So we were trying to get together. Honestly speaking, we left the event half in. I mean, after 2-3 hours, one of our friends' place was there. So it was very bad. Actually, it was meant for everyone. So that much awareness are kind of, this is our within the big group, the
Mhm.
small group. So there were grudges. Some people were telling, actually, even I think I also said, grade E people are kind of still dominating over others. Such remarks were made. So it was very different the way that we got the experience at that time. This system, even. But
Mhm.
now that, I mean, without restricting it to a certain group, or taking it as um, not our experience, but that ability to um, enjoy anything is there, doctor. I actually may not, I am not able to explain the real feeling without ownership. Even photos also, a lot of photos were taken. Earlier, all the photos were from that F group. So,
Subsections.
some section, because we have been together. This is our now. Actually, I checked my photos for the first time from A group, because they were, until we were in the school, we were in F. Others were in E. Others were in D. Like that, grade 6. There are parallel classes. No? So always they are attached. It is again Dr. Abhisankarani, isn't it? If we feel we are F group, is because we work together, kind of most reoccurred or recurrent stimuli on nothing but the most recurrent stimuli. But without contemplation, it has gone away. That my group thing was not there. If any group is my group, kind of. I mean, lot of friendliness. That friendship without me is beautiful.
Is it
It's
now? Did you feel it from the others also? Because you may have felt it from your angle. You may have felt
others
no.
also, doctor. Yeah, maybe the way that I interacted was different. Most of the people who were not I mean, acquainted with me, other than being in the same school, were like so friendly and they were ready to interact. And that telepathization also happens, doctor.
So yeah, I think so
Yeah,
because
yeah, that happens. Yeah. It was a very beautiful thing. Now we believe that we have to, those days traditionally, we have to avoid parties, we have to avoid wearing fashionable dresses. I mean, so actually, the way I participated was like it was also different. I tied my hair, not that I couldn't put it down. I could have even straightened anything, but I didn't really want to do that. Overall, look was all right for an occasion, but still, it was also. I didn't have a lot of stress on the dress and the appearance, hair, shoes. I mean, everything was okay without burning.
yeah, actually that pressure.
Much preparation. Yeah, doctor. Honestly, it was that a kind of
Can't hear you, Sudharma. Can't hear your voice, Sudharma.
I will leave. Peruan Saranai, doctor. I
Ah,
got disconnected. I'm sorry. For a
yeah,
while, please excuse me for a while, doctor. There are some people working around here.
right, right. Okay, okay. As my friend explained about her get together, actually, if I add few points until she joins again. Now, Aranvasi very clearly explains that uh, there shouldn't be any forceful restrictions to the self because you are following Dhamma, because it is something then like suppressing, like trying to keep a rubber ball under the water. Uh, and it's done with the pressure. I think this point was explained by Swarnamali also some time back. Do not try to do anything by force. And if you, I mean, you don't have to restrict the way you are dressing up, the way that you are attending a function, the way you are talking to the people, the way you are, even simple things like laughing. And now those are some of the restrictions that we had some time ago, particularly when we feel that we are following some Dhamma path. We shouldn't have any do such things, and we have to behave in such a way that uh, uh, a bad impression should not go to the person who is watching you. Uh, Actually, what Anand Mahasi very clearly says is that what is important is to know whether you are doing those things with a fire underneath. Uh, so you do not have to try to forcibly stop your anger even. You do not have to try to forcibly control yourself by limiting yourself to certain types of dresses, or maybe the ones which are light in color and doesn't have a lot of accessories, and even the things like shoes, handbags, especially when it comes to ladies, uh, depending on what the function you are attending, the way that you dress up uh, varies. So you do not have to look sort of separate from the rest of the crowd simply because you are following the Dhamma path. So the things that is done to improve the appearance, the looks, and the things that you do to dress up yourself, so those things needn't to be changed, or by force does not need to be stopped, even if you have the desire, even if your feel is something else. If you feel that this dress is not suitable and I must buy something more which looks better, or if you feel that I need to have a hairstyle or a bit of makeup because this appearance may not suit the crowd and this event, definitely you should go for it. It's what is important is whatever you are doing, that burning should not be there. So even if you could not get it, there shouldn't be a burn. That is the important thing. Now you wanted to have a particular hairstyle or some form of makeup, and you were planning to get it done, but the last moment you had to cancel that appointment for some reason. The person who has no fire means the person will just be able to go the way that she can do it by herself. So even if you lose that chance, there's no burning. And even if you are doing it again, there's no burning inside. So it is a field or the current that should be taken into account uh, in your day-to-day life, because Aranvase says that a person should be able to conduct the life in the normal manner, and the way that he's experiencing things, the way that things are seen, the things are heard, and things are felt is no different. Uh, so it's not uh, something very artificial. Things should happen in the natural way. So that is the beauty of it, because we know that some of the monks, the advice is you can't have a lay life, you can't have a lay person's life if you are hoping, or if you have the uh, plan to go on this Dhamma path, and if you want to reach the Nirvana state, you cannot behave in an ordinary person, in a way of an ordinary person. We know the story about the Gatikara who used to make uh, pots, and we know that R.N. Mahansi is explaining the way that he was balancing everything. So uh, there was my Dr. Kokila.
I think this happened to me yesterday also. So, is it only you today?
No, Sudharma was there for a short while. She had to go. She had to go. I think Sudharma she was telling the experience. She had to go for something. She just mentioned about the experience that she had with get together yesterday. They are A-level students. It was some very long-standing kind, like after 38 years, she met some of the friends and she was telling the experience. So I was just extending of what she was saying.
Oh, okay. Yesterday, it was good because after about halfway, Surangika joined. So that was good. But it's difficult sometimes if there's no one.
Yeah, it
Becomes
becomes
boring.
sermon talking to herself.
Yeah.
Actually, from tomorrow is a problem because there is a plan now to go as a group to distribute leaflets for the people who are coming to watch Perahara. Perahara is starting tomorrow.
Oh,
Uh,
wow.
so I sent a message also to the group. We are supposed to meet everybody at 3:30 because the traveling also will take a longer time because we are going towards the city around that time, and then distributing the leaflets for about 1.5 to 2 hours maybe. Then coming back, so it takes more than the usual time because going itself might take sometimes 45 minutes, 1 hour even. Usually it is 20 minutes, but because more vehicles will be going towards the city at that time.
Yeah, and Champa is also busy these days. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, yesterday there was Teruan Sarnai Surangika also has joined. Yesterday, actually, I had some visitors and they just left around 4 o'clock, and then we had a banner at my next door. I mean, not next door, just very nearby temple. So there was one who was invited. This is as a part of this Vasana time, this season things, which is going on for 3 months. So he was supposed to give 1 hour sermon. He started with some very good questions. I was really happy to hear that. I thought, oh my God, then maybe he's listening to Buddothpado sermons, because he started saying that where is the suffering? Dukkha කොහෙද තියෙන්නේ? දුක තියෙන තැන අල්ලන්න පුළුවන්ද? So that is how we started actually. So I was really impressed to start with. I thought this is, I mean, it's something like Aryan Mahasi saying, where are you? Where is this self? Can you find out? It's something similar to that. I thought he may be trying to explain something like that. But of course, when you take the whole sermon, he was picking up from here, there. It was completely disorganized type of a sermon. I don't know what the business got. I mean, what did they get? He's a deputy principal of a school and highly qualified monk. But actually, these are the types of the sermons that a lot of people are listening. So I don't know what people took from what he said. In one point, he was talking about Nama Rupa and certain things. I felt they were completely wrong, actually. So he was talking about the Vijnana going from place to place also. That's kind of things. I suppose they are the facts that they have got from their training, their teaching, and the textbooks. So they cannot be blamed. They are telling what they have learned. So turning this thing to the reverse side, it's not going to be easy, because their way of training and their way of learning and teaching is a sort of very well established syllabus by now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is difficult to say everything in one line. Like, it's actually a lot of I think monks also talk about anicca dukkha anatta also, but in different angles they talk. So one sermon doesn't match to everything. Either they focus on the outside, or either they focus on the inside, or either it is everywhere that nothing is matching, like consciousness or something is left out. Yeah, it's. I think. I think yesterday we were talking about that with Surangika. I was telling how good it would be if everyone kind of get this Dhamma and they don't have to say about Aranvans if they don't want to, but at least try to understand. But the thing is, there are so many things to clarify. They can't just do it without talking to him either. So there is always caveats everywhere. Surangika, did you listen to, I think last night, is there anything specific from the sermon?
Last night I also couldn't remember anything specific to discuss, but I was asking about today morning discussion. That we had a little chat during the time that she was here, but last night I can't remember anything.
Sudharma?
Yeah, Sudharma. Yeah, she was there in the morning.
Yeah, I had heard
Whether
voice.
Surangika can remember anything specific from last night, Deshana.
No, unfortunately, I can't remember anything from last night. This morning, what was it?
Today morning one was that university student asked about that flower, the fragrance of that flower.
Yes. Yeah.
That was a
But
good
yesterday, Renaud said there was going to be something special he was organizing today, no? But that didn't happen.
Didn't happen today morning. I think he tried to connect to to show something, but there was a problem with the signal. Couldn't connect, I think.
Looks like he's having a discussion now somewhere, no?
Yes. Now he's continuing. I think these 4 days, 4 days or 5 days in and around Palang.
Oh, okay. Because I saw some small children in front again.
Yeah, that was yesterday's one, no? Yeah.
There's one going on live.
Okay. I didn't see that.
I was texting and I pressed send and I thought, oops. Not that he looks at the phone, but Dr. Kokila, did you have a missed call, group call from RN1? I was just feeling a bit bad that I couldn't
No,
pick the
I
call on
haven't
Friday.
been getting any calls actually.
A group call? No. Okay.
No. Maybe it is about the new English song or what? I don't know.
Must be about that.
I'm
But
not
that's
sure. I
mainly
haven't
for
got
Hachi
anything.
and them, isn't it? The US people.
Yeah. Were they in the group call?
No, there's only two, but I can't press it. If I hit it, it will go as a call. So I can't do anything to see who else is on it.
You didn't hear any talking?
No. I mean, it was a call on Friday that I missed. A group call. So I was thinking
No,
if
I
it
didn't
was
get any
English
call.
Zoom. But that he wants to do in the afternoon, isn't it? Sri Lanka time? Or
No, morning.
morning, 8:30. Yeah.
Morning. The problem is I don't know now.
It is difficult for me, but the US people, I think, can do.
Yeah, 8:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. Only thing is this participation is a problem, isn't it? I mean, it's going to be then just a discussion among some of them, whoever is conducting it.
It will not be that I mean, it is kind of happening to us also, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because there are no new questions. It's all we discussing this. So that's why it is slight, because there are no genuine, sometimes there is no genuine question, right? Trying to understand something. Then if the genuine question is there, it is good. Otherwise it becomes boring. Last night, I think, who spoke last night? Well,
The Sandhya from Balangoda. But then those were just about relating those experiences, no? And then he commented on the Balangoda program. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think any specific Dhamma facts were discussed last night. And today morning, when that girl was asking that question, and Sudharma, what Sudharma was saying was that we try to give all the facts, I mean, trying to line up everything and tell it methodically. But when Aranwasi joins, he just uses some simple couple of phrases and then the message is gone without any problem. So, which is beautiful.
I'm still working my way through the Domagoda talk, Dr. Sakuntala. It's quite long, isn't it?
Yeah, it is long. And then I saw a couple of separate ones. I think they have put them as small ones, like
Yeah,
50
I saw one hour one, no?
1 hour, like, yeah.
I just
yeah,
saw
I
one of
saw the
those.
one you sent me. I can't seem to find the other ones.
It's better to listen from the beginning, Dr. Kokila.
I also felt so. Whereabout are you
Okay.
in the listening? Which part?
I have come to I just come to the place where he talks about hormonal things.
I listened to the last bit and realized how good
Sorry.
the thing is.
I'm at about 3 hours now.
I think 5.5, like, no? 5
Yeah,
plus.
Well, sometime back, I actually used to put children to sleep and keep listening without actually falling asleep even. I used to be able to listen to even 5-hour sermons or even longer. Now that has, I think I'm just too tired. Or too old, maybe.
Yesterday, this this tired thing, actually, it doesn't come, no, saying that thing about what do you call it, putting in the I into it doesn't come actually. The body is tired is recognized, isn't it?
No,
Fact that the
even body
body
is
is
tired
tired.
is a thought. It's also a thought. Body is tired is also a thought. Even if whatever it is, you can't really, even subconsciously, it's a thought.
Yeah, true. But the fact that, I mean, now generally it comes saying I am tired, no?
Oh, yeah.
But that it doesn't come like that.
Yeah, we are getting used to that kind of attitude.
But the tiredness of the body sensor will experience the same thing, isn't it? That mind
Yeah,
part,
yeah.
mind part is the one which makes it worse.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so the mind can actually, the mind is putting it into words. No, the mind can actually, even if when it is coming as a thought, the thought can still recognize that it's the body. It's not that there is a body, but for the sake of like a naming convention, naming sake, the fact that the body, the physical tiredness is there is acknowledged, but it doesn't come as I am tired, I am exhausted type of thing.
And also the thoughts like, I have been working from morning now, how many hours by now? I couldn't have my meals and I was busy yesterday also. No, all those things come up, no, along with the present time.
Yeah.
That there is a saying, no, that in one of the books, I think that is Ajahn Brahman's books, don't push the yesterday's wheelbarrow and don't push the tomorrow's wheelbarrow. Just do it the present one. Because you tend to tie up everything. I did so much of working yesterday, and then tomorrow also this will continue. So the past and the present is coming up now.
Actually, this understanding that presence is also not there is the main thing.
Yes.
Because this whole phenomena of past is past, future is future is very used to Buddhists.
Mm.
Coming to the moment is also very used to the Buddhists. But the actual thing is, even Sanya may be used to Buddhists, but the thing is, no self angle. The first bit of this whole thing is the most important thing, as Saran is saying.
Oh, actually, Dr. Kokla, when he said Asanya, I remembered. Was it last morning that he talked about it or Andolnatmaka? He said he went into a Nirodha Samapatti state. He's
Andolnatmak.
last night, no? That he said uh, remember he
Did about
showed
1
the
hour sitting
video.
down.
Yeah, he showed the video up to a point and then he said he left the phone and sat for 1 hour and went to Asanya, or then he called it Nirodha Samapatti.
Mm.
But I think what he was trying to say is that the mind is those kind of places, environments lends itself to kind of, for the mind to kind of liberate from the mind further. And the ability to go into the, the samapatti type of thing becomes easier, which is why he, invited all those people some time ago to visit those places where the Arahants had been, isn't it? Also to make use of that energy to be able to liberate from even a few aspects where one is stuck in the mind, to get the feel more, isn't it?
Yeah. So what I was trying to say is even that is possible, but because people had this samadhi or the nimitigata samadhi. How do you say that? I don't know. Kind of directed dhyana was there when even Lord Buddha started. So only angle here is the no self angle, isn't it?
Mm.
Why Lord Buddha had to do the Kayanupasana, Vedanupasana, Chittanupasana, Dhammanupasana? What is the main idea behind that? Otherwise, he could have said, no, just sit down and do some meditation. But no, he said there is a marga, and in that he talks about Samma Ditti, Samma Sankappa, Samma Vacha, Samma Ajiva, like that. There's so many things with the right. But everyone used to say, a good job, it is a right job. Oh my God.
Actually, that was another question that somebody asked, isn't it? The Suddhavasha.
Yeah,
Five
yeah.
types.
That was there. I don't think he went into great detail in there.
Yeah, he named the five and he said, no, that person asked, why are there five?
Yeah,
And
and
then,
that was a easy question, but in the sense, easy answer that Aaron Hansi gave, but he has actually discussed this some time back, a bit deeper as well, I think. Not that I remember, but I think he has discussed this before.
oh, and the point is, that person was saying, why isn't there one place? Why are there five? And then that was, of course, nicely clarified by Aryan Vasi, because it talks about how the perceptions becomes finer and finer, isn't it? Meaning the vibration, self-vibration is gradually diminishing in power, and the more it diminishes in power, the perception becomes less. I mean, less of a self in the self vibration in the perception. And so, because that is only a gradual diminishing, only that there are 5 stages, because all that is on the path, isn't it? And this is not something that, one moment you are in this kind of position and the next moment the state is different. It's melting away, isn't it? I think there's a good example also in the Buddha's time about how that is. And even Kemakatero's example is also something like that, isn't it? What was that? Some dye, the scent of the dye is still there.
I was trying to remember the English word for that, and I just the 5 pure abodes. Is that how you say that?
Abodes, no?
Is it abodes? Oh, okay.
Yeah, abodes. ABODES. 31 planes of existence. I mean, actually, at least the English one, whether knowingly or unknowingly, they
Yeah,
actually
pure.
called it 31 planes of existence, isn't it?
Yeah.
Misconceptions of existence, indeed.
Yes, actually, yeah. And in Panchasuddhavasa, when we try to find out, AI gives highest exclusive planes of existence are strictly reserved for non-returners who have eradicated the 5 law of fetters.
So, is that correct? So the 5 fetters are, is it the 5 hindrances or something else?
No, fetters means
the
Kamaraga Patiga.
Kamaraga Patiga and the first 3, no?
I think that
Kamaraga Patiga.
isn't it? That sounds correct. What Arenvasi was trying to explain, more or less it is the same, no?
But what about Ruparaga? Now, Anagami means Rupadarshini Midicha Ubhase, no? So the Loka
Ruparaga.
Sanya is gone. Is that right?
Yeah,
So then
Aranvansi's
Ruparaga?
explanation is anyway a bit more wider than normal ones, because Aranwanse is the first one who says that the actually Sotapanna fruition state is an experience, and also Aranwanse includes Ruparaga. Ruparaga also actually I don't think I don't know actually. Ruparaga, Aruparaga is of course can be there in the Ruparaga part.
Yeah, that's what I also thought. The Anagami state is only once that is transcendent, isn't it? The
No, that
Ruparaga
is
thing.
only the Lokasanya. Lokasanya doesn't necessarily mean the everything. Lokasanya,
No, but it's the
because
Rupa Darshini Vidicha Ubhasaya is Anagami, isn't it?
but Rupadarshini
Rupa
means
Darshini Vidicha.
Loke.
No,
Rupadarshini,
Rupa
I don't
Darshini
know.
Vidicha Ubhasaya
I'm not
is
sure about the wordings, but what I'm trying to say is because Chaya is in the sensual world. Form level is not the actual Chaya. It is the light, sound, the things like that. So maybe this is because even though Aranhanse says it interchangeably, usually in the older sermons you can find Rupa Satana, that means of chair, is a kind of the form word. Can you remember that? Do you remember anything about that actually? Because it's a very sensitive area to discuss. So the sensual world means actually the chair. The chair can't be true in form world means it's only the form. So it would be either the Rupa Satahana, that means the light. So
yeah, it's the bare outline of the chair, right? In a form of
so that is the
perception.
light actually. That's the light form of it, and the sound form of it, and the touch is not going to be involved much at all if the because the touch is a basic one. So yeah, it goes up and up. Actually, it's an area that can be discussed with Aranwanse.
What I remember is that the something like real chair is the sensual, and something like a picture where that value of the real chair isn't there. It's like a picture, and then just the outline is something interpreted as the
Outline is always light or the sound. So this outline story, it's not the outline of a chair actually.
Yeah, the feeling of existence. Something is there.
Now imagine you see the chair in the dream. It's you have an
It's a
idea, right?
perception.
Yeah, perception.
Sanyavana, that is.
Yeah, so the sanyava doesn't actually have anything in that. It's the light and the sound. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Even though in the dream you can't really touch and do anything, right?
Yeah, so when we say outline of it, it's still an outline. But it's
still the
a
outline, but it's a
perceived outline.
Perceived outline, and it's just only the sound and the light usually. Thickness is there in the understanding. But, like if you are seeing your mother in your dream, usually dreams are like, I don't know how to even explain that. It doesn't have
Evasive.
that.
Elusive, sorry, not evasive, elusive.
Yeah, it's just the forms, right? It's a
You can't catch
beautiful
it,
way to
right? Yeah.
understand it. Yeah, yeah. Even though you feel like you have been beaten by or eaten by a dog, just imagine in a dream you are being the imagine the Sakuntala's dream where she was trying to close the door.
So that is a form world. Is that what you're saying? Form world
It is an
experience.
example.
Okay.
Don't
Yeah.
say it is the form world. That is not the way of describing. It's a very good example of how the sanya is.
Yeah.
So in the form world, you can't be actually, form world doesn't have anything to do with the actual world. Actual world of, thickness and all that is it's not there. There's a very good point here if you can understand why they call it Prithviyeng Miduna, or what do you call it? Loke Miduna.
Means, isn't it the form world? No, sorry, you formless.
Which point are we talking about now?
Yeah, it is confusing. No, what I'm trying to say is form world, it's not having the physicality part of it.
Yeah. I think that part is clear, isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala? I think we know that.
Non-form, it's very easy. Non-form, nothing. Zero, nothing. It's just the
Non-form
feel.
is only the feel.
Only the feel. That is the difficult part. Now everyone is finding it difficult to understand because it comes only with the experience. So it is only the feel. So පුටුව දෙයක් තියෙනවා, පුටුව තියෙනවා වගේ දැනෙන එක is just a feel. So the පුටුව in the mind world, that's the form level. So form level is specifically like very, very easy, even though Dr. Sakuntala actually pushed the door, right?
Yeah.
With whole power, she was trying to close the door.
Yes.
But to be honest, she wasn't. She was on the bed.
Yes.
But you feel like doing something, but that is kind of what we call as sanya. Yeah, sanya or perception level. So the chair as a perception, it is very easy to understand if you actually put it to the in that dream how Dr. Sakuntala felt me as a perception there, pushing the door as a perception there. Can you see?
Yes, that's clear now. Yes.
So the door is a perception there. So form world, even though Suddhavasa is put as form world abode, pure, it is pure abode. So pure abode means form world is not a thing to that system. There's a difference in there.
Sorry, say that again. So the form, nobody is denying anything. No, there is no denial of any of those. Like R.N. Vansa says,
No denial.
When the sense, even the Arahant, there is what is it?
Definitely
the senses are, there is an
perceptions are there
experience of
nicely.
the senses, right?
100%. Even the perception is there nicely.
Yeah, so in the similar way, the perception is also there. Nothing is going away or getting blank or anything. But
There is
there is
one
no
thing going
power
away.
there.
What is it? What is
What's that?
it going away? What is the only thing that is going away?
The power.
Power. Why? What is the only thing that Lord Buddha understood?
Because
නැතිුණා නැතිුනේ ඉන්නවා තියනවා කියලා ගත්ත
yeah, the
සංඥාව විතරයි.
existence, that something is there.
Yeah, that is a perception that we have. Now we were talking about the perception nicely, in Dr. Sakuntala's dream. In that, can you see that I am, not I am, even you don't have words there. In a dream, you don't actually use words. But there is a perception of me trying to close something, right?
So that's
the perception. That's no. Arupa is completely different. Arupa is a feel.
Here is a sign of all that happening.
Yes, this is form. What I'm trying to say is, Atma Sanyava is there. It is a very easy way to understand this. How Itta Sanya. The existence perception, the wind is coming, you're trying to close the door. So the actual life also, we can do that. There is no problem in that. We can do even in the dream. Even Arahatan Hansi can close the door if there is a big wind coming. What I'm trying to say is trying to understand the form part of it. What is this self-perception? Because everyone struggles with this self-perception and the existence perception. So existence perception is a perception where there is no reason for that. Now, chair perception, there is at least a reason, right? Someone has told you that there is a chair. But Itta Sanyava, the existence perception, has come from the system. The organism has it. What is that? Automatically, there is a feel that there is here thing.
Dr.
It's a feel.
Kokila, Dr. Sakuntala, can you hear Dr. Kokila clearly? Sorry, maybe it's on my side.
Oh, I think I lost the connection for a short while. Now I am back online.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can
now
hear.
it's okay. But earlier, I think there were bits of things which kind of didn't come
Maybe
through.
my connection is not good. Yeah, is it okay?
Yeah, now I can hear. Yes.
Now it should be okay, doctor.
Hopefully it's okay. Now I was trying to actually highlight this perception and the feel because there's always a problem in there. Now the feel is completely a feel. There's no form. If you remember one lady who asked about the smell being a problem to her and asking Aranwansa, am I trapped in the Arupa? Aranwansa was, what Arupa? It is a form. It is a Rupa. It is a smell Rupa. Like it's a smell form. Smell is a form. So smell is a form. Taste is a form. Light is a form. Sound is a form. Touch is a form. Temperature is a form. Chair is also form. Can you see that? The form part is there for everything. Now, the form part is in everything. Light also, there is a light perception. You don't need the light there to have the light perception. We all understand that. If I go blind from today onwards, I can't see anything, but still I will have the light perception, right? If someone come and tell me this room is, the light is on in this room, I will know what that is because I will have the perception of light. then I will know what they are talking about. When they say, the current went off, now the whole hall is in dark, then we will know that, even if I'm blind. Why? Because the perception is there. So the perception is always in the kind of the form level. And that is actually the thickness part of it is not very important. Whether the door is the actual, we don't touch the, even though we are touching the door, we are not actually touching the door. You know what I mean? So that's not important. Sorry, I got disturbed. So did you listen to that, Suramika?
Yeah. So
what my point was, the feel side, there's no form.
yeah. So the feel side is just a feel.
Just a feel. So it's nothing to do with any form. So even in the feel, there is a
So if so the feel is the feel of existence, is what you're saying.
feel is the vibration.
The feel of existence. So now Aran Master says, if it's a chair, the feel that the chair is there.
Yeah, that's the Atma company.
But
Any
the
feel
feeling
is
that
actually the vibration. Actually, any feel is vibration.
any feel is vibration, and so if the feel exists that the chair is there,
That is a self vibration.
so that means that's still arupe.
Yeah. I just wanted to highlight that because if you know these things nicely, the experience
But
is unharmed.
how will the perception be not there, and the feel is there about the chair? So now, according to what you're saying, the outline is there, right? In the dream, Dr. Sakuntala's dream.
No, that
For
isn't.
her
In
to
the dream,
say she was
you
pushing
can't
the door.
find the form level. Sorry, you can't find the non-form level. So now the next sentence, the answer to your question is, if you are in the form level, you can't talk about the non-form.
No, but you can, because of the feel is anyway there, no? In the form. In the form level is also there. The non-form is also there.
It has to be uncovered.
True, but both are there. Meaning
Both
the
are there.
perception.
Even now, even a normal person, you are talking to your daughter, the sensual world, if you're actually talking to your daughter, in the sense, if something is real, that's a sensual world.
And that has
So the
all three
underlying,
levels.
yeah, but it is not, it is masked.
Yeah, whether it's master or not, all that is experienced, doctor, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, you can't really experience non-form while experiencing sensual world.
Dr. Sakuntala, what do you think of that?
Yeah,
Now, what I'm saying is, if the chair is real, you can't experience a non-form.
But the non-form is there, but can't experience, isn't it? When the sensual means all three are there, but you can't experience, you can't go to that level because already you are covered with that sensual level.
Yeah, because imagine the time that we have never listened to a Dhamma. Imagine. You can't really come to the feel unless you are actually a feeler. Now, that's a different story. Now, if you're talking about that, there are people who are more focused on feel side, like Aranvans. That's a complete different aspect. I mean, I'm talking about a normal person. People who are more to feel, they are actually tuned to the feel. But they like the feel. That's a different thing. But they are more into the feel. So they are trying to search for the calm feel. They don't want the problematic feels. So they are more prone to run away from the sensual world anyway. That's like Aranhan says, Swanamali, like people like that who will be more to the feel side. A normal person, I'm talking about a normal mundane world person, feel side is very masked.
Oh, actually, this recently, Aaron Matsi talked about two fields, no? Because that can't get connected here to this discussion. First is the
Yeah. Now I'm not
layperson's
talking
field
about
of the sensual
layperson's feel.
world field.
Yeah. Layperson's feel I'm talking about.
Yeah, so that's totally different. And then the next field is the
No,
Elovatmidila
next feel
Melovatmiditsa.
also, the problem is if you are not mastering this field thing, that's what Aranvans is saying. No? If you are not a master of this, knowing that the mind bubble and the field is different, you don't know. We basically don't know. Different in the sense it's a kind of an art. More to the field side is art. Knowing Dhamma is a different thing. But the feelers are more prone to actually quickly go to the field side. So there is a chance to touch the non-vibration quicker. Oh, that's what Aranansi says. Because it is a kind of a going from, like in films, they go from one end to the another like that. Why I was trying to say that was actually for a reason. This, the understanding of 31 realms, understanding of Suddhavas, everything depends on these experiences.
So the five Anagami, five realms in Shuddhavasa
That's
has
completely
been
with the right
imposed.
view.
Has been imposed to the Anagami stage, right?
Yeah.
So Anagami, it's actually when you say Anagami stage, it's the fruition level onwards and Arhat Marga, is it?
Yeah.
I think it's Arhat Marga, isn't it? Because
Yes.
then
That wasn't the thing I was trying to highlight. I was actually trying to highlight how to feel these things, like how to feel how the 31 realms are formed. Because as soon as one person asks about these realms, why? That means he will have problems about the 31 realms as well. Because he has to, I mean, everything is in order when you actually understand these 3 realms. How chair has these 3 realms. So, but how the sensual world person actually, it is difficult to get the feel. Because seeing Dhamma in one stimuli happens. To some others, it happens. As Aranhansi says, as soon as Aranhansi starts telling Dhamma, it happens. To some, it doesn't happen. And Aranhansi actually got people for 7 days to make that to happen. He's trying everyone to get the thing, get the 3 realms feel in one stimuli, right? It's a difficult thing. But some others might feel it straight away. It is a difficult thing then, and feel the beyond. Because to feel the beyond, it's that's the Dhamma. Because that's why people are stuck in the field. Because they like the field. Because they like because it's untouched. Because since usually people who like the field, they don't like the sensual world. So they will find it difficult to live in the sensual world. But that is the Pruthajjana field. One who knows Dhamma, finding this find why Aranhansi is trying hard for 7 days, 1 month, 1 year. Why? Because someone has to feel this Dhamma. You have to feel the non-self or the non-vibration. And Naranwansi says it's not due to the Dhamma itself. It's just synchronizing to the non-self. Synchronizing to non-vibration. And it can happen to a mother. Am I correct? What do you think, Surangika? That's what he said, right?
I missed that part, Doctor.
That's what he told Sonamali. And Sonamali said it takes time. He said he intervened and said, no, game amma niwan dakina.
Without going to without transcending.
Without any deeper talks about Dhamma, they can actually feel Dhamma for a moment. They can feel the non-self for a moment. Not that they become that. They just feel it. That's all. That's what happened to 7-year-old Visakha. That's what happened to Sunita Sopaka. That is what happened to the servant Kujuttara. Right?
Yeah.
That's why they say they are never coming back kind of thing.
So when now Nivana Muhtara, it says that when this moment there is nothing becomes a thing, that is Nivana, no? So now if this everything doesn't become, there is no feel, no, that things exist all the time. It can sometimes become, some object can become prominent. But to a greater extent, if the followers are not actually, can you say that they don't get the feel of, because that would be correct. I mean, the chair doesn't come as a thing, the table doesn't come as a thing, the sky, the park, the garden, the house doesn't really come as a thing. So if they don't come as a thing, and it's still acknowledged, it is there. It's not as if it has gone. The recognition is there. But isn't that where the form and formless realms have both been transcended?
We can say it is if someone is fully into Dhamma and realize Dhamma and fully realize what these words are, what these levels are, and then you can say, yeah.
He has said that right from the beginning, no? That if මේ මොහොතේ මේ මොහොතේ එක දෙයක් නැත්තම් තුන් භූමියම මිදිලා.
Yeah, what about the
But the
moment that you become?
question that he puts to the mothers is the important one. The fact that we are not always, we have that mind is that thought is only now, no, this one thought, no, but then in the next thought it can become a thing. So the potential for another thought or another thought to become a thing is still there until the self vibration is completely gone. And that is where he tries to get the mothers to by talking about the arahants and the difference, isn't it? So it's not as if in this moment, say the Sakuntala system, the Kokila system, and the Suraka system, in different moments, not in maybe the same moment, in different moments for each system, there could be the nirvana that is experienced. And then even in the next moment, also there could be the nirvana, and the following moment, and the following moment. But then 100 moments later, which is the new moment now, that could become a thing. So it is that problem that the Buddha found the solution to, isn't it? That if there's any possibility whatsoever for any vibration to become a thing, then that means there is bhava or becoming. And the samsaric cycle has not come to an end. So that is to get to that point, even for to completely eradicate the teeny weeniest possibility of that vibration happening is the understanding and the realization of the Trividya. Then that is the only way, isn't
You
it?
are telling a sentence which I agree, but I am telling before that sentence. I'm actually talking before that sentence. I'm talking about actually මොහොතට අවදි. I'm not talking about afterwards. That's the thing. I'm actually talking about this feeling Dhamma. So in that, if you are that in that, when you say the chair didn't become a thing, table didn't become a thing. If that system is fully realized what the three levels are and everything, and then non-vibration, doesn't necessarily matter. And also that moment you're saying that fire came also doesn't matter. Do you understand? Once the self-view is gone, Even the burning
Yeah,
doesn't
that,
matter.
no, true, that doesn't matter, and that is all, that is the problem here. No? The problem is that this system cannot come to the understanding that the self is not then until such time the self is self, it is that itself that has become the obstacle. So it is with that understanding, to that level understanding only Aryan Maharsa says, understand the Trividya, because there's no other way to come
Whether
to
you
that
have
point.
the anatma sanya, whether you have the anicca sanya is the problem. So when you tell me that පුටුව දෙයක් උන්නේ මේස දෙයක් උන්නේ එතකොට එතන නිවන් දැකලානේ, yes, in a way, yes.
Yeah, so that is undisputed.
Yeah, but the problem is whether that system is fully realized.
No, true. So that's exactly what we were saying. That Aryan Maharsa also says that we understand also is that, I mean, why aren't followers resting on their laurels? Because the system is now realized through listening to this philosophy that one moment one can be in, Nivana Addakina, but the next moment the potential, the possibility, the propensity, whatever you want to call it, of the next thing becoming a thing is always there until that thing is completely transcended, until that self-view is completely gone, as you say, Dr. Kokila, to come what may from whatever senses, even if it's a burning or whatever, to understand there is no self, there has to be absolutely embedded and entrenched to such an extent that nothing becomes a thing.
Yeah.
Then only the three realms are transcended completely, right? And the self vibration would then diminish completely.
Yeah, but what Aryan Maharsa was telling that day, that that is the actual beginning of the path. That's the thing. The samadhi is the beginning of the path. That is a tricky thing, actually. Seeing all three realms in one stimuli. And seeing beyond that.
Now, if I take the dream that I saw, if I try to explain the levels in the way that I have understood, now I had some form of uh, excitement, I would say that I had to close the door. So I had something, I don't know what is a most suitable word to say, maybe excitement, maybe some form of anxiety that I have to close the door. So that is the sensual world, because I had something. I mean, I felt it real.
Yeah.
And then that whole thing was created as a thought is a form world. It was, I mean, all five senses were working. I mean, I felt as if they were working. So the whole creation, which was in the
That was
mind, form world. And beneath that,
You
I
didn't
felt
touch the beneath that. Because the
no,
fear.
the theory wise, what I'm trying to say that the feeling that the something is happening, that the alive feeling, that isn't that the formless. I may not have
Alive
experienced.
feel is the formless, yeah.
Yeah, so
true.
that
Right.
is a formless, no?
Yeah, alive feel is the formless.
I may not have experienced, but all three come
Yeah,
together.
but in that way, it's correct. That the one you said just now said is correct. That's the thing. Alive feel that you felt as alive there, no, in the dream also.
Yeah.
Even in real life, it is the same.
It is the same, yeah.
You're not like a dead tree. Dead tree trying to close the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a kind of a better way of putting it, but there are a lot of ways to put it. So you can't just say one way. There's so many ways to tell this.
Because now some Aranwasi takes that example now of the sunrise, and he says first it is the rosy pinky sky and the outline, and then it is the outline, and then with the sun continuing to rise up in the sky, the rest of the things start taking shape and the black outline disappears and everything becomes colorful and vibrant and so on. So initially it is that that kind of feel, no? And
Yeah, it's a
that is the
feel
thing that
first.
then starts expanding to become, to give that sense of value, right? And then when it diminishes also, it goes up to the sensual, and then when it diminishes also, sensual goes first and then the others. So finally, as he says, that sense of existence, that something being there, if that is there, only the self also, that kind of feel of existence arises. No? But if it is not there, there is. So what is the what is the formless without the form there? So no outline. When we say no outline means, that means no perception. You can't really say that
There's a
because there is
feel.
also
There's a feel.
no, but what was that other thing? Nasanni. ඒ කියන්නේ සංඥාවක් නැත්තේත් නෑ මහණෙනි. So සංඥාවක් නැත්තේත් නෑ මහණෙනි means even if the outline is there, there's no power, but how is the feel? The feel that it is there
Feel
without an
has
outline.
the vijnanang all that. I mean, it has all that. Basic consciousness. When you have basic consciousness, we are not talking about the actual sensory organ, right? But it is actually basic consciousness is actually due to the sensory organs, whether it is body consciousness, whether it's light consciousness, whether it is sound consciousness, whether it is mind consciousness. There's always this problem, no, the understanding the senses. I think we have come to the end of the session also, but I think the problem is unresolved, right? Is there a problem or I feel it? I feel is the actual, I feel or the feel is the form, non-form.
Yeah, sometimes I think we must be, it can be probably overcomplicating it also, I think.
Yeah, life feel is easy. We feel alive, right?
Yeah, I mean, even, yeah, feel alive also. I mean, it's not this real alive and kicking kind of feel alive, no? So in terms of an object, the feeling of existence is not the alive feel. Alive feel kind of gives a notion that, you're like, those days you're thankful of being alive and everything feels as if everything is so tangible and
In
very much
English, it
there
is
and
easier.
that kind of thing. No, nothing comes like that anymore. No?
Yeah, but in English, it seems a bit easier, isn't it? When you say life consciousness, sound consciousness, and body consciousness, and mind consciousness, only the four things, Ditta Sutta Vinyata, it becomes
Really?
easier, I thought. The
To think about
consciousness
the
level.
feel.
Yeah.
No, so the feel is, I mean, there we are talking about the feel of the chair being there.
Yeah, that's the mind consciousness.
No, in terms of R.N. Mahan's saying, පුටුව තියෙන බව දැනෙනවා නම් දැනෙන දැනීම අරූපේ.
Yeah, that is, like that is the life feel. It's very easy. He told that in Dombagoda Deshana a long time ago. Champa was there in front of him. He was talking about a cup.
Yeah, I remember that cup incident. That's why we all talking about a cup, no? Cup and a chair and all.
Mm. Same thing. The Sitta Sanya is everywhere. Atma Sanya is also everywhere. The issue is to when would the Anitya Sanya and Anatma Sanya will come, right?
No, but I think I mean, I don't know if it was the chair, but he said, තමුන් ඉන්නවා බව නිකන් දන්නවනේ, ඉන්නවා බව දන්නවනේ, type of thing, no?
Yeah.
So that
ඉන්නවා දැන්නකම්ම මරන්න බයයි.
means the vibration is there, but is that in terms of an object is the question. Can there be that feel without in terms of an object? Or in the latter stages, can that be so?
Yes. Then only you can
Always in terms
understand
of an object.
the object is not needed if it is
not
like
needed, no?
the form world. Now, so Dr. Sakuntala actually didn't need a door to push. Nicely, she was pushing. It's a very beautiful example.
No, but she had a perception of a door, no? And that perception of a door was
That's a
very
mind
real for her.
consciousness.
The perception of
that's
the
a
door was
mind.
very real for her, which is why she had that sense of anxiety, right? So that form was a thing in the dream.
Yeah.
Which means the anxiety and all that comes
Actually speaking, that is a dream of the sensual world. Because the door is there, no? If the door is there, if the wind is coming, if the I am getting flown away or something is there, that is sensual world dream. It's not a form world dream. I was trying
but
to
then the form
actually
is
show
also there.
Yeah, 100%. Who cares? But the actual dream is in the sensual world. But the example is beautiful to understand how the actual world dream also is the same. The form world is beneath that anyway, which can come up at any time. If the form is there, definitely Atma vibration, self vibration is definitely there if the form is there. It's very deep. I'm talking because you all have listened to Dhamma for a long time. If the form is there, formless is anyway there.
Yeah. Mm. I think we stop for today. We have gone past the time, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, we'll discuss it tomorrow also if you have time. I think it's because if I actually poke around, you might also go and ask Aranwansi so that more things will come up. Because unfinished aspects are there. Or you can go backwards and listen to Aranwansi's Dhamma. Because some aspects, even though we see table is not a thing to me, the chair is not a thing to me. So I have seen Nibbana, yes, in a way it is true. But when Narayan Mahansi asks, have you seen Nibbana? Everyone is saying no. How come then?
Well, that's because it's not a permanent state.
No. The Narayan Mahansi is not asking a permanent state. No, Narayan Mahansi will never ask that. Narayan Mahansi is asking about this. About Nivana Mohatakata Dakka. He never asks whether you have become the Arahant. He will never ask like that.
I think it is partly because many of us have had a sort of unreachable type of painting called Nivana. So they are a bit worried whether they are concerned whether to say yes in that question. I think that is the reason.
I think it is very unique experience which we keep missing because of the less investigation. That's what I feel. Less investigation or less penetration. That's insight meditation. Because when we can't talk about only non-form is also useless now. But this Aranhansi is nicely saying, Gamein ammat meka dakinu amohataකට. But it's not the way that පුටුව දෙයක් උන් නැති වෙලාව it's not like that. Because I can say no, the fan is not a thing to me now. But that's not the actual experience as such. Then actually everyone would start saying nothing is a thing to us. But at the same time then say නිවනට පත් වෙලා නැහැ that I don't know whether that we can say in that word because then නිවනට පත් වෙච්ච බව දන්නවද එහෙනම්? That question Narayan Mahansi asked that day. නිවනට පත් වෙච්ච නැති බව දන්නවද? පත් වෙච්ච බව දන්නවද? වෙනස දන්නවද? Something like that, isn't it? It's good thoughts. Good way to hustle everyone. And actually speaking, we don't know. That's what Narayan Mahansi is saying. No, mother is crying in front of him. And he can also feel that she feels the truth, but she may not know that Aranwansa says that true what Dr. Sakuntala is saying, and it's actually true what Surangika is saying too. But the question, රහත් නොවන බව දන්නේ කොහොමද එන? එහෙනම් නැත්නම් රහත් වුණ බව දන්නවද? නැත්නම් රහත් නොවන බව දන්නවද? Something like that, isn't it? Isn't that the question that Aranwansa asked one day? What do you think, Surangika?
Yeah.
Yeah. උණ බව දන්නවද නැත්නම් නොවුණ බව දන්නවද? මොකක්වත් දන්නේ නැත්නම් ඉතින් it's confusing, right? නැත්නම් උණ බව දන්නවනම් නොවුණ බවත් දන්නවා. උණ බව දන්නවනම් ඉතින් අහන්න දෙයක් නැහැ කියලා රහතන් වහන්සේ කෙනෙක්. That's a different story. But we can see how complicated it is when Narayan Hanse says Sonamali has more to go. So everything is not as rosy as we think, right? Very minute things maybe, but still it is. It's very important to keep touch with Dhamma and try to do the Satara Satipatthana or the insight meditation. Continue the insight meditation. With the nature. Yeah, we'll talk tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't think so. Yeah.
Okay, we can start then.
Yes, of course, you can start.
Okay. Teruvan Saranai, may Triple Gem bless all of you. We worship Aryan Mahansi at his feet. To all Dhamma friends, we welcome all of you to this English Zoom discussion. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. So, as usual, we are starting our 1 hour 15 minutes discussion in English medium on Buddothpado teaching, which we actually discuss according to some of the books that were written by Awaran Nahase, the Noble Friend. We have been discussing very basic facts over the last few days, how the thoughts are formed, what is meant by mind, and how the thoughts are formed. The fact that it is a series of thoughts, the mind means a series, a fast-flowing series of thoughts, and how the thoughts are formed. It's actually the collective action or merging of the 5 sensor functions. So this is basically what we were discussing, and we also discussed the fact that the little baby who has the so-called radiant mind, who has only the sensor function where the ability to see, hear, and feel, but eventually there is these sensor functions turn into a combined different type of function which we call a thought. And now at this stage there is no way of going back to the initial sensor function. What we end up is having a thought straight away. So everything that is experienced is a thought. That means some form of naming and description occurs in relation to the sensor function. And it's as a thought, the different names are given to different products. Now, one of the examples given was when there's a particular shape, we call it a car, and a different shape, we call it a lorry, and yet another different shape, we call it a bicycle. For a person who has no idea about this English language that I'm talking right now, the word bicycle is just a sound, but there is no meaning or no naming because there is no previous experience. And also, it's the world or this world of thoughts is created as a result of the sensor functions. So our world is actually limited to the ability to create something by these 6 sensors. So different animals will have those similar restrictions and have their own worlds created by the sensors. So this is what is described in Pali as Salayatana Loko. So we are in the process of understanding this process, the formation of this world, and formation of the world means the sensor function, which is again a creation at the sensor level due to the fast happening, and then there's creation of the thought, and there's a rapid flow of thought which we call living, or we feel we have this alive feeling or the feeling of existence because of this rapid flow of thoughts. So I think I will stop from there because we have run out. We are we are behind the schedule. I invite Dr. Kokila to initiate the discussion. Thiruvan Sannai, Dr. Kokila, and Thiruvan Sannai, all Dhamma friends.
Thiruvan Sannai. We worship our Mahanse. We'll start the discussion. Anyone can bring up a question which will help the flow of the discussion. Because Shani didn't read the book today, we can jump into the discussion anyway. Is there anything we can bring up today? Yeah. Yes, sir.
Doctor, I have 3 questions, but I think all are related to one. One is we follow this or we feel it as this the truth. So in this society, when we are true and walking according to the truth, and when there's injustice and we stand on the justice side and we get blackguarded or scolded, as according to Dhamma, how are we to see it out of our mind? When injustice is happening to the justice person, how is that person going to react if he knows the Dhamma properly? Secondly, some relatives and some people say the same advices. It certainly irritates sometimes. How can we overcome that? Thirdly, is that because of people's comments and all those things and this injustice happening in our lives, I don't feel like going out of my house. How can I come out of my mind, as Aryan Mansi said, and how can I face this? Thank you.
Yeah. There are so many aspects to that. So one is I'll try to catch one end to it because the basic thing would be if we take the justice or injustice, we have common sense. We, as you know, the injustice is actually in the mind. We have discussed a lot with Joel about how this mind is formed. Mind is formed from the sensory organs as well. And the one stimuli is, if you take it as justice, another stimuli is injustice. It's a thought. We get that. So when we say it's injustice, I'll try to say an example. Injustice in this country is not injustice in other countries. Injustice in animal world is not injustice in another world. So, just for an example, there's a mouse. Mouse was seen by the cat. Cat is running after the mouse, catches it, plays with it. You know that cat usually plays with it and kills it and eats. Okay, I'm just trying to come to the point. So cat is playing with the rat before eating, and finally eats the rat. where's the injustice? Or where's the justice? Or where's the injustice? There's a, if there's a tribe and the tribe believes some sort of, pattern to give away the daughters to a man. That's what they know. And it involves so many unnecessary rituals. And in their eyes, there's injustice and justice. From other eyes, we can. So the cat or the rat, justice and injustice is not the main thing that they are worried about. The rat is worried about saving the life or running away from the cat. It's just the instinct. There's no big mind in the rat. Cat, again, there's no much big mind. They have just a sensory organ function. But there is a perception. Perception is the hunger. Or even that the perception could be this is food. Small moving object. And the smell and all that. They are very, very good in this. And that's all they have. So where's the justice or the injustice? So what I'm trying to come to is justice or the injustice is in your mind. The meaning is actually it is in the subject. It's a subjective thing, if I would say. So according to our attitudes, the culture, the whatever we know, family, whatever the family was having, the ideas, notions, opinions, justice has a place, injustice has a place. Justice says man and a woman should be paid equally. Injustice, it's not done. It's not done. So the main thing to understand in Dhamma is justice and injustice is in our mind. It's actually coming from all the ideas that we have developed throughout our adulthood. Actually, small baby, even if there is something happening to that baby would not know. But after getting into some age, even that child is going to think this is can't be justified. It comes to that after a long time. How would you get that decision that this can't be justified? It is from other comparison. Basically, comparison. So what are we comparing? Comparison is happening in this mirage or in this illusory world. So we keep comparing, okay, that is justice, this is injustice. So where would someone stand? Is it in the injustice or the justice or the truth? Truth is none of these things are actually true. It is just a part and parcel of the dream. What does that mean? What that means is you will do whatever you feel like. If you're feeling to help someone, you help someone. That's all. So in the other way around, if someone is actually going to actually understanding this Dhamma, the actual truth, that person understands if you are actually doing something. This can be only understood by humans, by the way, not the cat or the rat. So as a human, you will understand, okay, this is the mind, yes. So if I'm actually having, because usually humans doesn't need to kill. Humans can survive without killing. Humans can survive without doing bad stuff. But when it comes to survival, people might do stuff. But that is due to the feeling of existence. Or in the sense alive faith. Because we feel alive, we try to maintain that, and we might do this and that and, all the bad stuff. Rather than standing in one side, justice or the injustice, it's actually what is going to happen is you're going to understand that all these perceptions are actually a kind of a reflection here. So if it's a reflection here, if you are killing someone, the killing is actually a perception here. Basically, you are killing, because you know that when we talk about truth, I think Joel will understand that when you take the actual stimulus, which can be chair, for an example, or milk toffee, or your enemy, just for an example, now the feel that the chair is existence is you. So there's no separate you. This is a bit difficult in the beginning, but try and see whether you can get this, because the perception of chair, when it is felt as a thing because of ignorance, you take it as you feel it, and that feel is inadvertently or mistakenly is called me or my or mine. So we understand, okay, actually the perception of the enemy, when it becomes a thing, is the burning that you had. Otherwise you don't feel like existing. You will be like a feather. But what happens is, what happens here is, because of the heaviness, because that you feel the enemy is there, that is you. So basically we can understand that enemy is you in the other way around, from the perception view. So all the perceptions, whether it's your enemy, whether it's the tree, whether it's the chair, whether it's your home, whether it's your relatives, same thing. It's just how it is. So can we separate that me from that stimulus? It's actually not. What is there is just a stimulus. And without our knowledge, even though we don't like something, underneath that, we kind of maintain that, because that is how you feel alive. So coming back to the enemy, a relative comes home and start talking, people talk endlessly. I mean, it's such a headache, isn't it? Because they don't know any Dhamma. They just keep talking, and this talking is nothing related to cessation of suffering. It's actually, we can say, exacerbation of suffering or multiplication of suffering or doubling of suffering. Yes, that's true. You can feel this heaviness. You can definitely feel this heaviness. You can feel the toxicity. It's okay. But the main thing is that the other way around, if you take them for granted only, this is going to happen. So when your mind starts to get better, when it is healing, when you understand that all this trauma, all this repetitive talk, all this nonsense, basically, they keep talking because they don't know the truth. They don't even feel that they are hurting you, because the feel part is really lacking in this universe. Actually, only RNHC talks about this feel so much. This when the feel part is not there, even they talk 10 sentences, the other person is almost near vomiting. This person is not able to feel it because the feel part is not there. They're just in the mind. So my invitation to Joel is, after listening to this Dhamma, Joel, you start to feel things, yes, and you start to feel how how people suffer. And if you get a compassion, you basically get a compassion because you know how they are in the mind and how burning they have. Because if you're burning here only, you can keep saying burning things. You can't really say a burning thing if you are not burning. So you get only a compassion. You feel that they have to heal a lot. Actually speaking, they have to heal at the same time, feel a lot, because sometimes they don't intend to hurt you. They are not actually planning to hurt you. Some have so much difficult patterns, repetitive patterns, that they are not aware of. Just imagine, you will have similar. We can have similar, patterns. Well, we are changing. Basically, we are changing. So you understand that how come that your repetitive actions are also changing. Not only perception of others, even perception of your burning is changing. It is reducing. Going away from a house, when you say I'm inside the house, I can say I'm inside the room. It's actually a perception. It's just a notion. It's an idea that we have. I'm inside my room. Inside my house, that's another one too. Is there a big deal? There's no big deal. But if you feel like coming out and you feel shaky, that means you have a safety zone now. So why there's a safety zone? How did a safety zone come? Well, we all have a safety zone. The safety zone is for the self. Safety zone is for me. Safety zone is for mine. Like it's I, me, mine problem. So as far as the I, me, mine feel is there, or self vibration is there, this is going to be there. Only an arahant who has no self perception will be free of all these problems. But in the path also you will start to feel this. So this safety zone is breached. Imagine that past experience. The safety zone also is actually a product of the past experiences. Because you know there's only few people at home, and you know that they have stopped talking to you about these things, so you're comfortable. If whole society came inside your garden and the house, you will run away, because then the safety zone is outside. You might go to a shopping center and stay there until those people are gone, because now the safety zone has changed. So how did the safety zone, this imaginary, because safety area is an imaginary area. How did this perception come? How did you feel that it is not safe, it is giving you trouble, it is giving me headache? How did this shaky feeling come when you start to try and put a feet outside your safety area? So this self, usually this self would love to be in like a comfortable area. That is how it is. You just understand that. So anything out from that, that's why we come home. You go out, you buy something, you come home. You don't want to go to the neighbor's house and say, I'm coming here today, even though you know the neighbor very well. But you feel comfortable when you come home and you go to your own room. You're like, wow, that kind of sigh where you feel comfortable. So all these are all the side effects of I, me, mine. So this will be there for some time unless you really understand that outside is a perception in the mind, and that perception is not true. But I know, Joel, you are catching up fast, so you might be able to get this as well. If someone really get it, that all the perceptions in the mind are actually not true, whether it is your house, whether it is your safety area, whether it's your, absence of your relatives, whether it's absence of your friends, whether it's absence of your, non-stop talkers. If you feel them as a thing, you're going to feel it. But then what you really understand is, here it is. This is the beginning of the suffering. To break the safety zone, I won't advise you to, try to break it by thinking too hard. I don't think it's a good idea, because that improves the self-indulgence or the thought of I or me, mine, because you're trying to force yourself to do something. That's not the point here. As I have told from the beginning, you're not trying to force anything. You're not trying to, drag you out of your safety zone and say, Joel, now walk. That's not what we are trying to say. Actually, what we are trying to say, Joel, your safety marker, you won't be able to find it. You won't be able to find this safety margin. That will become blurry. And you will be like searching for it. Where's my safety margin? Now, I was scared to go out. What is out? This safety margin is not there now anymore. Because you understand, if you say I'm at home, that's just a part of the dream. Is the dream true? No. But we act as it is true. Big problem? No, it's not a big problem. So your safety zone marker, because there should be a marker for you to feel secure when you come inside and insecure when you go outside. So when this margin get blurred, you're like, what happened to the margin? Margin, you can't find the margin now because you feel comfortable inside as well as outside. So you give up finding the margin. You are safe everywhere, Joel. You will be safe everywhere. So I would say, don't worry. That's my advice. Did I answer your 3 questions or did I miss anything? I mean, it's...
Yes, doctor. Thank you.
We can ask Surangika to add something, because when we try to talk, sometimes it goes everywhere. Anything you can add? Or anyone of you?
Thiruvaan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. I worship Arya Mahase's feet, and actually those questions are real thought-provoking questions, and Dr. Kokila has explained everything. I can try to repeat the same in simpler manner. So, Joel, when you say that justice and injustice, those are also labels, like we name a chair, father. So those are also labels assigned to certain situations. Now,
but there is, Sudharma, there's one
Yeah.
point I would add there. They are labels, but don't you feel them?
We feel everything, even the chairs, all those are.
Yeah,
we feel.
that is the thing. You know, like when
Yeah.
I say as a female, I can say females should have rights.
Of course.
Then when we say that, didn't we give it like a weight? So
Of course.
each and everything had so much weight on them. So much.
Of
Before
course.
listening to this Dhamma, everything had that. If you say mother, there's so much weight on that. If you say your enemy, there's so much weight on that. If you tell that person actually ruined my life, it has so much weight on that. So where did this come from? So when you say, I don't like injustice, how did this come from? These are all the views, but how did this view has so much weight on that? That weight itself is a self. There's no self other than that. That's very important to understand. That weight that you feel with one stimulus, it is the self. There's no self separately. I just want to add that. Sorry, Sudharma. Go on.
Thank you, Dr. Kokila. And I can give a simple example, Joel. Now in the mixed school, let's imagine there is a group of children. So they have a small block of land to play. So the girls need to play a game of netball, while the boys ask for a game of maybe cricket.
So if the teacher let the girls play netball, it is injustice on boys' side. If the teacher let the boys play a game of cricket, it's injustice on girls' side. So what I am trying to tell is all these are names and labels given to certain circumstances by us. So when now we have this weapon, beautiful weapon, the truth. The truth is, Joel, that there is nothing externally or there is no one to experience anything. Dr. Kokila has re-emphasized this. And so, although it is injustice, so justice, so chairs, tables, relatives, cities, coldness, whatever we think, whatever is perceived by any of the sensory bases, if it becomes real for us, the suffering cannot be prevented. Suffering is inevitable. So that's what actually Dr. Kokila meant when she said, if you see the chair on this side, the self is there, and the suffering, it is, of course, is the suffering itself. So when the thing is, as she emphasized, until one becomes an arahant, this suffering actually, we use different words to refer to that. Like sometimes we say the value assigned to it, or sometimes we say power, sometimes we say burning. Whatever the term, it refers to the level how real that particular phenomenon or the entities for the actually, we can't say person, for the perceiver. So the only solution, if we go by, now there are relations, definitely they criticize us. It's a problem for us because there are relations for us in our world. They are true in our world. We do not have the ability to analyze, apply this weapon of true Dhamma to see that they are not relatives ultimately.
Actually, what
So,
we should understand here, Sudharma, when we say that,
yes, Doctor.
actually, what we understand is relative is me. There's no me here. So if we feel the relative as so much weight with the relative, that if you feel that the relative is there, that is you. So when you understand that, you understand that this mirage of self, and if this mirage of self is a mirage, how about this, all the all the relative or whatever, because we keep understanding that this is like a current, the perception is like a current. That's why I was talking about one day about a dream. In the dream, actually people are not there. So imagine that relative who comes to you and talk repeatedly about something comes in the dream. How come? Is he inside the dream? Is he actually talking to you in the dream? So, it's like actually a current. This perception is like a current. If you can relate to that, that would be really good. It's an example. Like we have gravity power, electricity, like that. We have so much powers. Likewise, this is like a current. This relative, if you see in the dream, one day if you actually see, you will laugh because that, how come that person is in your dream? You felt that the person is standing beside you when he came to the house, but now he's in the dream. So you can understand that you associate only some perceptions. So this perception, is the perception true? Is this current something true? Can you take it like true? Is it existing? But because we don't know this truth, we feel so much heaviness about this so-called relative. That's very important to understand, because if we say there's no relative, you can go into the no aspect of everything. So there's no relative, there's no mother, there's no father. That's not the point. You keep understanding, not yes there is or no there is no. That's not like that. It's actually understanding this current, how this works. How can you see that relative in your dream? Actually, in the dream, you will still be very annoyed with him. You see him coming, his car is coming to the garden. You'll be like, here comes again. And even in the dream, you might think the same. And how come? You have to keep analyzing. How come we live in a world of perceptions? It's beautiful research, Joel. Beautiful research. Like the trees, like the birds, like the mother who is cooking in the kitchen, like the father, like the sisters, brothers, like the relatives who come and talk endlessly. It's all perceptions. And are they true? They're actually like a current. They are not actually there. But why we feel it's so heavy is due to ignorance. Because we didn't know that this is how the perceptions occur. Did you get the point? And Sudharma, when you talk, you have to be a bit, how can I say, bit more careful, because people can actually go into no aspect if you are sometimes just be careful. I just want to add that, because if you talk about something as there is a chair, but if you say there's no chair, that's not how we understand Dharma. We understand how this works, how this perception works. And Joel, the beauty is understand this self-perception, because you feel existent, isn't it? When you are at home now, and you feel that you are at home now. How come is that? That's the perception. How come that perception has come is because when you look around you can see the walls, you can see the familiar walls, familiar furniture, family people, familiar roof, familiar garden. So you're like, yeah, this is my house. How come that happened? How did this familiarity come from? How did this, how do you feel that it is my house? It's just by vision, either by hearing the same noises, or either by feeling your chair. Or if you are standing, you can say, I'm standing in my room. How come you say that? You just feel your feet, your soles, you feel the touch. And you see some things around you. And you say, I'm standing in my room. So it's very important to do this research. Actually, it is very good to do it naturally. So when you touch something, you can see, did you touch your car? Or did you touch your bicycle? And if you have a bike, what did I touch? What did I touch my, mother? If mother is there, if mother is touching the son, I'm touching my daughter. How come is that? Does the touch say that I'm touching my daughter? Does the eye say that I'm looking at a daughter? Does anything say that? No, that's a kind of another perception, new perception. The mind works like that way. And that perception is house. This is my home, isn't it? Yes, I just want to add that, Sudama, just to
Yeah,
give that
thank you very
idea.
much, Dr. Kokila. Thank you very much for that. So, I think actually, if what we have to basically understand is there are certain perceptions, things depicted through sensory inputs as a natural phenomenon, sensory bases as a natural phenomenon, but they are not the things that we believe they are to be. For example, when we see when a
No,
certain
we don't
bunch of
have an
colors,
experience of outside, isn't it?
exactly, bunch of colors appear, we call it, we think it's a tree, we think it's a relation, we think that everything is a
And even
thought.
colors,
So colors also, they are
because
labels.
no one
Yeah,
named red. Red,
exactly.
we learned it from teacher actually.
Yeah. So what I actually was trying to tell, because the moment Joel talks, my experiences uh, come back to me, and that's why I feel like explaining them, Joel. So only thing we have to use this weapon. Weapon is to maybe you have to, as Dr. Kokila said, you have to analyze. So you have to see through the stimuli that occur in fact occur. I mean, what you perceive right now. Maybe last time you said the banana. So banana, just a bunch of colors, but the label goes from US banana. Maybe the computer, just a bunch of colors and a shape, you name it a computer. Just like she said, somebody who hasn't seen a computer before, it is not a computer. So similarly, we create the world, through these labels, we create our own world. So when we look at these simple, uh,
It's
things,
actually we can't really say even we here, because this is a natural phenomena.
of course, a
Yeah,
natural
we
phenomena.
have to be
It's a
careful in
system,
wording also. So it's really
of
difficult in
course.
wording, because when we
Yes,
say
we get,
we, it's like as someone is existing and someone is actually
of
doing that.
course.
There's nothing like that. It's actually sensory, when sensory organs are there, when sensory
Yeah,
organs vibrate
Joel
at the
is
same
very
time.
lucky actually. Joel is very lucky. I mean, here when Dr. Kokila is here, of course, nothing goes wrong. Even she helps every one of us to, I mean, gradually progress, uh, not as a person, to polish up our realization. So actually, Joel, this is just a system. We cannot call IV or anything. We can't. If we do so, Dr. Kokila, it's another label, isn't it? Like the book or
Yeah.
the table. Yeah, that's it. So what I wanted to tell is, when we do simple kind of using simple day-to-day objects, if we do insight meditation, this analysis, when the difficult situations arise, like that things like that we get angry, certain relatives or somebody criticizing us, somebody ask a irritating question, so naturally uh, the realizations we made involving in insight meditation with simple objects comes to save us in those instances. You got it? Because when somebody shouts at us, we can't do insight meditation there. But the previous experience of insight meditation helps to alleviate the burning. I mean that anyway we are talking about the thought power, so reduces the thought power. So I'll stop at that. Maybe Ms. Surangika and Dr. Sakuntala can also elaborate on this. තෙරුවන් සරණයි, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, Thirwan Sarnai Sudharma. I think just what has to be done. I think Sudharma is right in the way she said it, because I think you have awakened to the field quite habitual with Dr. Kokila's discussions and advice over the last 1 or 2 weeks. But that that insight meditation or the practice of putting it into day-to-day activities very casually and lightly in a very relaxed manner helps in the instance where an actual event becomes a thing of value or annoyance or stress at that point. So at that point, there is no salvation to the mind. The mind will occur in its natural way. The phenomenon is that automatically through whatever that has become there, where there is value attached, then at that point the mind kind of goes into overdrive. And for example, the relatives talking incessantly, there has been a development within of us that it is a stress factor, and that has become a thing. So that cannot be alleviated or addressed at that point itself when the relatives turn up to the doorstep. If one has looked at the stimulus, like Dr. Kokila said, understood the stimulus and understood that it is the feel which is the problem, and the feel arises, the burning sensation arises only when there has been a value attached to a stimulus. And how does the value get attached to the stimulus? If one believes ignorantly that there is such a thing called a stimulus, or an object, or a person, even the concept of justice, even the concept of injustice is nevertheless a concept. So whatever the stimuli, there can be in the conventional world, these elements and concepts are still there. It exists. But in the Dhamma, there is it doesn't matter whether it turns out to be a word, but you can't just say it's a word for the sake of saying it's just a word and dismiss it. That would be like putting Band-Aid on a wound without actually cleaning the wound properly and then applying medicine. Because what happens then is you might temporarily stamp it out, but somewhere else it'll pop up again. And just like we talked about culture and how culture can mean different things in different nationalities or tribes and so on. The same thing, like Dr. Popira said, justice for one person is injustice for another. Justice, discrimination for one society is indiscrimination to another. So where does it lie? Can there ever be a common ground? No. In this lay person's world, the truth is not the base, which is why they are all what shall I say? They're all wielding this so-called world to be true, and then they're basing it on something which is non-existent, and that itself is the falsity. That itself is where the ignorance and the abhisankarana or the volitional thing and all the self vibrations really tending to become the whole basis of suffering. All that happens in that process. The truth kind of takes that whole thing out. The shadow of that whole aspect of how these things have been looked at through ignorance is completely wiped out, albeit gradually. And to do that, now that you've got the basic true Dhamma or the pure truth and the philosophy behind it through the book and through Dr. Kokila's advice, the practical thing that you even mentioned yesterday, when you go about on your daily walks, the way you apply it to various objects, the things that you see on the park, on the road, the sounds, how did the sound become the sound of a car? How did the sound become the sound of a train going by? How did the thing that you saw, how did that become a tree or the next door neighbor's garden? And those are things that you can easily practice it on. And then when one encounters a sound, the differentiation that it is the endless chatter of a relative or the cute sound of a baby laughing, all that there develops almost a sense of peace. It doesn't matter what the sound is. There is no, you can't say value, but there is almost like a very it's like calm waters. The practice gives rise to that innate wisdom arising, and it is that wisdom that cannot be generated through thinking overtly at the point when the relatives start talking. If there is a feel, if there is a tension that is being felt at a particular point when a sound is discerned, when a light or some object is discerned to the eye, and if one feels a tension, that is where the stimuli or the object or the person talking has become a thing, which is why Dr. Kokila, I think, is saying, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Kokila, that you have to understand it through the feel. The feel is the burning sensation, the feel is the current, and that is what is the point where the ignorance comes into play. When one understands the truth, and we apply through that insight meditation practically into our day-to-day things and see how did the color become a color to us? Was it a color for the baby? And how did red become red? And how did the sound become, whatever, the car horning or something? Then that spade work, the homework is being done gradually over the weeks. And then it becomes a norm, and then those things then occur and manifest to become the relative, manifest to become, a car horning incessantly in front of your house. Then it is understood as a sound, and the mechanics of it is understood. So whilst you don't hear the car horning as something else, you still understand and you still recognize it. But the identification with that object does not happen. As Dr. Kokila said, you don't become that, but otherwise you become it. When I say you, there is no you here, but the self vibration is in the identification of that object.
And I think when we say that I think that carries a problem when we say that identification is a problem. It's not the identification is the problem. It's the weight I was trying to tell that, that feel that we get that it is existing. So the value is like a kind of is given from that. It's stemming from that. The feel that we feel that the chair is existing, that is the basic thing which happened to even to a baby. But the baby didn't know that it is anything. But when the baby grows up, there's so much value.
The value is the power itself, isn't it?
Yeah, but it has so many levels, isn't it? This that's what I'm saying. It extends so much. One can even kill for a chair. So what I'm trying to say is this: the feel that that it is existing, or that if the chair is, you feel a heavy, like weight on that, like it is there. That is coming from ignorance, that because we don't know that it wasn't actually a thing. But then when we keep understanding that, you will still see the chair. You will still touch the chair, but still you don't get that power. And the chair, the perception is still there. So that the relative, Joel's question, just go back to Joel's question. The relative comes. Okay. As usual, relative starts to talk. Because, some topics that Joel doesn't like. So there are few aspects to that. So Joel has few topics that he doesn't want to hear. And after listening to Dhamma, that burning is going to go down too. So that relative starts to talk. And you're like, oh my God, then now he's going to talk. But then even that perception will not carry much heavy weight. So you will get the perception that, oh, this person is going to ruin my day today. But then still, if that is not carrying any weight, you don't feel the burning. So the perception is there, the burning is not there. So that has to be understood. So Joel, you know that it is that relative that who is going to talk endlessly about your whatever the problems, but then he might even start doing that. And because you usually don't yell, imagining you don't yell at them, you just try to avoid them or just keep listening. This time, he will be talking and you will be like listening and you will not have any burning. That's all this is going to happen, nothing else. So you still know that it's the relative. You still know that he's talking unnecessary stuff. But you have the ability to listen as a saint because it's not giving you any burning. And that is the important thing here. So the suffering is to go down. Suffering is going to go down. Earlier, you could even clench your fingers to a fist when they start talking. Now you're so relaxed. And that other person also will actually get bored because you're not interested anymore. If he says, oh, Joel, have you not gone to the job yet? You're like, no. And so what? How can that other person is not also getting any fuel now? Because you need some fuel, to maintain a discussion. Some people might talk a little bit longer without any fuel too, but it's not a big deal now for you because you know that the outside is just your perception. Whatever happens outside, it's your perception. The relative, the nonsense he talks, that it is your house. I told you. You said you are scared to go outside your home. This home and outside margin will get blurred and you will definitely be walking freely outside without any problem. Because all these margins are actually our perceptions. That this is our house, this is my garden, that is shopping center, that is that neighbor's house, I don't like him. It's all perceptions. And you keep understanding this through this truth. The safety zone I told you about is going to get blurred. You don't really worry about that. You know, whenever there is some perception, it's a perception. So what? Until your last breath, you're going to have some kind of perception. Are we running out of time? We are actually 1 minute more to the 4 o'clock. So, Joel, did you understand what we were trying to say? I think it's a bit complicated when we try to say from different angles. Are you okay, Joel?
Yes, doctor. I will write over again and okay, I understand. I have to practice it.
Yeah, actually, don't take it too seriously. And because you have felt it already, I think it will be all right. You just keep understanding Dharma. You will understand how these perceptions are happening, how all this, outside world was so important to you. And it will really lose that interest. And you will feel this clarity. You will feel this, tranquility. You will feel the peaceful mind, and your anxiety will die down. Just don't even think about it. Just don't. You don't have any problem at all. You step out. One day you will not even know that you have stepped out, because that's another just a perception. Don't worry, sir. All good. And we'll hand over our Zoom discussion to 4 o'clock Zoom discussion. And we worship Aryan Wahanse. We have so much gratitude for him, for giving us so much guidance in this path. And thank you all, Dhamma friends. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Thank you, Thiruvan Sarnai, all Dhamma friends.
Thank you, Doctor.
No, I didn't notice her there.
Okay, maybe we'll start, and if she comes, we can.
Yes,
So,
excuse me. Yeah, Doctor. She is unable to come today for the Zoom meeting. Yeah, she's having to visit
okay.
at the center. Yeah, yeah. Terima
We'll worship Aryan Wahanse, and yeah, Dr. Sakuntala, you can do the starting point. We'll continue the discussion after that.
Okay. Thiruvan Saranai, we worship Aryan Wahanse at his feet, Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse, and we welcome all of you who have joined the English Zoom discussion. Thiruvan Saranai, may you be blessed by Triple Gem. So it's our regular daily English Zoom discussion, and we are explaining and we are trying to discuss the true Buddha teachings, which has been disclosed 2,600 years ago. And our noble friend Aryan Wahanse has explained most of those facts which were hidden actually for some time, and also the influence of some other teachings from the other religions have also made some sort of alterations of the initial Buddhist teaching. So now we are listening to the true facts which are revealed according to the Sutra Deshana. Sutra Deshana were the Pali discussions or the Pali teachings done by Lord Buddha. So we are starting with the simple things. We were talking about how the thoughts are formed and the nature of this mind. Mind means just a flow of thoughts, very fast flow of thoughts. But in the mundane world, or we were under the impression that thought is something solid which is persisting, or which was there in the past and which is there now, and also which is going to last in the future also. But now we know that it's just a flow of thoughts, and each thought is a collection, or each thought is an aggregation of the sensor input. The senses, there are 5 main senses: the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. So these senses are continuously functioning, and there is input, or there is some creations, or depending on the sensor, it will be a shape, it will be a sound, a taste, smell, or warm, cold, and hard feeling. So this is what we are trying to understand now. The thoughts are not something controllable, because there is a continuous production of thoughts. So therefore, like what is taught in concentration meditation, we are not trying to suppress the thoughts, we are trying to understand what this thought is and what is this process. When you understand this process of thoughts, then it's very clear that there is no person doing this process. There is no ownership. And when you understand this process, when the system understands this process, the relaxed feeling or the light feeling automatically comes, because there is no because always when there are thoughts, it's very heavy and it's very stressful, and it's a kind of a pressure. So if there is no way of stopping these thoughts, only way is to find out how it is formed, what is this mechanism. And when you understand the mechanism, like you finding out the tricks of the magician, the heavy feeling or that value which was given to the thoughts automatically gets dissolved little by little. So that is what we are trying to understand. And I think the last 2 days we were just briefly talking about the radiant mind of the little baby who has only the sensor function, but there are no thoughts formed. But as a part of the natural phenomenon, these sensor functions get together to form thoughts little by little when the child grows. So this is a process again. There is no way of stopping this. And when you understand this mechanism, and when you realize that there is no one doing, the label that was attached automatically as myself, me doing, and my things, mine, that label gets off from this system. So that is where you enjoy, actually, the word you enjoy, or experience the life in a very relaxed manner. So when you understand this true Dhamma, there is no change at all in the way that the person is dealing with the rest of the society. You will be doing the same things. You can have the same responsibilities, and whether you are studying or you are working, whichever, you can continue in a much, much better way, in a much more relaxed manner. So that is just basically what we are trying to understand. Teruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila, and we can start the discussion.
Yeah, so nice. Anyone can ask a question. If Joel has any question, he can answer as well.
My question is, Doctor, I was reading about this raga, dvesha, and moha.
Yeah.
So my question is,
the craving.
break apart. Yeah.
What is
Anger,
the other one? Dvesha.
anger,
Actually,
anger.
there's another word. Aversion or no?
Aversion and anger. Oh, anger.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And
I want
to ask, yeah, I was just thinking, whereas when we ignore, that is moha. When we ignore raga and dvesha, is where the I component come in. Is it so?
Actually, I component is raga, dvesha, moha. So just try and see whether you can get this. So the burning is the I component, or me. We'll take it as me, because when we say I, it can be the visual I too, like the E by E. But what we are trying to say is that me feeling, or feeling as a self, is actually that burning. That burning we have categorized in such ways. So the clinging is also a kind of burning. Anger or aversion is also kind of burning. And delusion, it's not very evident, but it is also kind of burning, because delusion is the underlying reason. And even though there is no like big major anger, major craving, still if there's a delusion or like kind of ravatima. What is ravatima, Surangita? What's the kind of what's a good word for that? Like I mean,
I think it's deluded as well, Dr. Pokil.
yeah,
we deceive maybe.
Deceived. Yeah, kind of that.
We
that
deceive ourselves to think that there is a self here.
Yeah, even that is a burning, and all these are kind of that. But the point here is that is me. There's no separate me. So what we call of this, that you said me component is actually this burning, and burning is just categorized. That's all. This is all words. So there's nothing. It's not a big thing. But what we understand is here is this burning is what we believe as self. That's how the self view has come. Why we believe that there is a self is there's a change here in this system. So we feel that if there is a burning or any change in this system, that has to be me. So that's how the self view comes. But actually, what is happening here is due to the misunderstanding of that this the sensory organs is actually holded as like someone is actually holding the sensory organs. Because of that view, that we feel that I am burning. That's actually a misnomer. Like it's not the thing. Actually, this burning is the what we actually started to believe that there is a self is the reason that there is a burning. So this burning, collectively we call burning, but we can separate them as craving and anger and delusion. That's how it is, isn't it? Do you have a better like version of Suranka? Do you have anything to add to that?
That's fine, Dr. Pokil. I think why we discussed it, maybe Sudharma or somebody asked a question maybe about a week or so ago about equanimity, I think, as well. We linked that to moha and delusion. So even if we say, for example, that, if you go to a forest and say, oh, I'm fine, nothing bothers me, or I don't have a big craving for anything, or, that kind of thing.
But you still feel alive.
Yeah, exactly.
You're fearful of death. That's what actually in the last bit when Narayan Mahanse joined, I think that was like a very strong statement what he made, because if you feel alive, you're fearful of death. That's 100%. So this alive feel is actually alive feel. The extremes are raga and dvesha, which is craving and anger. But actually, the delusion part is always there because we are actually deceived, and that in the feel of, because there's always chance of getting angry or getting craving if there's underlying alive feel. So the alive feel is also something we can actually get rid of. That is the people might feel really, like, oh, really, kind of thing. But it is true, and you can feel it. You can feel it one day, and also when imagine one stimulus, whatever thought, if it was not a thing, then if you feel the liberation from mind, you can feel the power, and also you can feel the sensation, whatever that sensory organ function without that power. So this power or the burning, or we call it raga, dvesha, moha, but whatever the words you use, this tanha, another word that will come in the books, tanha, that is again, it has a deeper meaning, because tanha is again that power that we feel, extra power that we have, which can grow into anything. You can kill someone with that, you can hurt someone with that, you can blame someone with that, you can cry with that, you can have fear with that. So all these associations are with the self vibration. Without the self vibration, that's like another level of it's just another level. Anything else, Joel? Did you kind of get it?
Yes, doctor. And you were saying about this vibrations, eye vibration, mind vibration, or fire, or whatever you're saying. No?
No. I in the sense, are you talking about the
Senses.
as a
Means, sensor.
Yeah, that I. Okay, now I have to be clear here, because word I brings so many complications. So if you are talking about the eye sensor, where when we see the light, that vibration is different. This power is different. So that's what he was trying to say. So because an arahant or Lord Buddha, we can take as an example, an arahant, or who has felt this truth and who has become that truth, will still see, will still feel, will still hear, but that power is not there. That's what he was trying to say. So the alive feel is not there, but all the sensory functions are there. Nothing happens to the sensory functions, and until the last breath they will be working as normal as all good, because we all know that nothing happens, because it's not like having dementia or anything. It's not like having all your abilities are vanishing, nothing like that. So all the functions, all the abilities you have, if you are a mathematician, you will know all about that. If you are a kind of whatever the aspects that you are good at, you will be still good at them. It's just that the burning part will not be there, but the sensory part will be still working. That was the thing that he was trying to say. So you still see, you still hear, you still feel the temperature, solidity, liquidity, you still feel them, you still taste really well, you smell really well. Actually, what happens is you are able to feel them as best as ever, rather than without the burning. That's what he was trying to say. That he was trying to actually clarify or bring it up so that we don't mistakenly say anything, because sometimes we can misunderstand. So does an arahant not feel? No, he feels the best. Actually, he feels everyone. So imagine someone comes to the Zoom and talk, you can feel them. Someone comes and sit down in front of you asking for help, you will feel them. That's how it works, because there is no burning here. You feel everything. Do you get it?
Another question that I was thinking about yesterday when I started to read the book again.
Yeah.
I don't know whether this is out of point, but I just want to ask this because this is a question mark I'm having, because people say this kind of vibration and law of attraction, all these things. What is it all about?
Are you talking about the Western type of thing, the law of attraction?
Yeah, that's a bit confusing. That's why I asked. I don't know whether this question is good for in this forum, but I just wanted to ask, because we are talking about the burning fire and all sensory things. So is it connected, or what is it?
Yeah, okay. So, but I have to get clear because why I listen to a lot of podcasts. So I'm not sure what you meant by the law of attraction. What did you mean by law of attraction? Because there are so many law of attractions. If you listen to like 10 podcasts, people talk so many various things. So which one were you actually referring to?
Like one thing I heard is like when you think of a thing, for example, if I say I want a ball, right?
Yeah.
And if I think that I have it, I will get it.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's definitely in the section where we try to achieve something. You keep thinking about something, you will keep doing something to get it. So it's like an underlying thing. Imagine, for an example, uh, if someone is from a family where there's so many hardships, that child will definitely get an idea. Okay, my father is suffering through trying to feed us. Okay, if I grow bigger, I'm going to earn some money and be a rich man. So that's the underlying the kind of idea that he has taken it as true. It's kind of getting stronger and stronger. Whatever they are going to suffer, if mother can't buy ice cream for him, he will be like, oh, here again, if I have money, I'll buy ice cream. That's how it starts. And then it happens again. Then you want a bicycle, but father can't afford it. Then you will be like, oh, I should do something about it. I will earn money, and I can buy all the bicycles for the whole village, kind of thing. So this whatever the way pattern we keep thinking, it is going to manifest. So it's not a big deal. It's the same thing in such a way, like any manifestation is there, but that is all in the aspect of vibration. This is all vibratory stories. So whatever the plan that comes to mind, you know that whenever plan comes to mind, you will subconsciously keep doing stuff for that. Definitely it is going to happen. You imagine you want to buy a house. It is in your mind. It's not superficial. It's not coming up, but it's there. You know it is there. And but you try to save some money. You think about it, but you don't really go ahead and do anything. But you move forward for that. And people say, think about it in the morning, think about it at the night, think about it 10 times a day, whatever. It's just one thought. That's how the even the hatred goes on like that. Imagine you see like the friend in the classroom who bullies you. You keep thinking about that boy, and every day that boy will be like telling something nasty, and this keeps happening. And this is, we call it volitional formation, I think. But I think it is better to understand without these big words, because you can understand day by day the power from that thought is going to get stronger and stronger. And one fine day, this timid boy is going to actually attack that bullying person, because the power that he is gaining from one simple thought, he's bullying me, he's doing the wrong thing, why is he doing to me? Like, it keeps on going. One thought is going to give so much power. That's what actually led you to come to this Zoom meeting, to ask, how do I stop recurrent thoughts? That's what the main question that happened. But you took it in a different way, because you wanted to actually stop that. But in a child or in a person who doesn't know what's happening here, and you will get carried away by that. And one day, some people, they are completely normal, and suddenly they do such a violent thing that you can't even imagine that that person has done such a violent thing. But do you know that it was in his system? it was in his system. He didn't voice it out. He might not voice it out. He might not act on it. But that is how the power is getting complicated and again getting added on. That power is actually coming from the thoughts. It can be a hidden thought. It can be a very overt thought. Very overt thoughts are very easy to tackle. Like you will be shouting at them every day. You know that they are angry. But some people are there. They will just keep it like a pressurized pressure cooker, kind of like a pressure cooker. So same thing. It's not quite different to trying to manifest money, trying to manifest whatever, so that it's just volitional formation. That is abhisankara. If you find that word in books, it's called abhisankara. So you think about it more and more and more and more, and it just starts to manifest. That's how it is. That's how John Logie Baird found I think it is him, sorry if I'm wrong, whatever he found, like there's so many people who found things. They wanted to keep checking the light, and they wanted to find something to light the evening because it's too dark. And that one thought, he kept doing that. He didn't give up. He kept doing that. And for an example, Lord Buddha is one kind of that too. He never gave up. He was trying to understand end to this suffering, the system of this suffering, how to end this system of suffering. Likewise, yes. So there is this in this human system. It's not much in animals though. Animals, they are this ability of things. That's why the suffering is more in humans. Only humans will attack another part of country or another part of the world. Usually animals, they will attack if they are angry at that point and eat or either, mark the territory, but they're not like planning in such a way. If there is a plan in such a way, it's definitely a human, isn't it? What do you think, Joel?
Yes, doctor. Thanks for clarifying that. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Anything else, Surangika? Oh, Sakuntala, in that case. Anyone of you can actually...
Yeah, there was Dr. Kokila, even that, the Abhisankarana thing about how it multiplies is also quite apparent in the social media with children, isn't it? The bullying that's happening and how it drives them to suicide.
Yeah, anyway, any aspect of
anything, that's just an extreme example.
Yeah.
But
yeah, and I have heard just another bullying kind of person keep telling, you're not worthy, you're suitable for dying. It's such a... I don't know how people come out with these words even. Young children. I don't know actually. I can't comprehend how these things, but I'm telling a truth. I'm telling from my own experience of people come and talk to me, and that child came because she was bullied at school, and I asked how, and then there were ideas that one of the other bullying girl was repeatedly telling that. So someone is repeatedly telling, when Joel asked yesterday, someone told some stuff and it hit him hard. Imagine a 14-year-old girl getting told by someone that you're suitable for dying? Just imagine. Even Joel is struggling. Well, how about a 14-year-old? How can she understand this, all this, how the mind works? Nothing. They just like dumbfounded, and they can't comprehend what is going on, and they finally start believing that word. That's how actually the that power of manifestation, I would say. That's really weird. This suffering is really weird, actually.
I mean, that law of manifestation or visualization is all part of that law of attraction, but fundamentally what it means is there is still something that they want to, that they're desiring. No, that is why they're visualizing it, so that they get it, isn't it?
Yeah,
and
it's all related to the vibration, not the non-vibration.
Yeah, so they're thinking positive thoughts in order to attract whatever it is which they think is out there somewhere.
But because they don't know that actually if there is no vibration, you get it anyway.
Yeah, I actually read an article recently also, just skimmed it, saying that the law of visualization also has broken down. I mean, it was a big thing in the last few years,
It will
wasn't
definitely
it?
break down.
Yeah, so I think whoever it
Because
is,
no one
people
can
have also
stop
realized.
the dying even.
Yeah.
Just imagine, I will not die, I will not die, I will not die. Where is the law of attraction now? So there are caveats everywhere, isn't it? Yeah, it's but interesting that volitional formation only bring up your that burning power up. That's all. So you will actually have stuff or not have stuff. You will be craving for this alive feel anyway, because if you have a lot, you'll be craving for them as well as the alive feel. I mean, we can't even understand that we are craving for a life feel, let alone the life feel we are craving for. The milk toffee on the table. Just for an example, we are craving for the milk toffee on the table, but we can't realize that we are actually craving for this alive feel. Craving is in such a deep level. So when we understand this Dhamma, Joel, actually you kind of can't crave for the milk toffee on the table. You might taste it, but you will keep understanding. It's just a perception. We discussed that yesterday. Where is the milk toffee? But as far as you actually believe that there is a milk toffee in or feel that these thoughts are real, suffering is there. That's all. Yeah, suffering is there. You just keep understanding that. And no one likes suffering. It's just that due to ignorance we are suffering. As soon as you come to know this, who will like to suffer after knowing that this is what brings all the suffering? Because at one moment or another, definitely you know that there is this body, this system is going to stop. Whether you are 100 years of age, whether you are 80 years of age, whether you are 50 years of age, it doesn't matter. So you have a good understanding about your normal life too. You have common sense. You know that these things are bringing suffering. You know that the illness, you can get any illness. Tell me about it. You can get any illness. So the suffering, you grow older. You would like to be like 20-year-old your form, but you can't. Even though in your mind you are trying to act as your 20-year-old, you're not. So the body is aging. The system is aging, not the mind, but the system is aging. So law of attraction, what has it done? Only law of attraction or whatever has brought is suffering, because we are trying to maintain our body, we are trying to maintain the everything around us, so that everything will be good, because we are scared about the bad. We are so scared about the bad, we are trying to maintain everything good. So we struggle a lot. We have to have some amount of money, we have to have, it's okay to have money, it's not a big problem, because we need to feed our children, we need to do our responsibility. But if you question yourself, are you actually doing it because of that, or because you crave living yourself, because you believe that you are living, isn't it? What do you think, Suranka?
All that is to sustain that underlying feeling of being alive.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. That's the basic thing. I told once that I was thinking that everything is, all my defilements must be around kids. But, it's not true. When you go deeper and deeper, you understand, you just like being alive. How? Due to the ignorance, due to the vibration, due to the feel. And what do you feel? You just feel the sensory organs, but you feel like you are there. That is the burning we are talking about. That's what Aranwansi also was trying to point out. We don't lose the sensory organs, sensory function. When you keep understanding this Dhamma, that burning goes away, or that additional power, or the power which gives you the ability to suffer. So if you want to actually win the death, you just have to understand that you have never been living. Actually, you have to become that. It's really beautiful Dhamma, isn't it, Suranka? Yeah, I think it's very good questions, and because all these are actually naturally happening problems. When people talk about consciousness, because I know a lot of scientists, everyone is moving forward towards that. They think it is the universal thing, but it is kind of a universal thing, but there's a universal thing than that. Actual universal thing is the non-vibration. But what actually difficult to understand is that there's no non-vibration as well, because when there's no power, you can't talk about a vibration, and when there is no vibration, you can't talk about the power, and there's nothing to talk about. In the sense, there's nothing to feel. So then you can't really talk about non-vibration, because it's not a new feeling. That's the thing. It's not a kind of a new feeling. It is, you will keep feeling the sensory function, but there's no another kind of power. It's just absence of power, absence of burning, absence of raga, dvesha, moha, absence of a life fear, so that you will never fear death also. Because we didn't have this, only we were fearful about death, and we were planning to go somewhere after death. We were just imagining stuff, I would like to go here, there, Someone will say, oh, no, I'm going to be born as a human, and I'm going to, have the same girl forever. I mean, I'm taking these things from the movies, they say that. People might even think like that. Who knows? Actually, maybe thinking that I love you and I will be with you forever. And actually, it can be a volitional formation, as because that is the kind of craving that person is going to have. But this suffering is never going to end. We all know as adults how much suffering we have just to maintain food on the table. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, actually, this talking about this volitional formation, the experience that you were explaining about somebody who was being bullied at school, and also the same experience that Joel was trying to sort of get rid because that wrong sort of advice that he received from a so-called counselor. Actually, what we have to understand is that these thoughts which are coming again and again is not a continuation of the not a continuation of the process. It's always a fresh thought. It's always a fresh spark which comes up. But due to the ignorance, we feel that it is just a same thought which is surfacing time to time. But when you go deep and when you really understand this mechanism, then we find out that each thought is a fresh one, which has no connection to the previous one. But because of this volitional formation, as you all were discussing very beautifully, it has become so strong. It has been given such a value. It keeps coming. So then, because it's just the mind is another sensor faculty, like the function of the eye, ear, when they are functioning, there's continuous input, there's continuous stimuli happening. So in the same way, the mind is also another sensor faculty, where from the previous experiences, the thoughts are formed. And when this thought is, when this strong value is added, like this, what is described by this volitional formation or abhisankaranaya, the same thought can come up again and again very frequently. What we sometimes don't feel is that between two such similar thoughts, there are thousands of other thoughts coming up, which we do not even identify. Because the simple thoughts like walking or combing hair, maybe having a cup of tea, there are so many things happening because all these things are thoughts. And in between two such unpleasant thoughts, there's a string of maybe hundreds or thousands of thoughts coming up, which are not given any value at all. So we don't feel that they have come up even. So what we feel is that this thought is there always. This thought is somewhere hiding underneath and then coming up throughout the day. That is what the interpretation is. So when we understand that each thought is a freshly prepared one, where the sensor functions, the collective action of the sensor faculties, the 5 sensor faculties, results in this thought formation or each thought, then automatically the value or the empowerment given to that thought gets less and less. That is the only way to get rid of that volitional formation of this abhisankarana of the thoughts. So, what is generally done is that focusing to a different point where, I mean, a person might go for a movie or meet some friends, listen to some music or something like that. Try to focus to something else, which is just a very temporary measure. But when you realize that each thought is a new one, each thought is freshly done one by this mind faculty or the mind sensor, then you become actually a non-judgmental observer of that. Actually, there is no observer as such here, but non-judgmental observation occurs automatically, and then that the power of that thought becomes less and less, isn't it?
Yeah, actually. Mm. Yeah, this understanding Dhamma, actually, understanding is one thing, and if you can feel this also, you will definitely feel in one stimulus that how this is the case. That at one point it's only one thought is also you can understand. Because the breaking of this cycle also you can feel when the alive feel is gone. So what we call the start of the path is also at the same point where you feel the disappearance of the life field, but still maintaining all the sense of faculties. So that's the beauty of this Dhamma. And yes, Joel.
Another thing I was just thinking when Dr. Sakuntala was talking about these thoughts, when I read the book, it says about sihiya, awareness. So, in terms of awareness, can we come to can we just say, can I believe that if I someday or somewhere that I will be aware of this suffering and come out of it? Can I believe that?
Believe word is actually in the thinking process. So the we can believe anything. Believing is in the thinking part, but actually you have to feel this. So the feel starts like this, Joel. Like if you're asking about it, already you are feeling this Dhamma. You haven't felt the disappearance of the life field, but you're already feeling that the outside is not a big deal. Am I correct?
Yes, doctor. Yes.
Yeah, that's how you start. So you keep understanding. You keep understanding. It depends on the level of how much you feel this Dhamma. The more you feel the Dhamma, more you will feel the the less suffering you have. Like you feel the lightness of that because imagine me having 100 kilograms on our head, and it's like magically like 30 kilos less now, or kind of 50 kilos less now. Because imagine, Joel, imagine you kind of didn't know, and you, until your time is over, you heard about million thoughts from today onwards. If you didn't know Dhamma, if you get to know million thoughts, new thoughts, old thoughts, whatever, if you feel them as true, you know how much suffering it would bring. Because that's how the volitional formation works. Because someone says going to Mars is the most important thing in the world, and they actually try that. And another one says, no, there's Titanic ship in the depth of the sea, saying that is the biggest thing in the world. And can you believe that there is some people trying to see Titanic um, ship in the flow, something like that. I mean, it's weird, isn't it? Whatever, the thoughts coming up in this 8 billion people, and when you get to know that, you get craving for this, that, and is there ending? There's no ending. People want to go to here, you want to go to moon, you want to go to Mars, I don't know, maybe someone would try to go to black hole also. And, with the attachment to see whether it will survive. That kind of extreme thing, because you kind of start to feel that everything is there and you have to experience everything. If it is there, experience becomes important. So once you hear this Dhamma, 50% of your problems are over, because you can't be deceived again, saying that this is true, that is true. Can you achieve this? Can you achieve this? You know, a child who is so light, children are so, they play beautifully. What happened to that Joel who was running around with so much happiness, no trouble at all, doesn't care what he wear, doesn't he care what he is eating, doesn't care, what is in the feet, what type of shoe. Sometimes there is no shoe, and doesn't care whether it's raining or heat. But now, how much heaviness we have. But then, as soon as you kind of feel this Dhamma, the first turning point is that you understand this innumerable, is that the word? Ananta in the sense, is that the word? Is the word correct? Innumerable, I think.
Yeah, I think innumerable.
Yeah, that one. So that you can't number them. So there's so much perceptions that we can have. So once you understand this Dhamma, there's no way that anyone can tell you that there is this thing, would you like to achieve that? But once you have heard this Dhamma, you know that it's not actually out there, it's in mind. So that's how the Dhamma starts to make you feel lighter, because that's the starting point. And it doesn't stop there though, because you keep understanding that even that perception, okay, it is in the mind, yes, but even that perception is not true. It's just arising from the sensory, because there is sensory organs, it's just a production of sensory organ. Imagine, Joel, how much suffering would dissolve, how much lighter that would how much lightness that would bring, isn't it? So that's how the path starts.
Another thing, Doctor, I would like to ask you, like when you said this sensory faculties, you said you feel Dhamma, right?
Kind
Doctor?
of, yeah.
Yeah, if you feel Dhamma. So nowadays, like when I go for a walk or when I do something, when I catch something, I know the eye is catching it, and it's an illusion. So I don't believe that. When ear catches something, when I listen to something, I know the sensor is working, and it's the illusion. Like that book says, when eye pulls you to one side, you go to that side. When the ear pulls you to another side, you go to that side. When you want to touch thing, you go to this side. So all these cravings have reduced in my life, and I could recognize all these illusionary things are coming up in the mind. And as you said, 100 kilos of weight has lost to, I think, 10 kilos. Thank you so much.
That's good.
I love it. And one day I want to be a childlike person without any worries, without any suffering, but just be that childlike person as always. as
Yeah,
the
but
book
Joel,
says.
there's a thing now. When you understand Dhamma, there is always someone who is wishing for that. You know, we wish for that uh, beautiful state. We wish for that, but in in when you go deeper and deeper, you would understand that wish is also from that burning, and even that will be gone. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. You know that when we crave for something, there is always suffering, and we now crave for the cessation of suffering. That's how it starts. That's fine, but we keep understanding even that is the kind of another form of this self vibration. And when you understand that, you kind of drop everything. It's like if you drop all the suffering aspects of your sensory organs, there's nothing to talk about, is there? Like, yeah, that's kind of the liberation. It's an imaginary one when we talk about this, but this is something you can feel, Joy. And you are actually, that's what I'm saying. You are already in that path, and you just keep understanding. In the beginning, we have a kind of a drive towards that, and that is thinking that it's a better place. You know, cessation of suffering must be a better place. What actually, even that thought power is also going to go down. Did you get that, Joy?
Yeah, like that first time I told I had this floating sensation, and
Yeah.
doctor, you said don't. It's just a thought. It will just fade away. After we ended the session, it just faded away. And I was thinking, where was that feeling going? Where did it go suddenly? Everything is
Yeah.
just for it's like a spur of the moment kind of thing. Everything
Yeah.
happens, and then
Yeah.
it just fades away. So the more I realized that, actually I had a shoulder pain because of stress. It's not there now. I was healed. I'm not joking. I'm serious.
Yeah.
And thank you for this, man. Thank you so much, Aryan and Manse. Thank you.
I think Aranwanse has joined. Maybe is it time now? Oh no, we have kind of
We
20
have about
minutes.
11 minutes, I think, yes.
Yes, Theron Sanne Aranwanse. Actually, yeah. So this as that's why so I have told you, like, I heard this Dhamma a long time ago through YouTube randomly, and I have kept listening, and well, definitely there's like you said, definitely suffering is going to go down. At one point, you will the craving and the aversion, how much it is going to go down, how much less you are delusional, you will start to feel this truth more and more. And even the craving for this Dhamma, or craving for this anything like saying, there must be some place like Nibbana, there's nothing like that. Actually, this is only cessation of suffering. So as you said, even the 10 kilo, the 100 kilogram, the minus 90 kilograms, is if there's any 10 there, even that 10 is going to get dissolved with the understanding of that even the senses are just the sensory function will be there, but this power is from the delusional aspect of thinking that there is so beauty of this Dhamma is the tranquility you will feel, and other thing is you will feel the if the thoughts are not true, kind of whatever the thoughts, if you keep understanding these perceptions, this dream is not true, you might actually awaken from that dream, and you will feel that. And the being awakened from the dream is, as you said, just has to be felt. And it's not that difficult if you can feel Dhamma. I'm not sure whether Aranyansi is going to talk, but anyway, it's being very good to understand this Dhamma, the life pattern. When Dr. Sakuntala said the responsibilities haven't changed, but the suffering is not there. That is the main important thing. The responsibilities are still there, but suffering is not there. So sense faculties are working, but suffering is not there. There are few things that you wouldn't attend as normally. There are, the way you talk might be different because you won't indulge in, unnecessary talk, because you're not trying to, it will just not naturally come, it's not something that you would stop. So you will naturally not harm anyone because you know that it's a perception. Anyway, you don't feel that because it's not there. When this self-vibration is dissolving, whatever associated with that self-vibration is going to dwindle less and less as well, because the anger, the fear, the shame, the guilt, the jealousy, what else? Whatever the words you have, they are all part and parcel of this self-vibration. So when the self-vibration is going down, whatever these words express, because these are the way the words are there to express some feelings. So these are going to not be there. And finally, what you will end up is with the feel, where you will feel every being, everything. So kind of you can help everyone, whatever the way they can, mostly from separating, helping to understand Dhamma. Anything else to add to that? I think, we may.
Just briefly, I thought of mentioning this. Joel mentioned about the shoulder pain. Now, any of these pains, now you said I had a pain. So that actually has two components now. As long as there is a physical body, we are bound to have discomforts and illnesses and pain. So that will not be prevented by Dhamma. But there is a mind component to any pain, where this pain is tagged or attached to myself. It's happening to me. That mind component is the one that you can get rid of. Then, actually speaking, you can tolerate the illnesses or the pains better when you understand this process. Isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
And also there is some pains which are brought by mental health. I tell most of the time, a lot of people, it's a vicious cycle. You are mentally down, whatever the pain is going to get like exacerbations, like it's going to be, if it is like 10 out of 1 pain, you will feel it like 10 out of 10 pain, because it's kind of, that's how it is. All the hormones are going to change. When your mind is so heavy, all your systems are going to change. All the hormones are going to change. It's all one way. But when the burning is less, we know this all the time. When even temporary burning is less, people love it. That's why they go for hikes. They go for uh, meditation, whatever. People go for them because it's even temporarily that less burning is really good. But this is nothing like that. This is kind of we are not planning for any temporary. We are actually learning the truth so that the burning will anyway go away, and we are not trying to get rid of burning here. That's the beauty of it. We are not trying to do anything at all. We're just learning the truth. The ignorance is going away. That's all what is happening. So we are not putting so much effort into one thing. If you push too much effort, definitely there is suffering. So definitely there is vibration. But here, everyone is just trying to understand Dhamma, yes, but that's all. So this vicious cycle of the sensory organ field feeding the mind and bringing up the suffering is going to stop. So some problems are not a problem anymore. So imagine, one person one day talked about having claustrophobia in a Zoom meeting. So when you have claustrophobia, that person's worry was sitting on a dentist chair and feeling like can't breathe. But imagine you keep understanding them and you understand this a life field is the problem, and there is a state where there is no life field as well. It's kind of, you're not scared to die anymore. I mean, it just happens. So okay, you get the feeling like you are going to suffocate because of the fear. Even if you get that fear is not there. You might feel it, but the fear part is not going to be there. That is the thing. So whatever happens, it's like a insurance which we never had before, isn't it? That's kind of an insurance that we never had before. And you say that it's kind of a bit artificial, but it's just an example. I think we are running into 4 o'clock Zoom meeting. So we worship our Enhancer with so much gratitude for sharing his wisdom with us and helping us. He released his wisdom through YouTube, and we thank all the Dhamma friends and especially Joel, who is asking questions so that we and even that even the question you asked that day, that experiences being personal, it's such a deep question. I didn't go much deeper, but I felt the depth of it, and it was so good to even though it is too much to go into that detail, that none of these experiences are personal. That's the beautiful thing to understand. None of these experiences are personal. Thank you very much. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Thank you.
Peruan Sanai, Dr.
Thank you, Doctor.
Sanai, friends.
page number 56. As you continue to be mindful, your wisdom also, known as the Bodhi or Buddha nature, continues to develop. This Buddha nature is an emptiness, a supreme solitude, Uttaritara Hudekala. As wisdom grows, the mind becomes pure and untamed. When the ignorance is erased little by little, you begin to see the pure truth in everything. You awaken to a pure and untamed mind, O Prabhashvara Siddha. The Prabhashvara Siddha that you had when you were born, the Prabhashvara Siddha does not have fetters or akusal such as lobha, dvesha, and moha. When you begin to reduce or dissolve your fetters such as lobha, dvesha, and moha, you are known as a Srinasvara Rahatan Vahanse. Being mindful and seeing everything outside according to the Yathabhuta Jnana makes you develop wisdom to enter the first supramundane plane called Sotapanna. At the beginning of the path to Nirvana, you need to practice that all what we see outside are only thoughts. At the beginning of the path, you will learn to see through the images on the screen and be mindful of the pure truth, which is the white screen. This is the first step on the path to Nirvana, and this practice will lead you to attain the first stage of the supramundane plane called Sotapanna. The second stage of being mindful is to develop the wisdom to attain the stage of Anagami. To attain the wisdom of an Anagami, one has to be mindful that there is nothing as thoughts, that thoughts do not exist. How do we learn to see that all what we see are thoughts? For example, the scientists named a virus as corona, and after some time they changed the name to COVID. When they change names like this, you realize that there is no truth to anything. The vehicle production company produces a vehicle according to a certain shape, and they call it a car. Then the same thing they will produce in another shape and call it a jeep. They would continue to change the shape and give it different names. It is we who assign different names to different shapes. Everybody.
Thervan Saranai Shani, thank you for reading the book and starting the discussion. We all worship Aryan Vahase, Terwan Saranai Aryan Vahase, and we warmly welcome all of you uh, to this English Zoom discussion. Terwan Saranai to everybody, and also we are very grateful to our colleagues who are doing the technical side of these Zoom discussions. Terwan Saranai everybody. So as usual, we will discuss briefly what was read from the book and then go for the discussion. We learned few new words today from today's reading, because all this time we were discussing and talking about the thoughts and the mind, and we listened to few new words. One was this radiant mind or Prabhashara Manasa, and also we talked about being mindful. Now here we use this word mindful, but we know that this same term is being used in the Western world for for a slightly different meaning. And the difference between, actually speaking, the most suitable English words may not be found to explain what was actually disclosed by Lord Buddha and our Aryan Vahase. So therefore, some of the words we have to sort of borrow and use them, but maybe with some explanations we might be able to give the better picture about it. So being mindful is being used in various aspects. Nowadays we hear it very often. It's mostly towards the concentration meditation side, but here in the word mindful is indicating not focusing on a particular thing. Here, to be mindful, the essential component is that to have a clear understanding about the true Dhamma, how the thoughts are formed, how this system is working, how this self-perception and this feeling of existence occurs. So without that basic knowledge and a very clear picture about this the process, this system function, you cannot talk about the mindfulness which was described by Lord Buddha. So even the word wisdom actually gives slightly a different meaning in Buddha teachings. So briefly, if I say about this radiant mind, as it was mentioned, it's something that we all had as a little baby, because we had only these sensor functions at that time. We could, the baby can see, but there is no naming, no thoughts to describe what was seen. And the baby can hear, but again, there is no thought to describe what is heard, so there's no naming. Similarly, the taste, the smell, and also the skin touch. So all these senses are functioning, but thought formation occurs subsequently after some time when the baby grows up. So when the thoughts are formed only, all the defilements, in other words, the lobha, dvesha, moha, which means the clinging, aversion, and this feeling of existence, so those will gradually come up, develop when the thoughts are formed. I think I will stop from there. I will invite Dr. Kokila to continue the conversation. Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, we can start the discussion as well. If there's any questions anyone is able to ask it? Yes.
Doctor, I'm Joel here.
Yes.
I have a question. I mean, these days I'm learning. I respect Aryan Mansa's book a lot. Still, that I component, a thought of I component is still popping up. And how could I catch this thought and pass this thought away? Is there any practical tips that I can do to, when I thought comes or any thought comes, how could I reduce that vibration? Is there any practical way or practical exercises that I could do, Doctor?
Well, we actually don't suppress it as such. If it is really bad, you can do some, going for a walk, maybe something like hiking or some activities with nature might help that. But what we mainly focus here is usually understanding that thoughts are not real, that's all. We don't really try to suppress any thought because thought has no kind of, we know that we get the burning with that. Some thoughts bring up the burning because this is a question that has been repeatedly asked in the Zoom discussions before. So, like when a child dies, mother is so much in sorrow, so sad that the thought of the son is tearing the mother away. So mothers come to the Zoom meeting and may ask Araman say that how am I going to reduce this burning? Actually, there's we know that if we actually engage in some other activities, this will get suppressed. The thought coming up, but that is not the point we talk about, because while doing that, we can do that. Go for a walk, be with the nature. You can do some breathing techniques. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's just changing the subject kind of thing, changing the topic kind of thing, or kind of staying away from the stimulus. But in Dhamma, what we are trying to understand is that this is a thought. Most importantly, Joel, what we try to understand is that understanding I, me, myself. What is I? What is me? What is myself? That is all we are trying to search for. So if I ask, where is Joel? Joel might say, I'm here. So when you say I'm here, if I keep asking, where are you? You might say, I'm sitting on a chair. But then, are you sitting on a chair? So we try and see whether the I is inside the body or associated with the body. But then, if you keep understanding this Dhamma, you can see that it's only we focus on the body is there. Otherwise, we don't know that we are sitting. If we are if you are engrossed in a conversation, we can't even feel that we are sitting, isn't it? So, when we keep understanding that the focusing on the body only brings up the body, then you tend to think, okay, then maybe this is Joel may be the mind. I'm calling myself Joel, but when we ask who is Joel, then maybe if it is not the body, because you always say, in the sense any human being always say, this is my heart, this is my liver, this is my skin, this is my face, these are my legs. So who is mine? If all the body parts are mine, who is me? So, and when we try to think about the other way around, okay, then me must be the mind. Well, is that so? Because you're so much struggling to handle the mind. You first foremost, you join this Zoom discussion to actually find out how to tame this mind. You wanted to tame it, kind of handle it. You wanted to control the mind because you didn't want some thoughts to come to the surface. You wanted them to go away and to the better thoughts to come all the time. That's why you actually joined the Zoom meeting, which is great because that's how we got to know you. So then what Aranhanse is actually explaining here in Lord Buddha's Dhamma is that try to find yourself. So where is Joel? So then if you are your mind, you should be able to do something about it, but nothing is under control. So then who are you? Then who is Joel? Then comes the sensory organs. Then we come to the understanding, okay, then